151. The plot continues. After making a decision, Olivier felt relieved. She was truly looking forward to her new life in another world. She imagined that many unknown adventures and new wonders were waiting for her to experience. Of course, she has to finish things in this world first. There is something that I've been wondering for some time now after seeing your small fleet, said Olivier. If you want to know something, just ask. I'm a person who rarely lies unless it truly benefits me. Olivier did not believe his words. Nevertheless, she still asked, why didn't you conquer this world? With your power, it should be quite easy. What kind of person do you take me for? Replied Edward with an exaggerated look on his face. However, after seeing that Olivier was not buying his act, he smiled before replying. There are three main reasons. First, this world does not have anything of value that's worth so much trouble. Alchemy could be argued for, but since I already got all the knowledge I need regarding it, when I return home, with a population of 50 billion people, the Empire can bring the field of alchemy to heights that people in this world could never fathom. Secondly, the Empire is not ready to start conquering other worlds. Maybe in the future, but for now, it is not part of the agenda. You seem very cautious, said Olivier. That's a good thing. However, I guess that the last reason is not the main one. Correct. So, what is it? Well, your world is protected. Protected? By whom? Olivier could not imagine someone that could protect this world from these terrible weapons of mass destruction. God? Or maybe, the universe, replied Edward. Are you serious? Of course. There is a powerful individual or god in this world that could probably wipe me and my entire fleet out in just a blink of an eye. As he said that, Edward sighed. Of all the worlds he could go to, he ended up in this one where there happens to be an entity powerful beyond his understanding, making him a little helpless. Of course, although he is currently safe, he did not stop preparing for the worse. In case of a confrontation with truth, he has prepared a few methods that could buy him enough time to escape. The first one is to detonate all 5 void cores that his queen gave him before he left. The second one also involves void energy. He developed a spell to open a hole in this world's source wall and allow massive amounts of void energy to enter this world. And with how destructive this kind of energy is, it should be enough to play a role. According to studies done in the Empire, void energy just like obscurus can also destroy the power of authority or the fundamental rules/concepts that exist in a universe. Unfortunately, void energy is very difficult to control, so using them as weapons is currently labeled as forbidden by Edward. In one of their experiments, he and Rowena almost destroyed planet Earth while studying it. Luckily for them, he reacted in time and sent the massive void energy that was out of control outside of the universe, returning it to its place of origin. The third plan that Edward made to fight truth involves the people in this world. Based on when Truth told Edward Elric I am all, and I am one, he theorized that truth might be the embodiment of the consciousness of all the living beings in this world. And even if it is not the embodiment, it might be connected. So, what would happen if all the consciousness of the people of this world rejected or denied his existence? Most likely, he will either cease to exist, or he will be drastically weakened. Based on this idea, he created a spell to link the consciousness of all the people of this world, then forcibly have them reject and deny the existence or even the idea of truth. Of course, the population of this world is still a few hundred million, and with his current measly mana, he can't cast a spell of that level. However, with the help of the Philosopher's Stone that is serving as the energy core of his gate, and with Morgana's powerful consciousness, he should be able to execute this plan. Nevertheless, Edward is also aware that these plans might possibly be useless. In fact, all his thoughts might have already been read by the opponent. Still, he did not stop planning for the worse. Truth be told, Edward is just being paranoid. Although he did not know it yet, Merlin's sponsor for him also protected his mind and prevented these powerful beings from reading it. Of course, this protection is only for beings that way too powerful for him. If he met someone that was on his level, everything would be based on his skill and abilities. After hearing Edward's answer, Olivier was somewhat relieved. Although she promised to maybe leave with him, she did not want her world to be conquered. Additionally, although she was not religious and did not believe in any god, she was glad that her world was protected. At the same time, she was slightly worried that such a powerful existence also existed without anyone knowing about it. However, she quickly placed all these thoughts on the back of her head. These kinds of things were not things that she should concern herself with. Just like that, a few days passed by. Events proceeded as they were supposed to. The homunculus, Sloth who was in charge of slowly digging the nationwide transmutation circle appeared in Briggs and fought with the soldiers there. Under Oliver's command, they used some tactic to freeze the creature, thus rendering his regenerative abilities useless. Soon after that, General Raven soon appeared at Briggs bringing with him a doctor that could heal the alchemist known as Kimberly who was released from prison under the order of Führer Bradley and tasked to capture the Ishvalan, Scar. After a meeting with General Raven, Olivier used her charm to get some information from the latter about immortality and the Philosopher's Stone. Immediately after the conversation, she went to see Edward who was lazing around while so many things were happening. Did you achieve your immortality by using the Philosopher's Stone? Asked Olivier. Yes, replied Edward honestly. Do you have a problem with using other people's lives to become immortal? She frowned and answered, yes. As a ruler, if you cannot even protect your people, then you do not deserve such power. Well, you do not need to worry about that as the people's lives are not used in making the stone, at least not anymore. Then, what do you use? Mostly clones and other species. Olivier remembered what a clone was from the information that was placed in her mind. She remembered thinking about how such a technology could be used to mass-produce soldiers for war. If you have a problem with using the stone, there are many other ways to increase your lifespan, added Edward. Just genetic engineering can allow you to live for 1,000 years. And with more discovery, the amount will surely increase. Wait, I thought genetic engineering could only allow people to live up to 200 years. She remembered how shocked she was when she learned that every person in the Arcane Empire could live for 200 years. That's only the information that is released to ordinary people. High-level members of the Empire have access to better technology and methods, replied Edward. That seems unfair. It is not. If an ordinary citizen makes the necessary contribution, he or she can slowly rise through the ranks until they reach the level of gaining access to such technology. However, if they cannot offer anything substantial to society and the development of the empire, they can live for 200 years without worrying about food, shelter, and diseases. Olivier sighed after hearing this, but she did not mention the subject anymore. 152 Closer to the truth. After chatting with Olivier, Edward returned to his dimension while having Morgana keep watch on the development of things through divination. He headed straight to a room where a flask stood in a chair with something inside. It was a floating mass-like object with one eye. This thing looked exactly like Father when he was the dwarf in the flask, with the expectation that this one was the color white. After Edward approached the flask, the creature inside looked at him and said with somewhat of a grin, "So, alchemist, have you thought about our deal? As long as you help me create a body, I will offer you countless knowledge." Edward looked at the homunculus that he created using the same method that the dwarf in the flask was created. He ignored the latter's words as he immediately used legilimency to read the homunculus memories from the moment he was born. This homunculus was born in the world beyond the Gate of Truth. And that world is essentially a dimension that houses vast alchemy knowledge. As a creature born from that world, he innately possesses a large amount of knowledge about alchemy. After reading the homunculus memories, he closed his eyes to digest all the information. A few hours later, he woke up and immediately teleported away. Soon, he found himself in a desert. Two things were floating in front of him, uranium and plutonium. Edward clapped his hands together like prayer, then touched the two substances, and immediately afterward, he teleported a few hundred miles away. In the place he was, a massive explosion occurred, creating a mushroom cloud that could be seen from miles on. The people of Ames Tries and Seeing who were close to the desert saw that cloud of dust. A few minutes later, Edward appeared near the explosion with a shield surrounding him. As he watched the devastation that he created, he was quite calm. As a person born in modern society and who has created a very advanced civilization, he understood how to use nuclear fission and fusion to make a thermonuclear bomb. He even created a spell that had the same effect. However, just now, he used alchemy to accomplish this feat before he had tried to do the same. Unfortunately, despite knowing the scientific process behind it, he could not control energy with sufficient accuracy to make it happen. Fortunately, he learned many things from that dwarf. As Edward watched the sand that had turned into glass because of the heat, he said out loud, "Morgana sent the appropriate golem to clean the radiation in the surrounding. Forget it, I have a faster way." He waved his hand to create a small vortex that immediately swallowed the radiation in the surroundings and sent it to a designated area of his dimension. After that, he teleported back to his laboratory. This time, he was going to review every single detail of that homunculus life instead of just a brief understanding. After lying in a comfortable position, he began. A few days later, he opened his eyes and a slight smile could be seen on his face. This time, he learned a few important pieces of information. 1. This homunculus is a part of God itself, a part of its essence. This is the reason that it was born with so much knowledge. The second thing that he learned is that this God is the source of alchemy, it is the place that it originated from. At least, in this world, that's true. Thirdly, truth and God are probably one and the same, or they are connected. The reason he is not sure is because of the events that happened later in the story. The homunculus known as Father managed to forcefully open the gate of truth and swallowed this god and used millions of souls to contain it inside his body. Logically speaking, this should not be possible based on how powerful truth is. The only reason that Father succeeded is either truth allowed it to happen, or like Herpo, he cannot intervene in the world as he pleased. Edward believed that the former is more likely. However, here comes another problem. Why do all of this? Could it be it just wanted to teach humanity a lesson about hubris? Maybe it was bored and wanted to use the world as a game? Or, it could be something that Edward could not understand at the moment. Edward shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. Things related to truth were not something that his current self could get involved with. Maybe in the future, once he is more knowledgeable and powerful, he might try to get the answer. After reining in his thoughts, he focused on a specific memory that he received from the homunculus mind. It was the memory of a floating gate. However, this gate was not the gate of truth, it was something else. According to the brief information he received, this gate was known as the Origin Gate. The homunculus did not know anything about this gate. In fact, he only saw it for a passing moment. Nevertheless, he instinctively knew its name, and held it in very high regard. It was like meeting a very noble person and instinctively having respect for it. Even as Edward reviewed the memory, he too instinctively felt respect and adoration for it. Unfortunately, besides the name of this gate, there was no other information. So, Edward started to ponder. What if that gate is the connection to the Akashic record? Truth seemed obsessed with maintaining the law of equivalent exchange. If gaining knowledge from the Akashic record requires the same principle, this could explain why he is so bent on executing it and maintaining it. After all, he obviously copied the idea of gate from them. After thinking about this, Edward frowned as he realized that there were many flaws in his logic, or at least, many unanswered questions. For example, what is the connection between the gate of truth and truth himself? The logical answer is that it created it, but since all humans have a gate of truth, does that mean that truth is powerful enough to give all humans a soul with said gate? After all, Edward once tested that even people from other worlds like him have their gate. He suddenly paused as he realized that he may have made a mistake. When he tried to find the gate of truth from the prisoner he brought from the Empire, he assumed that since the experiment took place inside his world gate and was isolated from the rules of this world, that his experiment was valid and proved that people from other worlds could have their own gate. However, that may not be true. The rules of this world might be the reason that individuals have a gate, including him. If that's the case, many things now make sense. Truth was most likely a powerful individual who created the power system known as alchemy used in this world. Somehow, it managed to gain access to the Akashic record and traded knowledge with it. Edward paused for a moment as he suddenly remembered the fact that this world did not have an afterlife. After an individual died, his soul would turn to energy and return to the natural flow of this world. What if truth uses soul energy as a currency to trade with the Akashic record? After all, if the record follows the law of equivalent exchange, then it will require a price to gain knowledge from it. And this might not be just that. If I was the person who created the Akashic record, I would trade knowledge with knowledge. By that logic, what if truth created the gate of truth and granted it to humans so that they can help him study alchemy and create new knowledge to trade with the record? It would be similar to how I created the Empire to develop more magical knowledge. After thinking there, Edward stopped as he knew that all of these were simply theorems and conjectures with no basis to back them. Nevertheless, if he is right, he will have to face a major problem. The people of the Empire would not be able to have access to a gate of truth and perform alchemy unless he received approval from truth. His mind quickly calculated as he pondered what to do next. Soon after, he came up with a method. Dealing with truth has many risk factors. However, since he was not powerful enough to deal with these risks, he would just find someone that could. And Edward knew the right person for the job. 153 open plot. After waking up from his thinking and calculation, Edward asked, "Morgana, how are things developing?" The little purple elf appeared out of nowhere and said, "Master, Olivier is really awesome. She killed General Raven without hesitation. I finally understand why you like her so much." "Of course, you have to trust in your master's vision," replied Edward with a smile on his face. By now, the main characters along with Olivier have already learned of the purpose of the nationwide transmutation circle. This also means that the conclusion of the story is nearing its end. Tell Hughes about this information. No problem. Also, how is Nina doing? She's fine mentally, however, she seemed a little lonely. Probably miss her parents. Edward was silent after hearing this. If it was back in his world, he could revive the little's mother so that she could have a family once again. However, in this world, reviving the dead was impossible unless a terrible price was made. And even then, there is a chance that it would not succeed. After all, unlike the Elric brothers, Nina's mother has been dead for countless years. After everything is over, I'll ask Hughes to adopt her so that she can have a new loving family, muttered Edward, then he left his dimension. After entering an office, he saw the beautiful Olivier looking at a map of Ames tries. After entering, she did not turn her back, but asked, "Did you already know?" "Know what?" "About Amistry's transmutation circle." "So what if I did? Would that change anything?" She turned her body to look at him. "It would change a lot if you knew about it and did not do anything, or even say anything." "Well, I did know." Olivier continued staring at him. "Are you wondering why I never interfered?" She just stared at him. Edward sighed before saying, "To you, what is happening is or is about to happen is a calamity that will affect the lives of millions of people. However, to some people or things, this may be nothing but a game. As I said before, your world is too dangerous. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not be drawn in this vortex." Oliver frowned after hearing this, then she remembered how Edward said that there was a god in this world. Could it be that what was happening was part of its plan? Olivier quickly shook her head and did not think about this kind of thing. After all, it was useless and could not help her in this situation. "If I were to ask you to intervene and stop all of this from happening for my sake, would you do it?" asked Olivier. "No," replied Edward directly. "Why is that?" "Just like you previously said, there is not much emotion between us. Although I was attracted by your beauty, that's not enough. If you were one of my wives, I would not hesitate to fight gods, devil, and demons for you. I would not hesitate to destroy worlds for you. However, you're not." Olivier was silent after hearing this. She did not mind Edward's answer. In fact, one of the reasons she liked interacting with him was his candidness. He rarely lied or hid anything from her. As long as she asked him something, he would answer. And if he could not, he would simply say that he could not answer. "Furthermore, you do not seem like a person who likes to rely on others when you can deal with the problem yourself," continued Edward. Oliver agreed with him. She only asked because she was curious about his answer. After that, the two spoke for a few hours about the situation of Ames tries before Edward left. He teleported to a specific place in the northern area. He placed his hand on the ground creating a transmutation circle that soon disappeared. After that, he operated again to another specific area in the north and did the same. For the next few hours, Edward operated to different places in the eastern, southern, western, and central areas. And in those places, he placed the same transmutation circle. If anyone could map out the places that Edward placed these circles, they would also find a nationwide transmutation circle that was completely different from the ones Father was building. Edward's purpose was essentially an open plot. Father managed to absorb the Eye of God that was located in the world beyond the Gate of Truth and used millions of souls to contain that entity inside his body. As a result of this, he also learned all the knowledge of that entity and became the god of alchemy. Edward wanted all that knowledge, but he also did not want to offend truth. So, he designed this transmutation circle with the sole purpose of taking that knowledge directly from Father himself after he swallows God. This is where Edward's plot comes in. Whether truth allowed Father to succeed for some plan or he could not intervene and prevent it, it was beneficial to Edward. Either way, he will still get access to all that alchemy knowledge without taking any of the risks that Father took. Of course, there is also the possibility that truth will intervene and directly make Edward's transmutation circle useless and prevent him from succeeding. Despite this, he decided to try and wait. Even if he failed, he did not lose much anyway. After making his preparation, he returned to his dimension. Inside one of the many living rooms, he saw Hughes with a frown on his face. The latter seemed to be pondering about something very deeply. Now that the truth is out, you can leave if you want, said Edward. Unexpectedly, Hughes shook his head. That would be committing death. Over the past few weeks, he also observed the behaviors of the homunculi and knew how they operated. As such, he knew that if they learned that he was alive, they would do everything to kill him and his family. Do you have a way to mask my identity? Asked Hughes. Yes, replied Edward, who gave him a magic item that could change his appearance at will. As he watched Hughes leave, he was wondering whether this guy's action would change anything, or whether his actions would have little effect. After that, Edward continued to observe things behind the scene. 154 The promised day after Hughes left, he disguised himself and left for Central in an attempt to prevent the plot of the homunculus. As for Edward, he merely watched everything from the shadows. As he watched events unfold, he became very disappointed. The reason that he allowed Hughes to leave was that he wanted to see if things would change with his appearance. Unfortunately, it was not. Only minor details changed because of his appearance. One of which is Olivier asking him to look after his parents for her instead of asking them to leave Ames tries. As he watched things unfold the same way as the anime he watched, he became increasingly more convinced that the events of this world were being manipulated so that a destined path was followed. He tried to do many tests. Unfortunately, he still could not discover any hints or proof of this. Nevertheless, he still believed his intuition. In that way, as the day of reckoning approached, Edward began to worry about his plan. Based on his recent discovery, he did think that it would succeed. Time passed and soon, it was the promised day, and Edward finally left his dimension. He suddenly appeared next to Olivier, who was injured in her battle. As soon as he saw her, he could feel she was sad even though she had a calm face. What's wrong? He asked. She hesitated for a moment and said, I just learned that one of my men is dead. By now, shouldn't you be used to the death of soldiers? After all, dying on the battlefield is a common thing. I can accept it, but I will never be used to it. No human being should be used to death. Edward nodded his head. If you're talking about Captain Buccaneer, he's fine. What do you mean? I placed a spell on him to preserve his soul. Once everything is over, he can be revived after fixing his body. Oliver's eyes lit up after hearing this, then she hurriedly asked, what about the other brig soldiers? Don't push your luck, replied Edward calmly. Olivier sighed and did not mention the topic again. She was just happy that her right-hand man was saved. What are you doing here? I'm here to take you away. Take me away? I'm in the middle of a battle. Izumi Curtis had just disappeared right in front of her. She wanted to find her. Edward placed his hand on her injured arm, then an electric light suddenly came from his hand. Using alchemy, he instantly healed all her injuries. Then, he snapped his finger and the two of them disappeared. The two of them soon arrived in a separate dimension with a large screen in front of them. Olivier was surprised and wanted to ask. However, after seeing the solemn look on Edward's face, she remained silent. On that screen, it soon showed what was happening with Father, the Elric brothers, and the other sacrifices. Hohenheim, Izumi Curtis, and Colonel Mustang. On the screen, tentacles came from Father's new form and bound all 5 sacrifices. Immediately afterward, an eye appeared on the bodies of the 5 people. Finally, Father activated the nationwide transmutation circle. Black shadow enveloped the entire nation of Ames tries. Then, all his citizens started to fall on the floor one by one. What's going on? Asked Olivier. Their souls have been extracted. What? We have to do something. My brother is still there. Although on the surface she looked like she did care about her brother, however, that was not true. Their relationship could be described as the epitome of sibling rivalry. Calm down, said Edward calmly. He along with everyone will be fine. Olivier looked at what was happening on the screen, then looked at Edward. In the end, she did not say anything else. She realized that even if she returned to Ames tries, there was nothing that she could do. All that was left now was to trust Edward's words. Meanwhile, after the nationwide transmutation circle was activated, a gigantic gate suddenly appeared in the sky. Is that the Earth Gate? Thought Edwards as his mind quickly functioned. All living things have their gate of truth. As such, since this planet has a consciousness and is considered a living thing, it also has its own gate. What Father did was to use the energy from opening the gates of the 5 sacrifices to open the gate of the planet and absorb its consciousness. Edward then continued to watch events unfold. After Father absorbed the Earth's consciousness and became a gigantic being, another gate appeared in the sky with one eye showing. Then, Father began to slowly absorb that gate. So, he used the massive energy of the Earth Gate to open the Sky Gate, which should be the place that the dwarf I created came from and the place that the Eye of God resides. Finally, Father absorbed the being he called God and took a new form that looked similar to humans. It's ironic how Father looked down on humans, but the final and perfect form that he pursued all his life looked like a human. This can only show that this homunculus just his son. Envy looked forward to human life. He wanted to have things that humans have. As Father finished his plan, Edward took a good look at him. He could tell that the latter used the more than 50 million Amastrian souls to contain God inside of him. As such, he could not be said to have absorbed it completely, more like playing a symbiosis with it just like Kurama is to Naruto. Edward quickly shook his head to get these distracting thoughts out of his head. He had better things to do now. As soon as Father contained God, his transmutation circle activated and a massive amount of alchemy knowledge came into his mind. He quickly closed his eyes and contacted Morgana through their soul links and had her accept these pieces of information and categorize them. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes. Edward suddenly took out a philosopher's stone and held it in his left hand. He raised his right hand and a small sun appeared. Olivier, who was next to him, was quite shocked. However, she soon found something was wrong. Veins started appearing on his hands, sweats dripping down his forehead, and he looked a little pale. Before she could say anything, the mini-sun disappeared, and all the mana that was coursing through his veins returned to the stone. With the knowledge of God and a power source like the philosopher's stone, he could accomplish the same feat as Father by creating a small sun. However, he was not happy about this. Although his plan worked, the feeling that something was wrong kept growing. If anyone is confused about the whole concept of Earthgate and Skygate, well, I'm also confused. I watched the anime many times and did a lot of research, but nothing was made clear. So, I had to come up with an explanation of my own. 155 Immortality. Edward decided to follow his instinct that something was wrong. So, he immediately used a spell on his mind. Immediately, he entered a state where his mind or consciousness is very inactive, his thoughts are mostly blank. The ideas and thoughts in his mind were removed completely from his mind, even the ones in subconsciousness. That way, even if someone tries to read his mind, all they would see is blank. As for his usual interaction with people that requires thinking, he first wanted to let Morgana take control of it. However, he changed his mind. Instead, he created a second brain that had the same brain wave as his and connected to his own, created a small dimension attached to his body, and placed the brain inside. The second brain did not have many of his thoughts or memories but could serve as a way for his daily communication. Master, you're being too paranoid again, said Morgana directly through their soul link. She knew that her master did all of this to prevent truth from reading his mind. However, he seemed to have gone overboard. Edward ignored her. All these preparations were made long ago to deal with powerful mind readers. The only difference was that now he could create a small dimension to place the brain instead of carrying it on him inside a magic item. After activating Project Mind Blocking, which only took him an instant, Edward continued to watch the events of this world unfold. As for Olivier next to him, she did not even notice the changes that occurred in the split seconds after he extinguished that Min-san. On the screen, events continued to occur as they should. Father thought that it had achieved the perfect form and become God. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Hohenheim has been messing with the nationwide transmutation circle for many years. Over his long years of life, he managed to talk to and convince the more than 500,000 souls inside his body to get their forgiveness. Then, he asked them for help to prevent what happened to Xerxes from repeating itself. As such, he has been going around the world releasing some of the souls inside his body at strategic places around Ames tries to prepare for the day that Father accomplished his ambitions. So, Hohenheim immediately activated his plan. Immediately afterward, all the souls of the citizens of Ames tries that were inside Father were forcibly released and returned to their bodies. Olivier was finally relieved after seeing this. She was glad that Edward did not lie to her. Her brother along with the people of Ames tries will be fine. After Hohenheim's plan worked, Father was in some trouble. He needed these souls to contain God inside his body. Without it, he had to use his own power to contain it, thus reducing his offensive abilities. Unfortunately, even severely weakened, few people were his opponent. Additionally, Father controlled the tectonic energy underneath Ames tries, thus rendering all alchemists useless. The only people capable of using alchemy were Hohenheim because of the philosopher's stone inside his body, and Mei Chang who used alchemy. As Edward watched things unfold, he suddenly had an idea coming to his mind. The idea was the fact that he would also have to control the tectonic energy back in the Empire after he spreads alchemy. After all, who knows what crazy things these wizards and scientists will experiment with after gaining access to such power. If he does not have a way to control them, the empire might be plunged into chaos. As soon as this idea came to his mind, the spell activated and intercepted the idea and sent it to his world gate located outside of this universe in the void where it was stored. To him, this was the safest place as truth power should not be able to reach there. Edward knew that he had to wait until he deactivated the spell for this idea to come back. But now was not the time. After Hohenheim and Mei Chang struggled against Father, the Elric brothers and Scar's plan finally activated. Using Scar's brothers' alchemy research, they were able to counter Father's control over the tectonic energy and allowed other alchemists to regain their ability to perform transmutation. Once events unfold to this point, Edward looked at Olivier and said, "We can leave now." He then teleported her to the battlefield where countless soldiers and a few alchemists battled against the weakened Father. As soon as she arrived at the location, Olivier took charge of both the Briggs and Central soldiers, commanding them on the attack against Father. As for Edward, he just looked around and watched. He saw many people he was familiar with including Hughes that had revealed his identity to his best friend, Colonel Mustang. After that, he closed his eyes. Immediately afterward, he found himself in the point of view of Father. He could feel all his thoughts and actions. The reason he did that was to learn how this guy managed to contain such a powerful being inside his body. This kind of knowledge might be useful in the future. Soon, things unfolded just as they should. Under Greed's sacrifice, Father's body was turned into fragile carbon atoms. Alphonse sacrificed his soul to get his brother's arm back, and Ed finally killed Father. In the end, Father lost the ability to contain God and returned to his true and original form, the dwarf in the flask. Immediately after that, Edward Elric used human transmutation, sacrificed his gate of truth as a toll to bring his brother's body back. Everything was over, so people began the process of cleaning up and dealing with the aftermath. While Edward was waiting with nothing to do, someone approached him. It was Mei Chang. "Mr. Bones, can I ask you something?" As Edward looked at the little girl, he could not help but remember his cousin Susan when she was young. Back then, she was so cute. He crouched down, smiled as he patted the little girl's head. "What is it?" Mei Chang felt kindness from him, so she did not resist. "Alphonse told me that you're a very powerful alchemist. So, I was wondering if you know of a way to achieve immortality." "I do, the Philosopher's Stone." "No, I meant a way without using the lives of others." And my answer remained the same. After seeing the confused look on the little girl's face, he took a stone from the ground and began to draw a transmutation circle. The Philosopher's Stone is made with the life energy and souls of humans. Life force is essentially the chi in the dragon pulse that Xinji's alchemist used. However, there is a place that contains almost endless chi, this planet, explained Edward. By gathering chi or life force from the planet, you can make a Philosopher's Stone without using the lives of people. After explaining the process, he activated the circle, and soon afterward, a white stone appeared in the middle. Mei Chang could feel the vast abundant chi inside that stone. With this stone, you can live for a few thousand years while also being immortal. Well, at least, until the energy in the stone is exhausted. After handing the stone to her, she asked, "For me?" "Yes. Consider it a gift for our first meeting." He waved his hand and the stone entered the little girl's body and fused with her heart. Well, it was not completely fused, but more served as an energy source. The real fusion of a Philosopher's Stone is too painful and horrible. Soon after Edward helped Mei Chang, he could feel a few eyes looking at him. They were Riza, Hawkeye and Hughes, along with Alphonse and two burly men standing next to him. Instantly, he could guess these people's meaning. Alphonse probably wanted to ask him to use the same method he did on Nina to separate his Chimera friends, while Hughes and Riza probably wanted him to heal Mustang's eyes. Instead, Edward immediately teleported away. Although he can be nice and do things based on a whim as he did for Mei Chang, it did not mean that he was a philanthropist willing to help everyone. Moss Hughes sighed after seeing this as he was not surprised. After being with Edward for so long, he knew about his temperament. If this guy likes you, he does not mind helping you. But if he treated you as a stranger, then he probably won't care about your life and death unless it was beneficial to him. I have not been very happy with the recent chapters. I discovered that not many of my viewers have seen the show, so I have to describe many events so that they can understand the story. Adding to that, the entire FMAB story took place in a few months. There is not much I can write about. And now, we are already at the end of the story. Of course, this arc is not over yet as I still have many things more to write. But, soon, Edward will return home, so be prepared for his next journey. 156 visitors. A few days after the events of the promised day, Edward received a visitor inside the manor that he bought in Ames Tries. Luckily, he was not busy and was staying there for some time. Ever since all the plots were finished, he removed the spell he placed around the house. After opening the door, he saw a perfectly healthy Al and Ed waiting for him, and he was not that surprised that Al had healed in just a few days instead of spending years nurturing his body and retraining his muscles. "It seems that May has put the stone I gave her to good use," said Edward. "Yes. With it, her alchemy has greatly strengthened, so she was able to heal my body," replied Alphonse. Edward invited them inside and offered them some tea. After some pleasantries, he directly said, "I'm guessing that you're here for your Chimera friends." "What were their names?" "Jurso and Zampino," said Alphonse. "I will not help get their bodies back. You want to help them, do it yourself. I will open my library to you and all the knowledge needed to do so is in there. However, as an alchemist, I follow the law of equivalent exchange. So, if you want something from inside, you have to pay an equal value of knowledge. Ed and Alphonse probably guessed this outcome as Hughes already warned them. Nevertheless, they were still satisfied as they had a way forward, they still had a chance. Alphonse looked at his quiet brother and motioned him to say something. However, seeing the latter remaining motionless, so, he could only speak for himself. Mr. Bones, we were wondering if there was a way for my brother to regain his ability to perform alchemy again. Yes. Become more powerful than the individual that took your alchemy. You mean truth? Asked Ed. What exactly is it? I do not know. Just like he said, God, the universe, the consciousness of all living things. Or just a powerful entity charged with maintaining the law of equivalent exchange. In the end, it does matter. What truly matters is the fact that you did not lose your ability to perform alchemy just because you destroy your gate of truth. Even if you were to recreate the gate, you still would not be able to perform alchemy. Edward was not talking nonsense. In the anime, even with the Philosopher's Stone, Hohenheim could not give Izumi Curtis the ability to have children even after fixing her organs problems. And even Edward could not do the same after giving her a powerful magic potion. When it comes to Ed's problem, he did a few experiments beforehand. He had one of his prisoners sacrifice their gates to acquire knowledge. Then, he developed a plan that should have allowed him to regain his ability to perform alchemy. The plan involved the meditation method that Hermione developed for mages back in the Empire. The meditation technique allowed muggles with enough potential to sense and control mana in the environment. So, Edward modified this technique to allow the prisoner to sense and control tectonic energy on the ground so that he could perform alchemy again. Although this method requires a high level of talent, the prisoner did meet the requirement. Unfortunately, even after sensing the tectonic energy, he was incapable of controlling it to do anything. According to his description, it felt like he was taking a test and knew all the answers, however, he could not write down the answer no matter what he did. As such, Edward knew that even if he gave Edward Elric this meditation method, it would not work. After hearing the answer, Ed was a little disappointed, although not that much as he was prepared for this outcome. However, he still had one thing he wanted to know. Based on what you said, Colonel Mustang should not be able to regain his eyesight even with the Philosopher's Stone. So, why did it work for him? Think about the difference in circumstances between you, your teacher, and Mustang, replied Edward. You mean the fact that he was forced to perform human transmutation? That's correct. Since it was not of his own volition, truth will allow him to regain his sight. I never thought of it as a benevolent being, mocked Ed. Edward just shrugged his shoulders in response. He did not have anything to comment regarding this topic. After the three chatted for a while, the Elric brothers left after promising to come by to exchange the knowledge that they needed. After the two left, Morgana appeared next to Edward and said, Master, you've been quite grumpy lately. I know. It's just that the situation we found ourselves in this world is quite frustrating. Shouldn't you be used to it after dealing with Herpo for so long? The situation with Herpo is different. At least with him, I could gather some information no matter how little. And with that small information, I could deduce more, find ways to gather more information, and eventually, found solutions. But now, there is nothing to go on, which is a little frustrating. Morgana nodded and said a few things to comfort him. A few hours later, another person came to visit Edward. It was Hughes and his family. Thank you for saving my husband, said Gracia Hughes. Our family does not know how to repay you, so I baked you some miso caramel apple pie. Edward accepted her gift with a smile. He then looked at the two little girls that were accompanying Hughes and Gracia. He squatted down on the floor to be at the same eye level as them. Nina, how are you doing recently? Do you like your new family? Yes. Mr. Hughes and Ms. Gracia treat me very well, replied Nina with a genuine smile, probably the only one she had in a very long time. Edward nodded his head, then looked at the other little girl. What about you, Alicia? How do you like your new sister? Great. I finally have someone to play with when Daddy is busy with his work. After inviting the family inside, they had a long chat. Edward tasted the apple pie, and it was quite delicious. So, he asked Gracia for the recipe and she was happy to give it to him. A few minutes after the Hughes family left, another person came to see him. It was Olivier. Edward was wondering why so many people wanted to visit him on the same day too. Unlike the other people, after coming to see him, Olivier made herself at home by taking off her boots and the top part of her uniform, leaving only the black undershirt. She then went straight for the liquor cabinet, took the entire bottle, and jugged it down with ease. What's gotten into you today? Asked Edward. That old man Grumman was chosen as the next Führer. Huh? What about you? Since most of the previous military leaders are either dead or traitors, based on ranks, he is next in line for the position. As for me, I was just promoted to general. So, what are you going to do? Nothing. I already talked to Grumman and he promised me that I would be his successor. What about Mustang? She sneered. He can only be after me. Edward then spent the night drinking with her. After she drank her depressed mood away, she left. She refused his invitation to spend the night. 157 Discovery. After dealing with his interpersonal relationship, Edward used a magic item to teleport back to his world gate that was located in the void outside of the Fullmetal Alchemist world. Once there, he headed straight to a strange room full of machines. In the middle of the room was a machine that had something that looked like a bed. Without hesitation, Edward took off his clothes and lay on the bed. Morgana, begin the scan. I want everything to be searched, from every atom in my body to my soul, my mind, and my magic core. As you command. Soon, Edward fell asleep, then, countless lights flashed around his body, scanning every inch of it. An hour later, he woke up and asked, "What were the results?" "There have been some changes, but not what you were expecting," replied Morgana, who had a projection in front of her. "What changes?" "For one, your body's physical aspects have drastically increased due to the aura circulating everywhere. Secondly, you have now access to mana equal to the second limiter. Additionally, your mana seems to be undergoing some sort of mutation. Unfortunately, the process is still ongoing and there is not enough data to speculate." Edward frowned after hearing this. After putting on a robe, he closed his eyes to feel the mana flowing through his body. He wanted to know what this mutation was all about. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes with a little understanding. Each world has different rules or regulations that govern them. They have different laws. For example, in his world, the speed of sound is 343 m/s. However, in another universe, this constant might change to 400 m/s or something less. The mana in his body is a result of the law of the Harry Potter world. It allowed the existence of magic and mana. However, the Full Metal world is different. Its laws do not allow the existence of magic. So, what happens when mana is introduced into a world that it should not exist in? The logical answer is that it ceased to function or disappeared entirely. But that's not what happened. Instead, Edward's mana started to evolve, mutate so that it can function properly under the laws of the new world. "I should have thought about this before," muttered Edward softly. "Why is it that I was able to use magic in a magicless world?" However, the question he was asking himself now was, why did his mana evolve instead of becoming useless? Could this be a characteristic of mana that he had never heard about? Or is it related to some higher concepts that he has not come into contact with? Is the only one this change was happening to? Edward then waved his hand and an unconscious prisoner suddenly appeared in front of him. He placed his hand on his chest where his heart was located. He then used a spell to check the magic core of this wizard. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. So, he immediately checked a few more dozen people, but the result was the same. Edward frowned as he pondered deeply. Then, an idea flashed across his mind. Immediately, he took another prisoner, a special one. This prisoner had appeared in the Full Metal Alchemist world and was experimented on by Edward to see if he could have a gate of truth. Edward then checked his mana. Indeed, his mana is also evolving like mine, albeit at a slower pace. He checked a few more people who he previously experimented on in Ames tries, and they were all going through some sort of evolution. Since this evolution is a positive one, then I can encourage the other wizards of the Empire to travel to other universes to reap the benefit. Edward could foresee that one day, countless floating cities of the Empire will travel to different universes, conquering, exchanging knowledge, and experiencing different power systems. Of course, that will be in the future when he is powerful enough to suppress all these people even if they were to revolt at once, and also control or reign in their ambitions and desires. Additionally, once a wizard is granted the right of interdimensional travel, they have to sign a contract that says that they have to hand over all the knowledge they acquired in other worlds to Edward. And if they decide to walk the path of conquest, they have to hand over 30% of their gains as tax. If they fail to conquer a world, they can request backup from the Empire. However, in return, they have to pay 70% of their gains instead. Additionally, Edward will promise them that if they die in another world, the Empire will avenge them, and maybe revive them if necessary. Edward shook his head to remove these thoughts from his head. Right now, the development of the Empire has not reached such a point, and it's not even close. After making this discovery about mana, Edward decided to gather some more data. So, he sent a few hundred wizard prisoners in a cell in his manor back in Ames tries. He also sent another group of Muggle prisoners as a control group to see if there will be other changes. Morgana, were there any other discoveries of the scan? Yes. The strength of your soul has increased by at least 10 times. This should be the result of all the alchemy knowledge you learned from the Eye of God. Edward was not surprised by this discovery. In the Empire, a wizard named Carlos de Leon once discovered the relationship between knowledge and a wizard's soul. The more knowledge a wizard has, the more powerful his soul is. And with a powerful soul, it is easier for them to control mana. For example, if two wizards with the same amount of mana were to fight, then the one with the more powerful soul has a higher chance of winning. With a powerful soul, wizards can cast spells faster, the strength of the spells are more powerful, they have greater control of their spells, and they can recover mana faster. This is one of the reasons that scholar mages are more powerful and respected in the Empire than battle mages. Despite all this good news revealed by the scan, Edward was not happy. The reason he wanted to do it in the first place was to discover whether Truth had secretly done something to him. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. "I'm going to say it again, Master, you're too paranoid," said Morgana. "That may be," muttered Edward. "I need you to do one last test. Do a psychological test on me to see if there are any changes." Morgana sighed before nodding. She looked Edward in the eyes and asked a few questions. A few minutes later, he was in a trance, and Morgana asked more detailed questions, and Edward subconsciously answered. 3 hours later, he woke up from his trance. "Well, did you find something?" "Yes. I did discover an anomaly, replied Morgana with a serious look on her little face. 158 new magic system. Anomaly? What anomaly? Asked Edward. Based on your previous thought patterns, you seemed very obsessed with bringing the power of alchemy to the Empire, replied Morgana with a solemn look on her face. Based on this discovery, there is a high chance that a spiritual hint was placed inside your mind to make you that way. After hearing this, Edward suddenly understood. In the past few months, he has been thinking non-stop about how to make all the citizens of the Empire have a gate of truth and use alchemy. When he discovered that the laws of his world might not allow this to happen, he was even going to ask Truth for a way to modify the law of his world to allow people to have a gate of truth. Of course, his paranoid nature did manifest itself. His plan was after receiving the method from Truth, he would not immediately use it, but go to see the old man Merlin and ask if there were any problems with the method. Now, after finding the truth, Edward suddenly realized something he had overlooked. He could make a gate of truth without the help of Truth. In fact, he could recreate the entire alchemy system on his own. Father had long attempted to create a gate of truth of his own. The result of his failure was the homunculus, gluttony. Since Edward already has the data of Father, succeeding would be much easier. When it comes to the knowledge that alchemist received after opening the gate, Edward could also recreate this process as well. All he had to do was create a dimension that is connected to every alchemist's gate of truth and stored information inside. With the knowledge he acquired from the Eye of God, this was a simple thing for him. Despite this, he never thought about doing this, but insisted on asking Truth for him. This was a problem. Edward sighed after figuring things out. He suddenly felt that his mind was clear and that it was working properly. In the end, this was all because of his arrogance and pride. Although he knew that Truth was such a powerful being, he did not take precautions and went to meet it. He thought that he had humbled himself by asking for permission to stay in the world. However, he forgot the saying, mortals should not look up to God. With his measly strength, he should not directly interact with some entity, at least without the necessary information and preparation. After figuring this out, Edward was relieved. Luckily for him, only a spiritual hint was implanted in his subconscious and nothing else. He guessed that Truth did not want him to suspect anything and believed that wanting to bring alchemy back to his world was his own idea. Just like the saying, you can make a person walk straight to hell as long as they believe it was their idea. As for the reason that Truth wanted him to change the laws of his world, Edward could guess there were many benefits for the latter. After figuring things out, a ruthless light flashed across Edward's eyes as he looked at the crystal wall in front of him. A crazy idea came to his mind. He was never a person to suffer a loss so easily. However, he did not rush to do things. He still had plenty of time to plan things easily. He waved his hand and a holographic image appeared in front of him. Inside, there were 3 documents labeled, Wandcraft Magic, Draconian Language Magic, and Devil Whisper Magic. He opened the Wandcraft Magic folder and there were many folders of subcategories like Conjuring, Elemental, White Magic, Transfiguration, Dark Magic, etc. And each of those categories had other subcategories like Necromancy and Summoning. Basically, the Wandcraft Magic was all the spells created by the Empire based on the original Harry Potter magic that was based on Latin and Old English incantation. Edward closed the folder before opening the Draconic Magic one. This one also had many subcategories of magic. The majority of magic in the first folder was converted to Draconic Magic since it was more powerful. Additionally, there was the category of Time Magic that did not exist in the first folder. As for the third folder, it had the least subcategories and amount of spells. Its magic was more focused on the soul and mind, along with contracts. Morgana, create 2 new folders, one labeled Gate Alchemy. As for the second, call it Arcane Rune Magic. As you wish, sir. 2 new folders were created. On the one named Gate Alchemy, she uploaded all the knowledge that they received in this world. As for the second one, it was blank. Edward has long been dissatisfied with these 2 different magic systems for different reasons. The Wandcraft system had many flaws. For one, it was very hard to cast spells without incantation. According to his study, without incantation, wizards can only use 90% of the power of any spells. Even Edward can only use 95% of the power of the spell, and that seems to be the limit. Meaning that if 2 wizards used the same amount of mana, one used incantation and the other did not, the latter can only use 90% of the power of the spell, and only if he is gifted. Of course, the silent cast still has its advantage in speed. Another disadvantage is the fact that multiple spells are very difficult to accomplish. Using that system, a wizard can only use one spell after the other. If you wanted to use Ice Spear and Pyroblast together, it's not possible. As for the Draconic Language Magic, this one has problems as well. Although powerful, this does not change the fact that it's the magic of the dragon race. Humans and dragons have different souls and anatomy, especially in the vocal cord. So, it is very difficult to bring out the full extent of this magic. On top of that, Edward believed that he did not get the full language from Albion's bloodline. Based on what he learned about dragons from the latter, their magic should be way more powerful. Of course, that is if he was not bragging. Lastly, the Devil Whisper Magic. Over the years, based on the devil language that Edward learned to make his contract, the Empire managed to recreate the magic power of that language. Unfortunately, it is currently still incomplete. Another major complaint that Edward had with these 3 magic systems was how tedious it was to engrave all these words when making magic items, especially large items like spaceships or the floating city. It took too much time and could not fully bring out the power of the enchantment. So, based on his recent study of gate alchemy, he decided to merge all 4 of these things together to create a new magic system. 159 New Magic System. 2. Using his mana, Edward created 2 circles inside each other in the air. The 2 circles are part of transmutation circles and represent the flow of energy, allowing it to be contained. After drawing the circle, Edward drew Colonel Mustang's flame alchemy symbol, which is basically 2 hourglasses made of triangles connected to one another. On top of the hourglasses was a flame symbol, while the bottom had a salamander. In the first hourglass made of 2 triangles, he drew the ancient runes for Kanaz from his world in both triangles. In the second hourglass, he drew the ancient rune Saulo. Kanaz is the rune for torch, while Saulo is the rune for the sun. In the space between the 2 circles, on the left side, he wrote the dragon incantation Diffe, which could create flames. On the right side, he wrote the incantation Incendio. After everything was done, he used his mana to activate the circle and runes. A spark appeared in front of the circle before extinguishing. It did not even last a few seconds. Edward was not surprised as he continued to test. He removed the Incendio incantation on the right and replaced it with the dragon incantation. This time, a bigger spark appeared. He then removed all the dragon incantations with wandcraft incantations. A small spark appeared again, lasting 3 seconds. Edward then removed the ancient runes in the middle and replaced them with different language incantations. For the next 3 hours, Edward tried different ways of placing the runes and incantations but only created a spark. Obviously, he was missing something to create his new magic. He took a few minutes breaks and drank a potion that refreshed his mind, making it easier for him to think. After returning to work, he decided to try another approach. I have been inscribing the runes with mana and activating it with mana as well. This could be one of the problems. In that case, let's try something else. Transmutation circle can be engraved or inscribed with anything, chalk, blood, pencil, or ink. However, Edward did not want his new magic system to rely on foreign aid to cast spells. Mana is contained inside the body and flows through the bloodstream. So, blood could be used. He used a spell to draw blood from his body and drew the magic circle with all the runes needed. Then, used his mana to activate it. A small flame appeared in front of the circle. However, it did not last long before becoming unstable. Then, bang! A powerful explosion spread throughout the room, enveloping everything in smoke. Luckily, this room was empty, so nothing was destroyed. Once the smoke cleared, Edward was standing upright with a transparent sphere protecting him. He knew that creating new spells was dangerous, so he was prepared beforehand. After all, one of his wife's mothers died because of an accident like this. Although using blood is better than mana, it is not practical at all. Wizards will have to use spells to control their blood to cast spells. Not to mention how much blood would be needed in a protracted battle. He pondered for a moment, then muttered, in that case, let's try aura. So, he engraved the magic circle with aura and activated it. A large spark occurred, followed by a massive explosion. This trial failed. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized the core issue. Aura was created by the fusion of mana and life force. So, it contained a large amount of mana. After coming to this conclusion, Edward then tried using only life force. A flame the size of a tennis ball appeared before exploding again. Compared with the previous flame that was the size of a ping-pong ball, the size was drastically increased. Unfortunately, Edward was still not satisfied. Overuse of life force will decrease the lifespan of wizards, so this was not a viable option. So, he went back to the drawing board. He walked back and forth in the scorched room that suffered from many explosions. Luckily, it was enchanted to withstand such damage. Mana is controlled or guided by the mind, muttered Edward to himself as he paced back and forth. The mind is an extension of the soul. So, what if I use the soul instead? Edward, along with many wizards of the Empire, has done extensive research on the soul, so they can manipulate it at will. One of their discovery is an energy special of the soul that Edward called spiritual energy based on the anime Bleach. So, with the power of this spiritual energy, he started drawing the magic circle. A red magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Edward, then he used his mana to activate it. This time, a flame the size of a basketball manifested, then exploded. Indeed, the soul is the best choice. Overuse of it will only lead to fatigue and weariness. With enough rest and mediation, a wizard can quickly replenish its loss. And when it comes to people with powerful souls, they do not have to worry about things like overuse. After making this discovery, Edward was finally satisfied, and the first step of creating his magic system was completed. Now, he needed to find the reason for the explosion and deal with the situation. So, he cast a few more spells with his spiritual energy to gather enough data. A few hours later, he discovered the crux of the problem. It was a conflict of all the different runes used in this system. Whether it is wandcraft incantation, ancient runes, or draconic language, they operated mana at different frequencies. Trying to mix them together resulted in the instability of the spell, this leading to the explosion. After a few more tests, he discovered that the draconic language was very overbearing. It would always try to overwhelm the other incantations, thus leading to the instability of the spell. Although the other incantations were not as bad as it, they were not better too. Using different ones always leads to conflict. Nevertheless, Edward had a solution to this problem: alchemical runes. Unlike the others, alchemical runes can control different kinds of energy, whether it is tectonic energy, life energy, or soul energy, it can be used. So, Edward will modify them to accept and control different frequencies of mana so that the spell becomes more stable. 160 Magic System 3. After finding a solution to his problem, Edward began to fix it. Alchemy runes are usually made of geometrical patterns like triangles and squares and are used as a way to control and release energy in a way most conducive to the alchemist. With all the alchemy runes of this world along with the knowledge of the Eye of God, it only took Edward an hour to design the new runes for the fire spell. In general, the design of the magic circle was not that different, with the same draconic language, ancient runes, wandcraft incantation, and the fire and salamander symbol. What was different was the hourglasses made of triangles in the middle. Instead, it was replaced by a more complex geometrical symbol. After everything was done, Edward was satisfied and activated the circle with his mana. A blue flame the size of a basketball appeared immediately afterward. He waited for a few seconds to see if there would be any other accident, but nothing happened. Succeed. He then continued to increase the amount of mana in the circle. As a result, the flame increased in size until it was about 30 meters in diameter. Under his control, the flame turned into a ball. As he looked at the fireball in front of him, he created another magic circle. The runes of this one were similar to the previous one, with only a few ones changed. After activating it, another blue fireball appeared. Unlike the first one, he did not have to control the flame to change shape into a ball but appeared that way. Finally, Edward created another magic circle and a third fireball appeared. As he looked at all these fireballs, he began to think about the fundamental difference between them. In the first two, he transformed mana into fire elements that can be controlled. As for the last one, he controlled the oxygen around to make the flame. One used magic, while the other used science. Nevertheless, he was very satisfied with the versatility of this new magic system. Nodding his head with a little pride, Edward quickly calmed down before saying, "Morgana, based on the data we have at hand, optimize the runes in these 3 spells." "As you wish, sir. How long will it take?" 1H32MN19S. "In that case, I'll go eat something." More than an hour later, Edward looked at the optimized runes in front of him with his lips twitching. He thought that he had created a masterpiece, but Morgana discovered so many problems with them. He used his mana to cast the newly improved spell, and he discovered that with the same amount of mana, he can create a flame 3 times the size of a basketball. Edward sighed after seeing this result. This is the wonder of artificial intelligence. When it comes to magic, Edward was quite prideful, and rightfully so. In the Empire, many scientists or engineers were on par with him, and many were better than him. However, when it comes to magic talent, he had never found his match, except for Morgana. He knew that it would take him at least a year to optimize such basic spells to such a level, yet, the little elf only took an hour. And this was only because she was not operating at maximum capacity. This is one of the reasons that he strictly controlled the use of artificial intelligence in the Empire. Although he knew with it, the rapid progress of the Empire would be even faster. Nevertheless, he still insisted that artificial intelligence is used as nothing but helping aid humans. They can assist, speed up research, and do many of the long and tedious calculations, but the advancement of any project has to be led by humans or wizards. Artificial intelligence can only be an assistant. After taking a moment to think about these things, he continued to do his research on this new magic system. Creating 1 or 2 spells was not enough to be called a new magic system. However, Edward did not continue to create spells as he discovered another problem. To be exact, he found something he did not like. He discovered that it was very difficult to create 2 magic circles at the same time. So, he concentrated and drew the magic circles in the air. However, after only 5 magic circles, he realized that he could not make any more, and Edward frowned. He did not make any new attempts but continued to practice engraving runes and the magic circle. A few hours later, he could instantly engrave all 5 circles, meaning he could cast 5 spells at the same time. Nevertheless, the number of circles did not increase. With how strong my soul is, I can only use 5 magic circles. What about other wizards? The reason he wanted to create this new system in the first place was that he wanted the wizards in the Empire to have a massive advantage when dealing with other magical civilizations in the future. Yet, so far, this new system has not reached its desired outcome. Of course, Edward did not immediately come up with another method but instead decided to create other spells first and try them. So, for the next 3 months, he recreated many of the spells in his database. One good news that came out of this experience was the fact that his new arcane rune spells were at least 3 to 5 times more powerful than draconic language magic. But, he still did not break the limitation of 5 magic circles. And only a few of the prisoners he tested on could use 2 magic circles. As such, he prepared to use another method to break this limitation. And the solution to this problem was obvious. Since the soul is required to engrave magic circles, then where is the source of the soul in the body? In the soul dimension or soul space. After closing his eyes, Edward found himself in an empty white space with a gate in the middle. This was his soul dimension. Without hesitation, he started engraving spells inside the space, and he only stopped until the large space was filled. Then, he returned to his body. He did not immediately activate these spells. But even his body, he could still see the magic circles in his mind. Interesting, he muttered. It seems that I can leave the spells there and use them at a later date. I should do a test on how long they can stay there. After that, he went to another room in the gate that was a vast desolate place with nothing in sight. Then, he used his mana to activate the spells. 20 magic circles appeared in front of them, then fireballs, ice spears, wind blades, lightning bolts came out of these circles. Boom! A devastating explosion that could instantly wipe out a few modern cities took place. Massive amounts of mana enveloped the surrounding, making things even more chaotic. As for Edward, as he floated in the sky and looked at the devastation below, he nodded in satisfaction. With enough mana, I could probably use more than 20 spells at the same time. After nodding in satisfaction, he began to train. He wanted to have the ability to enter his soul dimension without closing his eyes and entering a deep state of meditation or using spells. After another 3 months of constant training and trial and error, a magical change occurred to Edward. His soul dimension and mind seemed to fuse together. With this change, he could now see his gate of truth inside his mind, and he could engrave magic circles inside with his thoughts alone. 161 Water Resort. After having this breakthrough in his new magic system, Edward was elated. Although he still had many things to accomplish before this system was perfected, he was happy with his progress. With his elated mood, he wanted to celebrate, so he thought of Olivier. He wanted to see her after so long. However, he did not enter the world again. Instead, he created a clone and placed his consciousness inside. The clone entered the world. Fort Briggs. Olivier, who had returned to the north after everything settled, was in her office overviewing documents. She felt something and raised her head, only to see a handsome man with blue eyes standing in front of her, smiling. Instead of replying with the same smile, she sneered, "I thought you had left, returned to the embrace of your 4 wives. An emergency came up, so I had to hurry to deal with it. Then, I got caught on a new research project and lost track of time. I apologize. You disappeared for more than 6 months. If you think an apology is enough to get me to forgive you, then you are gravely mistaken. I know that I was wrong, so I have a surprise for you," replied Edward, still with a smile on his face. He did not mind that Olivier was mad at him. This only showed that she cared. If she was indifferent to his disappearance, then he would worry. "What surprise? We're going to a water resort." "Resort," muttered Olivier as she tried to remember the information about the Empire in her mind. Once again, she sneered, "You just want to see me in a bikini." Edward shrugged his shoulders, "I won't deny this as one of my motives." Olivier glared at him for a second before ignoring him. Amestrise was a landlocked country, so there were no oceans. Additionally, the concept of pools and resorts was not invented yet in this world, or at least, not in Amestrise. She wanted to have such an experience. So, after grunting for a while, she accepted his offer. In fact, she was only thinking that if she was stronger than him, then she would beat him up a little before accepting the offer. Olivier sighed as she told him that they could leave tomorrow as she had things to do for the rest of the day. Edward nodded and waited for her at Briggs. The next day, Edward's clone teleported with Olivier inside his world gate outside of the universe. After seeing 2 Edwards, she frowned. "Clone. Yes. Why? My paranoia has gotten the best of me," replied Edward before dismissing the clone. He waved his hand and a holographic image of many types of bikinis appeared in front of Olivier. "Choose the style you want, then Morgana will print it for you." Edward decided to wait in another room. He thought that things would only last a few minutes, but he forgot that it was a woman shopping. Unfortunately, even the Ice Queen could not resist the allure of shopping for clothes. In the end, Edward had to wait 3 hours before Olivier came up. During the wait, he asked himself many times if it was worth it. However, when he saw her in a blue tutu with a transparent long nightgown, her long blonde hair loosely tied, and large dark sunglasses, he knew that it was worth it. "My dear, you look breathtaking. I'm perfectly aware of this." Edward smiled as he always liked a confident woman. After admiring her curves and perfect figure for a few seconds, he led her to another room in the gate. As soon as Olivier entered, she felt like she entered another world. There were many people, both women and men, both young and old, flocking around and enjoying themselves. Whether it was at the pool, at a restaurant, or a bar, they were everywhere. As Olivier looked at everything in wonder, she started to wonder something. "Where did you get all these people? I thought you came here alone." "Do you really want to know?" asked Edward back. "Tell me, I'm not that fragile." "They're clones?" Olivier looked at him, wanting him to explain. "When I first tried to travel to other universes, I did so while knowing that I might either die during the process or forever get lost in the endless void, forever not able to return home. So, I created this place as a way to interact with people, and deal with loneliness. Plus, they also served as a backup plan." "Backup plan?" "Yes. In case I get stranded somewhere, I can use them as populations to rebuild the empire, then find another way home with the help of many people." Olivier nodded her head as she looked at all those people, wondering how they would feel if they learned that they were just clones of someone else. There is no need to pity them. Compared to their other compatriots in the empire that are used as either cannon fodder for war or experimental materials, they get to live their lives in peace, enjoying every day as if it was a vacation. "I'm guessing that you do not use this place often. So, what happens to these people during your absence?" "I use the power of the gate to freeze them in time. Once I need to come here, I unfreeze them." Olivier nodded her head but no longer asked any more questions. For the next few weeks, she enjoyed herself in the resort. She visited many water slides, the beach, 5-star restaurants, luxurious hotels, and even a movie premiere that Edward organized just for her. With a beautiful dress, she walked the red carpets with countless paparazzi taking pictures. Additionally, she finally learned how vast this space actually was. It was not just a resort, but a large city. However, Edward told him that freezing an entire city in time took too much energy, so he had to only freeze the habit part of the city. However, since he wanted to provide Olivier with the full experience of a modern vacation, he made more clones, implanted them with the necessary memories, and had these people occupy the city. After that, Edward took her to watch different sports games, watched ballet, the opera, and even a concert. Unfortunately, besides American football and rugby, she did not like many sports or other activities. What she enjoyed the most was watching the military training that Edward organized for her. She had a wide smile during the entire ordeal. It's a shame that the military training was only based on the modern 21st century army, and not the Empire's army regiment of wizards and genetically engineered soldiers. Nevertheless, Oliver was still satisfied. According to her, she learned plenty of things that she planned to use when she returned to Briggs, and eventually, for Ames tries. Once their date finished, Edward sent her back home, and he continued his magic research. 162 chain circle. After more than a month of relaxing, Edward returned back to his busy schedule of magic research. He walked into the testing site he designed to create spells and test them. Morgana, create a subcategory under arcane rune magic. Call it, chain magic circle/magic array. As you wish, sir. After that, a holographic pen and paper appeared in front of Edward and he began to draw. He first drew many magic circles of various designs. Then, he started to place them together. Once all the magic circles were together, he surrounded them by another larger circle. As such, this particular magic circle looked like a large circle with many smaller circles inside of them. Once it was done, Edward did not immediately test the result. Instead, he entered a virtual space to test it out. In the past few months, with enough data about runes and magic circles, Morgana can create a virtual space that can simulate the real magic circle's effect. For the next week, he tested and corrected all the errors or faults on the new spell. Finally, when it was ready, he tested it. Edward stood in a desert with a baseball shooting machine in front of him. Ready, ready, replied Morgana. Runes then started appearing in front of Edward to form a large circle with many circles inside. Once the large magic circle was formed, he nodded his head to the little elf. The shooting machine shot a baseball at him with unmatched speed, so Edward immediately used his mana to activate the large magic circle. A white light flew from the circle and hit the traveling ball, then it stopped in the air. A smile appeared on Edward's face as he said, "I can finally use time magic without relying on my gate." Unfortunately, his smile did not last long as his face became stiff. He fell on the ground and started twitching like he was having a seizure. Damn it! I forgot to take into account the mana used for such a powerful spell. More than half a minute later, he stopped and breathed out loud. Morgana, why didn't you remind me? Master, I forgot, replied the little elf while dodging eye contact with him. You forgot? Said Edward as he glared at her. Fine, you forgot. In that case, why did you wait for more than 30 seconds to instill mana inside my body? My system had been malfunctioning lately, so I was late to respond. You, said Edward as he knew that this little girl did it on purpose. She was probably mad at him for not including her in the creating process of this new magic system. Fine. In that case, I will not give you any credits for optimizing the new system. Master, you can't do this. Yes, I can. No, said the little elf as she started crying. Unfortunately, Edward ignored her. This little elf has become obsessed with receiving credits for her work. Because of her, it is required by law in the Empire for all wizards or scientists who used Skynet as a help in their research to put her name as credit. Edward guessed that this personality flaw was probably the result of using Voldemort's soul to create her. Master, I'm sorry. I won't do it again, cried the little purple hair elf. You should know what your punishment is, responded Edward. Morgana nodded her head before disappearing. Then, her consciousness descended into a regular human body. That regular body then started to write, I should not act out and respect the master. For the next few hours, she repeatedly wrote these words, even when her hands ached tremendously. She continued. She did not stop writing until after the 100,000th sentence. By then, her little hand was numb with the pain. While Morgana was reflecting on herself, Edward continued his research on his new magic system. He entered his forging room and took out a regular sword. Using his enchanting pen, he engraved a magic circle on the sword. However, unlike previously where he needed to use mana for the engraving, this time he used his soul power. Once he was done, he injected mana on the sword and swung it. A massive flame tornado manifested from it. He was satisfied that his arcane rune magic could be used for magic item creation. However, he was not done yet. Using one of the machines, he zoomed in on the sword until he saw the very atoms that it was composed of. In the space between these atoms, he began to draw a magic circle. Because of how small this circle was, Edward required the help of machinery to accomplish it. Once the circle was drawn, he controlled it to attach to one of the atoms. Then, a magical change occurred. A link connecting all these atoms was created from that single microscopic magic circle. Additionally, the mana existing inside the metal of this sword suddenly became even more active. Interesting, muttered Edward. He immediately injected his mana on the sword and flame ejected out of it. The flame soon landed on a piece of iron and remained there, seeming to burn forever. Edward observed this flame for at least 5 minutes before it was extinguished. Using the micro-engraving, the magic circle gained some kind of specialty, muttered Edward. He guessed that this specialty was probably burning. Unlike the previous flame that only used high heat to burn things, this flame had an additional magical property that made it stronger. Edward continued testing this new sword to gather data, and his guess was proven correct. No matter where the flame lands, it will continue to burn for a few minutes without having additional mana to support it. To gather more data, he tried a different micro-engraving. He used the magic circle for the wind blade spell. As a result, the sword gained the sharp specialty. Then, an ordinary magic iron could easily cut off metals that were harder and denser. It seems that this new micro-engraving enchantment has a lot of potentials. The concept of micro-engraving was not new in the Empire. Many kinds of research were done before. Unfortunately, wandcraft enchantments were not possible for micro-engraving, and draconic language would not last long. But with this new system, Edward finally succeeded. Furthermore, he could see the vast potential of this type of enchantment. For example, engraving countless magic circles and attaching them to different atoms should have different results. Nevertheless, despite this groundbreaking breakthrough, Edward did not continue his research on this subject. He had one more idea to try for magic item creation. 163 core engraving inside his forging room, Edward held a white sphere in his hand. He looked at it with satisfaction, then said, "Morgana, begin inserting mana." Soon after that, blue light flew from the floor to enter the sphere. The process lasted for at least 3 hours. Once everything was done, Edward drew a fireball magic circle or spell model in the air, then controlled it to enter the white sphere. The sphere floated in front of him, then Edward walked to a table where a sword was located. Under his control, the sphere entered the sword. "Begin connection," he ordered. As soon as his words finished, a veins-like design started to appear on the side of the blade, and Edward observed with bated breath. Unfortunately, a few seconds later, cracks started to appear all over the sword before it broke apart. With a frown on his face, he muttered, "Is the blade too brittle to support the connection?" He experimented a few times again with the same sword, then said, "Morgana, use all the materials we have to manufacture different swords. Organize them from the most brittle to the hardest." "Yes, sir." "Do I only use magical ores?" "No, use regular ones as well." "In that case, it will take 7 days to finish." Edward nodded in response. During these 7 days, he went to see Olivier again. Since she was busy, they did not do much, just talked most of the time. Of course, Edward only sent a clone this time as well. A week later, he returned to his forging room with thousands of swords in front of him. Without hesitation, he placed the white sphere on the one labeled with number 1 and began testing. Like the previous swords, the majority of the tested ones ended the same way. It was not until 234th swords that the connection finally succeeded, and Edward's experiment finally succeeded. Although he could have used the hardest metal at the start, he wanted to gather more data, so he did not hesitate to go through all this trouble. Edward looked at the swords that had veins pattern all over them with satisfaction. To most people's eyes, this might be an ordinary sword with a strange design. However, the truth was far from this. The sphere that Edward placed inside was a small pocket dimension he created to house magical enchantment. So, instead of engraving the enchantment on the sword, it was placed inside the dimension. Edward used a small part of his mana to activate the sword, then a fireball about 100 meters in diameter appeared in front of him. Logically speaking, this sword should only be able to create a fireball about 5 meters in diameter. However, the pocket dimension inside the sword contained mana of its own. So, when Edward activated the enchantment inside, it also absorbed the mana inside the pocket dimension to increase its strength. He waved the sword again, then another fireball appeared. This time though, he did not use his mana to activate the enchantment, but the mana inside the pocket dimension. This was another advantage of this kind of enchantment, it could be considered mage tech and be used by regular people. There are 2 reasons that he wanted to develop this kind of technology. 1, it was for safety. Engraving magic circles on items makes it easier for other people to decipher them. With enough time, preparation, and resources, it is possible to decipher the runes used and replicate them. Edward has to prepare in advance for when the Empire encounters other civilizations and prevent them from easily analyzing their technology and replicating it. With this new technology that he decided to call core engraving, unless a civilization has reached the point of exploring and creating pocket dimension, it is almost impossible for them to decipher their technology. And even if they have this capability, the Empire can modify the pocket dimension to explode when someone tries to decipher, thus erasing the evidence and protecting the technology behind it. As for the main reason he created this technology, it was for terrorist bombings. If he ever wanted to destroy a civilization secretly or without going through a long war, all he has to do is have one of these magic items infiltrate the core location of that civilization. Under the disguise that this was just a normal magical item, the process will be quite simple. Once that item reaches its destination, the program he left inside the pocket dimension will activate, causing it to detonate itself. The spatial energy released by a pocket dimension exploding is enough to destroy anything from a planet to an entire solar system. The scope of the destruction is based on the size of the pocket dimension, and Edward has no problem extending the size of the dimension. With the extension curse, the size of any dimension he creates is theoretically limitless. Furthermore, he can even place void energy inside the pocket dimension to increase the lethality. However, considering how dangerous this kind of energy is, he would never do so unless absolutely necessary. As Edward watched his new weapon of mass destruction, he nodded in satisfaction. I have tried many times to connect the pocket dimension to my soul, that way, I could use it to store large amounts of mana and use it when needed. Unfortunately, my experiment failed. Yet, I succeeded in connecting it to non-living items. Ever since he learned how to create pocket dimensions from studying gluttony, he wanted to use it as a way to store mana. His idea was to use the same method that sorcerers in the Marvel Universe use to control dimensional energy to cast spells. Unfortunately, even with his deep understanding of controlling energy that he learned from studying this world's alchemy, he failed. So, he decided to try Plan B, which was to connect the pocket dimension to his soul dimension. This way, he could use his Gate of Truth to siphon mana from it and use it to cast spells. But that also failed. Nevertheless, Edward was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time to research this method. And even if he fails in the end, all he has to do is find a way to go to the Marvel Universe and learn their method of casting spells. After making further plans for the future, Edward started to think about his recent gain. So far, the 3 methods of magic forging that he created have their advantages and disadvantages. Still, they can only be considered in their infancy and have plenty of room for growth and development. Morgana, continue to test the other hundreds of metals left and record your findings. As you wish, sir. Then, a hesitant look appeared on her face. Edward looked at her, then said, yes, you will receive your credit. With a smile on her face, the little elf hurried to conduct her research. Meanwhile, Edward went inside the core of his world gate. He was preparing for an upgrade. And, the research chapters will not last long. After a while, the regular plot will continue. I still have some things planned before this world ends. 164 New upgrade. After arriving at the core of the world gate, Edward first looked at the enormous Philosopher's Stone in the middle, then his eyes shifted to all the enchantments in the middle of the White Room. Although he remembered all of them vividly, he still did one last check. Once he was done, he sat in a meditative position and yelled out loud, Morgana. Morgana, server 234 at your service, master. Use a soul link for me to enter the virtual world. As you wish. After closing his eyes, Edward found himself in another white room that looked exactly like the gate's core room. Then, without hesitation, he began to draw runes and magic circles. This time, he was translating the enchantment in his gate from their original magic system to his new arcane rune magic system. The process lasted 3 months. All the spatio-temporal enchantments, the ones that allowed him to survive in the void, the ones that allowed him to use luck to locate other worlds, the one that allowed him to use Harry's fated star as a spatial coordinate for his home world, the energy distribution ones, all of them and more were translated to the new system. However, Edward did not stop there. Once that project was done and after he had Morgana optimize these enchantments, he had another crazy idea. To combine them into a 3-dimensional structure that formed a complete system. So, he did not exit the virtual world and began combining these runes together. With enough data, the virtual space can stimulate the real effect of these runes, so Edward did not have to risk blowing himself in the process. If something went wrong with the runes, his virtual body will be the one who suffers. Edward opened his eyes, then groaned in pain as he held his head. He felt like a million elephants were trampling on his mind, he even felt that his soul was about to break. Luckily for him, Morgana acted in time. 3 long cords with an injecting needle came from the ground and inserted themselves in his neck and spine. A green potion was injected into his body, which then immediately started to soothe his mind and soul. A few minutes later, Edward stopped groaning, so Morgana said, Master, you should be more careful of using the perception dilation. I know, replied Edward, who was still a little groggy. How long has it been? A year. He nodded in his head. The reason he had such a large reaction was that he had spent 20 years inside the virtual space while only a year passed in real life. Due to the large difference in perception, he went over his limit and his soul was almost affected. As soon as his symptoms were relieved, he headed straight back to work. With his spiritual energy or the energy from his soul, he began to create a complicated 3D shape object made of different geometric shapes and runes. Once he was done, this new magic circle looked like a sphere, but upon closer look, it seemed to be constantly changing shape. Sometimes it looked like it was made of many different triangles, sometimes it was made of both rectangles and triangles. In general, it was very complex and constantly changing as if it had a life of its own. As Edward watched this masterpiece of his, he smiled with great satisfaction. 3D enchantments? I look forward to 3D spell models, muttered Edward. As he observed this new enchantment, he could see that it was slowly fading away. He was not surprised by that. Enchantments are different from spells. One is permanent, while the other is temporary. Immediately, he controlled the Philosopher's Stone to provide energy to maintain the shape of the enchantment. Morgana, take out the metals we needed for the enchantment. As you wish, master. Immediately afterward, a bunch of magic metals appeared in the core room. These metals included mithril, adamantium, orichalconium, white gold, purple silver, monosteel, and even the metal he created from the philosopher's stone, magicium. After these ores appeared, Edward took different portions or sizes of them and threw them into the 3D enchantments. Without any pause, these ores were absorbed, and with absorption, the enchantment became a little more real. Once everything was over, he removed the mana that was keeping the enchantment intact, but it did not disappear afterward. With a wave of his hand, the other enchantments that were engraved in the floor in another magic system were erased. The core room shook for a few seconds before stopping, then the core started to supply energy to the different sections of the gate. However, they were not functioning under a new system. Morgana, give a status report on the new upgrade. There are many updates, like the increase in control of spatial and temporal energy. However, these things are minor and can be experienced later on. The most important upgrade so far is the void navigation system. Previously, it would take us 120 years to travel back and forth from our universe to this one, but now, it will only take 1 year. And if you shut down all other functions and use all energy on it, we could drastically reduce the time. Edward smiled in satisfaction. His next plan involved a confrontation with truth. So, he prepared a way for him to quickly run away once something goes wrong. Honestly, he has no shame about running away from a powerful opponent. After all, he is not some honor-bound knight that would rather die in battle rather than surrender or run away. He is a wizard that focuses on intelligence and wisdom, and running away can be considered a form of wisdom. And if he wanted to be honest with himself, he can be considered a dark wizard with all the shady things he has done. As such, running away is not a problem for any dark wizards, as long as their lives are kept. After taking a moment to regain his thought, Edward muttered softly, "Now, it's time to deal with the issue of my mana and magic core." And, honestly speaking, the research chapter went longer than I anticipated. So, if you do not enjoy this kind of thing, I recommend waiting for a few days once everything is done to read the actual plot. To be safe, wait until chapter 168. 165 Tier I. Inside a blue room, Edward sat in a meditative pose with his eyes closed. In his soul dimension, he was constructing a 3D magic circle that somewhat looked like a funnel. The first step is done, thought Edward once he finished. Immediately afterward, he controlled that magic circle to travel from his mind to his magic core located near his heart. There, Edward could see a bunch of vague blue fog, and in the middle floated the magic circle. He knew that this was a visual manifestation of his mana. Under his control, a small part of his mana was used to activate the circle. Immediately afterward, the circle started absorbing the mana from one end of the funnel. Once inside, the energy compression spell located inside the 3D magic circle activated and started to apply pressure. Edward observed the process while waiting with bated breath. A few minutes later, at the other end of the funnel, a drop of liquid appeared, making him excited. This drop of mana looked exactly the liquid mana he would find inside the leyline nodes. I finally succeeded, he thought to himself. Then, he actively controlled the magic circle to speed up the process. 3 days later, all the mana inside his core had turned into liquid. The exact moment that the process ended, something out of his expectation occurred. The liquid mana instinctively traveled to different parts of his body, his skin, muscles, bones, organs, and cells. In the process, it seemed to nourish or strengthen these parts. Edward could feel that all his physical aspects like strength, speed, nerve reactive, stamina, and many more drastically strengthened. Once that was done, his mana broke into his soul dimension inside his mind and started to nourish his soul. Edward moaned slightly as the process was surprisingly very pleasurable. The process lasted another hour before ending. Then, Edward opened his eyes. He checked his body as he could feel the powerful energy flowing through his veins. Additionally, he could feel that his lifespan has drastically increased. According to his calculation, he could live for a few thousand years without the use of the immortal elixir. While he was scanning his body to ensure that nothing was wrong, he suddenly frowned. In his mind, a message suddenly appeared. Tier 4 Wizard. He just received a message that he became a Tier 4 Wizard. That message seemed to become deep from both his soul and mana. What is going on? Muttered Edward as he quickly thought of a way to explain what was going on. Then, he remembered a passing remark he heard from Albion. How could a low-tier wizard? Because Edward was walking away, that's all he remembered from that conversation. So, he entered his mindscape and began to review that specific memory over and over again to hear what the dragon said. Finally, he remembered him muttering, how could a measly low-tier 3 wizard manage to bypass my bloodline preventive measure? Suddenly, something clicked in Edward's mind. He remembered the 3 limiters he discovered. Could it be each of the limiters correspond to a tier? The first limiter corresponds to Tier 1, the second to Tier 2, and so on. This should be how wizards and mages are ranked in my universe. Now, he was wondering how this information appeared in his mind. Could it have been inscribed in the soul of all living beings in that universe, and as long as they reach a certain level, they will receive the message? Or was Edward special? Wanting to know the answer to this question, he quickly began to experiment. He took out a dark wizard that had broken the 3rd limiter and installed the way to liquefy his mana to him. Using the perception dilation of the virtual space, the dark wizard did not take long to learn. Then, under the promise of freedom, he tried to reach the level of a Tier 4 wizard. As Edward watched the dark wizard sitting cross-legged, an accident occurred. The dark wizard's heart suddenly exploded. With a frown on his face, a holographic image appeared in front of him. It displayed the mana liquefaction of the Dark Wizard. After reviewing it, Edward quickly discovered the problem. This wizard's soul was not strong enough to control his mana, so his magic core exploded. So, Edward changed the experimental material. This time he used another dark wizard with a more powerful soul. And to be safe, he fed her a few potions to forcibly increase her soul strength. As he watched her going through the same process as the previous guy, another accident occurred. The female dark wizard started bleeding from her mouth, nose, and ears. So, the wizard's body has to reach a certain standard before entering Tier 4, otherwise, the liquid mana will destroy the body instead of strengthening it. Luckily, I have already come up with aura to strengthen wizards. So, Edward tried with a third dark wizard. This time, he ensured that this person had both the body and soul strength necessary to survive the process, and this dark wizard did. He immediately appeared in front of this red hair, pale skin wizard, then asked, "What information did you receive?" He tried to read this guy's mind, but he did not find any information about becoming a Tier 4 wizard. "Why your majesty, some information just entered my mind saying that I became a Tier 4 wizard," stuttered the dark wizard. He felt an instinctive fear after seeing Edward, who just nodded after hearing this. His theory was correct, however, there was still room for improvement. However, he had to wait until he returned home to do further research. He looked down at the wizard, and by reading his mind, he could tell that this guy had become a little bloated after becoming more powerful as he was planning on how to escape. His low-level occlumency was nothing to Edward. Under his command, the curse he placed inside the dark wizard's body was activated and his mana became unusable. Then, the dark wizard passed out and was transported to his cell. He still had values as research material. As for Edward, he returned to his research room to continue to increase his strength. If everything goes right, he should be able to reach Tier 5 in one reach. Author's note. First, I would like to apologize. This chapter was supposed to be longer, but as I'm currently writing it at 1 AM and I still have another chapter to write for my other novel, I had to stop. Second, I debated internally whether to add the concept of tiers in this novel since it started to sound too Xiangxia, but in the end, I still chose to do it since this novel is heavily influenced by Warlock of the Margus world. The tier system is a good way to show Edward's strength progress along his journey and the level of threat he will face in the future. Third, this is kind of a disclaimer. Do not take this tier system too seriously. In this story, it does not matter what level of tier a threat is, Edward can still use his intelligence, strategy, and technology to kill higher tiers opponents. Think of it as the way Rick Sanchez and Doctor Who are people that can be killed with a bullet, can still fight with gods. Of course, I will try my best to make it sound believable. The next storyline will display what I mean. 166 Tier 2, Edward returned to the blue room he was meditating in. After sitting down, he began the process of increasing his mana. The room he was in was designed to contain mana in the environment, so he could absorb that mana to fill his magic core. Additionally, as a wizard, his bloodline could naturally produce mana over time. So, Edward drank a new potion to speed up the process. Because he had abused the previous potion, he had grown immune to it, so he had to develop a new one with different magic plants and materials. Every time he absorbed mana inside his core, it will be processed and turned into liquid by the magic circle. Slowly, the number of mana inside his core gradually increased. "The process is too slow," muttered Edward, who did not want to wait. "Morgana, directly inject mana inside my body from the core." Tubes came from the ground and began to inject mana from the Philosopher's Stone at the core of the gate. Edward quickly realized the difference between this mana and the previous one. The mana he absorbed from the air had to compress into liquid by the circle, but the one from the stone was already liquid. This was not the first time that Edward had injected mana inside his body from the stone, but those times, it was not liquid. This change must be the result of his recent development. 3 days later, he felt a sense of fullness inside his core. It was similar to when he broke through the 3rd limiter and his MAND reached 100 times that of an adult wizard. This meant that Edward had reached the limit of Tier 4. Without pause, he began to engrave a new 3D spell model inside his mind. In the past 20 years he spent inside the virtual space, he accomplished 3 things: optimized the enchantment for his world gate, and create a way to liquefy and solidify/crystallize his mana. Once the 3D model was engraved inside his soul dimension with his spiritual power, he controlled it to enter his magic core. After activating it, to his surprise, nothing happened. He quickly checked the spell model to see if something was wrong, but all his calculations were correct. Nevertheless, he still failed. He tried a few times again with no success. After frowning for a while, he muttered, "It's time for Plan B." He operated away and reappeared in a room with a very complex transmutation circle in the middle. At the center of the circle was a blue Philosopher's Stone. Edward first checked the stone to make sure that nothing was wrong. This stone can be considered the perfect Philosopher's Stone. It is made of both magic and gate alchemy. It contained the perfect ratio of mana, soul, and life energy. After checking the stone, he checked the transmutation circle. It's been a while since he designed this circle as a way to fuse his magic core with the Philosopher's Stone. Now that his knowledge had increased, he could see a few flaws in the design, so he optimized it. Once he was done, he prepared to go through the process himself. Morgana suddenly appeared next to him and said, "Master, do you want to do a few more experiments before trying it on yourself? Didn't we already have enough data?" But it's better to be more cautious." Edward pondered for a moment before nodding his head. He first did a few hundred of thousands of simulations in the virtual space, then used a few prisoners as experiments. Once everything was done, he laid down in the middle of the circle and activated it. Lights came off from the circle followed by lightning-like noses. A blue cube suddenly came from Edward's heart and floated next to the stone, then two of them seemed to decompose into tiny particles and began to mix together. Edward's plan was to use the core ideas of alchemy, decomposition and reconstruction. He decomposed both his magic core and the philosopher's stone into their basic material and reconstruct them into something new with the advantage of both. It's the same process of making chimera by combining human DNA with animal DNA. Once everything was over, a blue hexagon core appeared in the air before entering Edward's heart. Immediately afterward, a powerful force started ravaging his body. The mana and life force of the stone would destroy every part of his body, then reconstruct it. Whether it was his hearts, organs, skins, muscles, bones, etc. It did not matter, it would be destroyed and rebuilt. On top of that, powerful soul energy was also rapidly increasing the power of his soul, and the process was not peaceful. With all the pain he was experienced, he still had to steel his mind and retain a certain level of consciousness, otherwise, the violent mana and life force would be more destructive. The strengthened process lasted for an entire day before Edward absorbed all the life force in the stone and the mana returned to his core. However, everything was not finished. Once his soul was finished strengthened, he had to face another test, the resentment left from the souls that the philosopher's stone was made. Although Edward used the souls of clones, and even purify the resentment left in them, he could not completely get rid of them. In fact, he wanted to summon demons and use their souls to make greater philosopher's stones. Unfortunately, he could not summon a large number of them at times. On top of that, although the soul of demons was more powerful than a regular wizard, it was filthy and full of madness and chaos. It was extremely difficult to purify the soul of demons. The Empire has been trying to invent light magic to purify them, but the result has been mediocre before Edward left. In his soul dimension, Edward's soul watched as more than 100,000 people looked at him with hatred and madness. He could hear their constant madness and complaints. Immediately, he began to chant in Sanskrit, and a golden light came out of his body. As soon as the light touched these souls, their faces constantly changed from peaceful to anger. It was like they were two people fighting over one body. Edward was currently using a Buddhist magic from India. According to a study previously done by the Empire, this magic had some effect on soothing souls or ghosts full of resentments. For the next week, Edward continued to chant and the light quickly expanded in size. Then, all the resentments vanished from his soul dimension. Edward opened his eyes with a frown on his face before looking at his hand. He could see a tiny black spot in the middle. He knew that although he managed to remove the resentment of these souls, his own soul was still contaminated. Albeit this level of contamination was nothing to him, he did not want any blemish on his soul. His first thought was to cut off that contamination, then slowly heal his soul. However, he decided to slowly remove it instead. Although this process would probably last decades, it was also a way for him to study the soul and contamination. After making a decision, he left his soul dimension and returned to his body. He stood up from the ground in the middle of the transmutation circle. Edward could feel the strong mana floating through his veins. He immediately inspected his magic core, then muttered, "So, that's how it is." He finally understood why his method of crystallizing mana did not work. What he was doing was essentially turning the magic core into a pseudo-philosopher's stone. Although this kind of stone is even less powerful than the less stone that used emotions, it still requires a large amount of soul energy to be bound or contain. Otherwise, the process will not succeed. After realizing the problem, he knew how to allow the wizards in the Empire to reach Tier 5. A certain amount of soul energy is required in the process. At the same time, he also has a plan that will further divide the strength of Tier 5 wizards. There will be ordinary Tier 5, followed by people who can use the lesser stone to fuse their magic core, then people who use a greater stone, and finally, only members of the royal family and specific individuals in the Ghost Squad will be allowed to use the perfect stone that he himself used. He can foresee that the better the stone use, the more powerful a Tier 5 wizard will be. After nodding his head in satisfaction, Edward then reviewed the information that just popped up in his mind. One of them was the fact that he reached Tier 5. To be precise, Tier 5 continent level. As for the second, 167 strength and ability, Edward learned that he just received a new power or ability, cosmic awareness, which granted him the ability to know anything that affected him on a universal scale. As a person who has read a few comics in his past life, he knows how powerful such an ability is. He immediately tried to use it, however, nothing happened. It was then that he realized that he was still in the void and not in any cosmic universe. He is essentially standing in an environment that is beyond the reach of space and time. So, unless his ability evolves to hypercosmic awareness, there was nothing he could do now. So, he immediately sent a clone into the Full Metal Alchemist world with his consciousness in it. As soon as the clone reached his destination, he activated his newfound power and some information appeared on his head. Truth, Tier 11, a being whose sole goal is to spread and control the concept of alchemy in every existing universe. Unfortunately, for some reason, he is still tattered to this world and unable to leave for now. After staying for a few seconds, he returned to the gate. Other information also appeared in his mind, and he began to review them, thought to himself, well, it seems that this power has some limitation based on the difference of strength of the person that is threatening me, but with it, I can still use to gather information. Among the information he received were the weaknesses of truth. Although it was only a few words, it still inspired Edward. Some of the theories I came up with about him were correct, he muttered before sneering. With this much information, my plan has a higher chance of succeeding. Edward then quickly calmed down his emotions. Although he was happy with this new ability, he knew that cosmic awareness was not an omnipotent ability. If something happened in the universe that did not affect him, his ability will not work. Additionally, from what he knows from the comics, some people are immune to the power of cosmic awareness. Additionally, he wanted to know why he had such ability. He currently had two theories. One was the fact that he just became a tier 5 wizard. The other was the fact that he absorbed the Philosopher's Stone. Each of the homunculi had a unique ability granted to them by their stones, so this might explain it. However, Edward was not in a hurry to find the answer as he still had some tests to run to check for his new strength. He headed to the room of requirement he had installed inside the gate. Morgana, recreate the planet Earth. Based on the old era instead of the current time. Master, that would require more than 5% of energy from the core. That's a lot. Still do it. After entering the room, Edward found himself in the streets of London with high-rising buildings and cars all over the street. The only difference was that there were no living people around. After taking a few seconds to reminisce, he apparat to the continent of Asia. A small magic circle appeared under Edward's feet with him at the center. Then, under his control, the diameter of the circle started increasing in size. In just a few seconds, the magic circle had already covered the entire continent of Asia. Finally, Edward used his mana to activate the spell. The ground turned red with cracks appearing in all the cities, all the countries in Asia. Buildings started to fall one by one, destroying all possible modern infrastructure. However, this was not the end. Massive pillars of flames erupted from the ground with temperatures high enough to burn everything in their paths. And there was not only a few dozens pillar of flames but thousands if not more. They covered the entire continent of Asia. The process lasted for 5 minutes. Once everything was over, Edward floated in the air as he watched the level of destruction he caused. The ground was fiery red as if hell was brought on earth. The majority of buildings and houses were melted, leaving nothing undamaged. He imagined what kind of horror would occur if there were human lives who had to suffer through this experience. It seems that in the future, I have to monitor all tier 5 wizards in the Empire. If all of them can do this level of damage, no, even if they could only destroy the smallest of continents, they will still be a major threat. From the information he received, all tier 5 wizards could destroy a continent. As such, in the future, he will have to keep an eye on the people who reach that level. He will pass a law that all tier 5 and above wizards have to do a mandatory psychological evaluation after a certain number of years to see if any of them have any tendencies for destruction or let power gets over their head. Additionally, he has to place measures in each planet that the Empire occupies in case a powerful wizard goes rogue and started to use large-scale destruction spells. Many ideas flashed through Edward's mind as he pondered on how to proceed. When he goes back, he can foresee that the first people to reach tier 5 will be the royal family and some members of the ghost squad. And this is not only because he holds the method of advancement, but also because the majority of them are talented enough and have the resources to quickly pass tier 4 and reach tier 5. Once that is done, they can help think of countermeasures. Let's continue the test. He first checked his mana and realized that a quarter of it was gone in the last attack. After waiting for 5 minutes for it to return to peak, with a wave of his hand, a beautiful staff decorated with gems appeared. He started to channel his mana on the staff which served as an amplifier. Countless runes appeared in the air forming many magic circles inside a large one. Edward was using a chain circle / magic array or a super spell as he liked to call it. This method can be used by one wizard or by many working together. It allows a wizard to use a powerful spell beyond his normal capability. The only downside is that it cannot be instant and requires time. After 1 minute, the super spell was finished. Then, a massive fireball appeared. It looked more similar to the sun. Under Edward's control, the fireball descended on planet Earth. It burned all the layers of the Earth's crust until it reached the core. Then, the planet exploded. While floating in space with a shield around him, Edward muttered to himself, since I can destroy a planet, shouldn't I be tier 6? Of course, he was just joking around as he could not actually destroy a planet. The reason that the planet exploded was not because of the fireball. It was a reaction that occurred after the fireball mixed with the magma core of the planet. Otherwise, the fireball can do catastrophic damage to the planet, but not destroy it. On top of that, this powerful spell required a full minute before activating. No enemy would give him that much time. And if someone managed to make the fireball explode ahead of time before reaching the core, there is no way for it to destroy a planet. After experimenting to check his power level, Edward left the room of requirement to recuperate. The last spell cost almost all his mana. After reaching tier 5, Edward did not use any potion or other means to rapidly increase his mana. Over the years, he had started to notice that this approach had some burden on his body and magic core, so he decided to slowly meditate and absorb mana from the air. Nevertheless, he still has one last thing to check. A simple magic circle appeared in his soul dimension, then he controlled it to attach to his magic core. Immediately afterward, the internal dimension of his core increased in size, thus allowing him to contain more mana. Despite his new increase in strength, the amount of mana that Edward's magic core could hold has always been 100 times that of an adult wizard. The process of liquefy and crystallizing mana that he created has only allowed his mana to change in quality, not quantity. However now, using the extension charm that has been translated to the new magic system, he finally broke his limit. If any of you are interested in the next world, go to my patreon.o.n to find the answer. You do not need to be a member or pay anything. Just go to my page, there is a public post with the title Next World. After scrolling down, you can see it. I do not want to announce it since some people complained the last time that it was spoilers. 168 Aging Edward was reading research on the difference of strength between an Orthodox Tier 5 mage and the Empire's Tier 5 mage. For the Orthodox mage, he had a muggle with magic talent create a magic core based on Hermione's research. Then, the person engraved the extension magic circle in their core. Once their mana reached a certain level, they also received the message that they reached Tier 4 and 5. Then, Edward had them fight another mage of the same tier that used solid mana. The result was quite pleasing to him, it was a devastating defeat. Using the same spell, the strength of the mage who had solid mana was between 2 to 5 times stronger. And that was only a mage that did not use any Philosopher's Stone. As such, Edward could foresee that once the wizards and mages of the Empire encounter other magic civilizations, they will easily overpower most people, except for probably a few gifted individuals. Of course, that is only theoretical. After all, there is no absolute in this world. He has done his best to create a magic system that gives the people of the Empire an advantage. As for what happens later, he can't control it. Morgana, prepare to go into full research mode. From now on, I will be transferring all the spells that the Empire has in its arsenal into the new arcane rune system, ordered Edward. Previously, he had only transferred a few dozens of them, but now, he was prepared to do everything. Master, if you do this, it will take a lot of time. So, why don't you let me do it instead? Edward shook his head. The reason I'm doing this is so that I can be more familiar with this new system. Since he created this magic system, he wanted to be familiar with it and be the best at it. Additionally, once he's done, the wizards back in the Empire do not have to do this kind of translating job. They can get access to a complete system. Then, they can build from there and contribute to it by creating new spells that do not already exist. Once Edward is done and returns to the Empire, with this new and complete system, the magic and technology of the Empire will have a dramatic growth. Furthermore, I have another project for you to work on, said Edward. 2 to be precise. A holographic image appeared in front of Morgana with 2 documents. One was labeled Project Void Shield Interference, while the other was called Project Authority Transference. I need you to use all your calculating abilities to ensure the success of these 2 projects. If you need to, you shut down all other projects to focus on these ones, ordered Edward. No problem, nodding Morgana with a wide smile on her face. Just like that, 20 years passed by. Edward, who was sitting in a meditative pose, suddenly opened his eyes. The light of wisdom and arcane flashed across them. Despite how long passed, he did not change a single bit. A mirror appeared in front of him, then he muttered. An urgent message from Olivier. Over the past 2 decades, although he did not leave his gate, he still used magic items to communicate with Olivier. They talked every day in an attempt to get to know one another. Additionally, Edward will sometimes send a clone to invite her here so that they can have different kinds of dates. After receiving an urgent message from her, Edward decided to send a clone to see her. Fullmetal Alchemist World, Central Area, Armstrong Family. Edward's clone suddenly appeared. He looked around for a moment to marvel at how many things have changed. He did notice the woman standing in front of the door waiting. She had long golden hair and a beautiful face. However, upon closer examination, he could see wrinkles on her face. Her youthful eyes were gone, replaced by calmness and wisdom brought through experience and age. He walked to her and said, "Myra, you're old." Olivier sighed as she looked at the young man in front of her. "What do you expect? I'm already 57 years old. That's your choice. All right, don't be rude. You should know not to talk about a woman's age." Edward shrunk his shoulder. "So, what's the emergency you called me for?" Olivier paused for a moment, then said, "My father is dying. And by the looks of it, soon, my mother as well." Edward did not say anything but continued to listen. "When your General Raven offered me immortality, I thought I was strong enough to reject it. However, as time passes, as I watch my body becomes frail, as I watch my family slowly aging and dying, and knowing I could do something about it, my determination wavered." Edward sighed, walked over to hug her. "I understand how you feel. As a person that has died once, he is afraid of death. This is one of the reasons that he has so many methods of resurrection. His first life was cut very short, so he did not want this to happen again. After all, he did not believe that he would be lucky enough to have a third chance. So, what do you want me to do?" asked Edward. "I want you to take my family away with you." "No problem. However, your brother might not be willing." "Don't worry, I will knock him out," replied Olivier calmly. "What about you? Are coming with me now?" "No." "Why? You have already become Führer and achieved your goals of making Amestrise one of the most powerful nations in the world." Olivier pondered her words for a moment, then said, I can feel that once I leave with you, my life will no longer be ordinary. So, I want to enjoy a normal for as long as possible. Once I'm at my deathbed, you can take me away. Edward nodded his head. In that case, I will keep a clone of mine with you. I will allow him to age with you. That's fine. After chatting with her for a while, Edward took Oliver's family back to the gate and placed them in cryosleep. Of course, he also used genetic engineering to increase her father and mother's lifespan. Morgana, how are the projects I entrusted to you? Master, they are all done. Good, replied Edward with a smirk. We can now officially begin our plans. He then immediately sent another clone to the manor he had in Ames Tries. 169 Step-by-step preparation. After Edward's clone returned to his home in Ames Tries, he immediately began to take action. Using the core engraving method, he created a small dimension with an enchantment inside, then linked it to the house. As soon as he finished, a transparent shield surrounded the entire manor. Luckily for him, the shield was invisible to ordinary people, but not to Truth. Inside a white space with just one gate inside, Truth looked in one direction. His eyes seemed to ignore the concept of distance as he watched the shield that surrounded the manor. Void energy, he said in his weird twisted voice before suddenly standing up. Why is this wizard playing with something so dangerous? As a person that has access to the Akashic record, he knew how dangerous void energy was. Even the lowest of grades was not something that even he wanted to deal with. Unless an individual is truly powerful beyond measures or evolves into a void life form, void energy was always a threat to any gods or unknown entities. So, his first instinct was to warn Edward. However, he stopped his actions. He did not want to risk being infected by it. He wanted to peep inside the manor and even pull Edward's soul into his dimension so he could warn him, but he could not do so. The void energy was blocking his vision and his ability to interfere in the material world. So, he began to observe. Meanwhile, Edward waited inside his manor for 3 days, wanting to see if Truth would intervene or summon him. However, nothing happened. The first step is complete, he muttered. Now, let's begin the second. He used his mana to open the interdimensional ring on his finger and took out a cloak. It was one of the 3 deathly hallows, the invisible cloak. As he observed the cloak, he could feel that the power inside was inactive or ineffective. He guessed that since this was an entirely different world, the power of authority inside no longer applied here. Time to change this, he thought to himself. Then, countless runes and magic circles started to appear around him. Each magic circle had different colors and appearances. Once they finished manifesting, they began to combine together into a complex geometrical shape before entering the cloak in Edward's hand. Immediately afterward, a dark light came out from the cloak before spreading out in all directions. Fortunately, after hitting the shield that surrounded the house, it stopped. Edward quickly scanned the cloak and he realized that the death authority that Herpo placed on the cloak became active. It slowly started to change to adapt to this world. To Edward, it seemed to be secretly stealing some of the powers that belonged to this universe. And since Truth claimed that he is the universe, the cloak was stealing from him as well. As Edward watched the final transformation of the cloak, he muttered, let's see if I can use your power to deal with you. After the transformation was done, he immediately began to test it out. After placing it on and becoming invisible, he left the manor. He apparat to the nearest prison. He quickly flipped through the files of the prison to acquire the list of the most heinous prisoners. After entering one of their cells, he placed his hand on the guy's chest, sending a small shock. A few seconds later, the prisoner had a heart attack and died. Edward did not do anything else but wait. Truth had warned him not to kill anyone in this world, and he has abided by this rule ever since he came to this world. Now, he was breaking it. Edward waited for an entire day. He watched how the death of the prisoner was discovered and the process of his burial was arranged. However, nothing happened to him. Despite this, he did not immediately come to any conclusion. He apparat to different prisons all over the world and killed a few heinous prisoners. Yet, nothing happened afterward. So, the second step is complete. The invisible cloak can hide me from the prying eyes of Truth, muttered Edward. Next, let's begin with the third step. He immediately returned home before taking out a vial full of black liquid. He looked at it for a moment as he thought to himself. Just in case, I should probably bless myself with some luck. From his interdimensional ring, he took out another potion, Felix Felicis or luck potion. However, this was not an ordinary luck potion. Edward has always been intrigued by the concept of a protagonist's luck or plot armor. In most stories, due to luck or plot armor, most protagonists never actually die. General, things go their favor, especially towards the end of their journey. So, he wondered whether he could create a luck potion that allowed him to steal or borrow the luck of the protagonist. In other words, a potion that gave him some plot armor. After many years of studying Harry Potter's fate with the help of Luna and Severus, he succeeded. Unfortunately, overuse of this potion has some serious side effects. After taking out the potion, Edward did not immediately drink it. Instead, he apparat away to a little town called Resemble. While being invisible, he walked inside a little house where a family was living. It was Edward Elric's house where he lived with his wife, Winry, along with their children. By now, Ed was in his 30s and had already started a family. He was living a peaceful and fulfilling despite losing his alchemy. Without alerting them, Edward took a small sample of his blood. As the protagonist of this word, both Al and Ed have some sort of luck or plot armor. He was going to use it to increase the strength of his potion. After that, he quickly left and apparat to Sing, where he learned that Al was with his wife, Mei Chang. After visiting them, Edward learned that after the death of the emperor and ruling the Sing Empire into a prosperous one, the little girl gave up the immortality that Edward granted to her. She wanted to grow old and die with Al. Without alerting them, Edward took a sample of their blood. As a side character that survived until the end, Mei Chang also has a large amount of luck. To be on the safe side, Edward took the luck from people like Colonel Mustang, who was now the Führer, along with his assistants Riza Hawkeye. Even Izumi Curtis was also included. After all, nothing will happen to these people besides being unlucky for a few days. The worst that will happen to them is that they constantly have some small accidents. With the skills of these people, they will be fine. The only people Edward did not touch were Olivier and Hughes. Once the blood samples were gathered, he added them to the potion and drank it. Finally, he took the black potion and dumped it on the ground. The black liquid seemed to come alive after that as it quickly burrowed through the ground and mixed in with the dragon pulse that connects all living things on this planet. Then, from the pulse, it started to spread widely like an unstoppable virus. 170 plot armor. After the black liquid fused with the dragon pulse, it used the life energy that connects everybody to spread to all human beings, not to anyone or anything that has a consciousness. It acted like a virus in the way it spread. However, it did not have any effect on people after entering their bodies. Truth be told, it was very hard to be discovered as it blended with people's life force like it was a part of them. While this virus was quickly spreading from the central area of Ames Tries, Edward had a map in front of him to monitor the spread. He could control the speed of the virus spreading. However, he did not rush. At this stage, everything was a test. He wanted to see whether Truth will discover him and intervene. Anyway, he was nothing but a clone at present, so he did not care if he was killed. Worst case scenario, he was discovered and he was forced to flee. While Edward was slowly testing the water and waiting for his opponent to respond, Truth was quite busy. Although it was surprised at Edward's use of void energy, it thought that the wizard was being paranoid and wanted some privacy. So, after leaving a clone to keep watch on the house, Truth started to deal with his own plans. It entered the knowledge dimension where the Eye of God resided. The Eye is a form of artificial intelligence created by Truth to oversee the dimension. It is similar to Edward's Morgana. The only difference is that the Eye does not have any emotions or thoughts, it only followed Truth's orders. The reason that both Father and Edward were able to learn the knowledge of God was because Truth allowed it. After entering the dimension, Truth soon came in front of a gate. Despite its non-existent feature, a solemn and respectful atmosphere came from it. A few minutes later, the gate opened and a large single eye appeared. This eye looked eerily similar to the one that appeared every time an alchemist performed human transmutation and opened the gate of Truth. The only difference was the fact that this one was golden in color and exuded a breath of mystery. It was as if all the answers to all existing mysteries could be found from this eye. The meaning of existence, the origin of magic, the secrets of dimension, the purpose of gods, and the mystery of the universe. Any question one might want to ask, this eye seemed to know the answer. After the gate opened and the golden eye appeared, countless golden tentacles that looked like arms pierced Truth's head, attaching themselves to his souls. The tentacles soon found a large amount of alchemy knowledge from Truth's soul. Then a question appeared in its mind. Law of equivalent exchange. Do you want to exchange these pieces of knowledge for other ones? Asked a cold and indifferent voice. Yes, replied Truth humbly. Pick your category. Truth, who was used to this process already, quickly chose a category. Then, an orb was left inside his mind. He knew that this orb contained the knowledge that he wanted. While Truth was checking the orbs in his mind, the gate closed itself and everything returned to normal. Truth grinned as he muttered, "This time, I exchange enough knowledge enough for me to study for a few hundred years. All my efforts of creating that homunculus were not in vain." Truth is aware of the need for a large population to develop science and technology. In his case, alchemy. So, he spread alchemy to humans as a way to create more knowledge for him to exchange with the Akashic record. Basically, he took a similar path as Edward. However, it was not satisfied as to how things were developing. It was too slow. So, Truth concerted another plan. It created a homunculus from his dimension with the knowledge of alchemy beyond human alchemists. Then, through a human alchemist of Xerxes, he sent that homunculus to the material world. That homunculus was the dwarf in the flask who would later become Father. Truth placed the homunculus in an environment where he could observe humans every day, yet could not experience the joy and happiness of being humans. This led to the twisted nature of Father of wanting to become a perfect being, a being better than humans. Truth be told, Father's entire life was calculated and predicted by Truth. His desire to become perfect led to him pushing the boundaries of alchemy to the extreme through cruel experiments, which in turn benefited Truth. Finally came the confrontation of Father and the Elric brothers. After they defeated the homunculi, the two of them started traveling the world and learning other countries' alchemy, and spreading their own as well. This led to the rapid development of the field because of the exchange of knowledge and the clash of ideals, which in turn also benefited Truth as he managed to acquire more knowledge. You could say that the entire story of Full Metal Alchemist is a plot of Truth to push the further development of alchemy forward. Of course, it's also a game for him. Truth wanted to see whether the homunculus could get rid of his calculation, learn from his mistake, and grow as a species. It also wanted to see whether human alchemists could learn the concepts of humility and sacrifice. The entire story is also a game for him to see which of the two species, humans and homunculi, could learn and grow. At the end, when Edward Elric decided to sacrifice his gate for his brother, he won the game and proved that humans were the better species. Well, at least, to Truth's standard. Truth started to study the knowledge in his mind, completely ignoring everything else that was going on. As for its clone, it was only in charge of monitoring Edward's manner and nothing else. If Edward was here, he would immediately understand what was going on. Plot armor. Why is it that Truth would choose this time to have an exchange, making him unavailable to pay attention to anything else? Why is it that his clone was so weak that it could not even notice the spreading virus he released? It was luck or plot armor. The luck potion he drank was working and ensuring that he was a protagonist. Everything was working in his favor. A few days later, the virus had spread to all of the central area. Every single individual was infected. Edward stopped and waited for Truth's response. After a month of no reaction, he began the fourth phase of the plan. 171 Final Confrontation. For the fourth phase of the plan, Edward could have used the virus, but decided to be more cautious and used another method. He took out a small orb from his interdimensional ring. This orb contained a small pocket dimension inside. And inside that pocket dimension were many clones sleeping in a pod that looked like a coffin. They were at least 100 of them. On the forehead of these clones was a small red crystal. The clone entered the pocket dimension to look at the clones. After pressing a button, the red crystal in their foreheads activated and the clones opened their eyes. After they stood up, they lined up like they were a well-trained army. However, their eyes were cold and indifferent as if they were machines instead of people. Well, they were indeed machines. The red crystal in their forehead allowed the clone to remotely control these people if necessary. Do you all know your missions? Yes, replied all the clones in unison, their voices echoing in the large room. Then, let's begin. More than 100 cloaks suddenly appeared in the hands of these droid clones. The cloak looked exactly like the invisible cloak. The main clone that was in charge of this operation took out the real cloak and activated it. A black light flew from the deathly halo before entering the cloak of these droid clones, blessing them with the death authority. Once the droid clones put on the cloak, they also became invisible. Edward then ordered 2 of them to secretly exit the manor and go kill a few prisoners to test the water. 3 days later, the 2 droid clones returned intact, without suffering any repercussions. However, Edward realized that the power in their cloak could not last long. According to his calculation, every 7 days, they need to receive the blessing again to continue functioning. And after 3 months, the cloak will become waste and destroy itself. Edward did not care about this. Although the material for these cloaks is very precious, he was rich so it did not matter to him. He was prepared to pay more to accomplish his plan. After checking the power of the substitute cloak, Edward released all these clones into the world. While continuing to monitor the spread of the virus, he began to enchant the manor he was. This manor will play a great role in the future. Ames tries, Eastern area, in a small town. A middle-aged man was slowly walking with a sack on his back. His eyes were listless, full of sadness. As he was heading home, he met a passing old man. The old man paused and said, "Thomas, I'm sorry about your wife. You have to be strong and live your life to the fullest. This is the only way for the living to honor the dead." Thomas nodded his head in thanks before continuing home. The sorrow enveloping him did not diminish the slightest. When the old man saw this, he shook his head. On his way home, Thomas encountered a few villagers, and they all said some words of encouragement. After entering his house, Thomas placed the sack on the floor before heading to his study. Inside the room were rows of alchemy books, but Thomas ignored all of them. He walked straight to a picture frame showing him and his wife. He caressed her beautiful face while reminiscing about all the happy memories they had together. She always wanted children, but he was always busy with his work, so he always delayed, thinking that he would always have time later on. While Thomas was lost in his memory, an idea suddenly entered his mind. Why don't I try using human transmutation to revive my wife? Thomas quickly shook his head as he knew that human transmutation was impossible. He once attended an alchemy conference held by the Elric brothers. They publicly explained to all the alchemists their experience with messing with human lives, then provided evidence as to why human transmutation was impossible to bring the dead back to life. Despite knowing this, Thomas could not remove that idea from his head. According to him, just because the Elric brothers did not succeed does not mean he could not. That night, Thomas did not sleep at all. He dedicated all his time thinking about possible ways to accomplish human transmutation. Countless formulas appeared in his mind. His brain has never been more clear in his entire life. Thomas felt like he was a true genius the more he complete the formula inside his mind. Once everything was done, he began to prepare to try. What Thomas did not see or realize was that one of the droid clones was next to him, feeding him the idea of human transmutation and the formulas to succeed. 3 days later, Thomas stood in front of a transmutation circle. He activated it. Unfortunately, he did not succeed as he expected. Instead, he experienced backlash. The gate of truth was opened and he was captured inside and received some knowledge after paying a price. Inside the knowledge dimension, Truth was immediately aware of Thomas opening the gate of truth, and he was a little surprised. After the Elric brothers' tour, it has become a known fact that human transmutation was impossible by the majority if not all alchemists. Additionally, not just anyone could perform human transmutation. It requires both talent and the right formula. Right now, Truth was busy studying the vast knowledge he exchanged from the Akashic record, so he did not have the time or mind to pay attention to this kind of thing. So, he created another clone to punish Thomas for breaking the law of equivalent exchange. 3 months later, another alchemist from the southern area who lost his loved one also performed human transmutation under the guidance of the droid clones. Truth once again punished this guy, however, they became annoyed and decided to just leave a clone to deal with this kind of situation and not interrupt it. This clone was a mindless one, similar to a programmed robot. All it did was punish people who broke the taboo of alchemy. This was another manifestation of Edward's plot armor. Once again, fate was in his favor. Just like, alchemists all over the world would perform human transmutation after a certain time interval. These people were from Ames Tris, Drachma, Krita, Erugo, Sing, and even the newly created Ishvalan Empire located in the desert. This empire was the result of Edward. The Ishvalans that accompanied him to learn from the Xerxes Empire put what they learned to use and created their own empire in the desert. After more than 20 years, their population has reached a certain number, so they began to prosper. 172 Farewell the Void. Outside of the universe, Edward was sunbathing with an artificial sun. He laid in a chair with a drink next to him while reading a book. The title of the book was The Synchronization of Time Flow Between the Void and the Universe. This book was written by him and little Morgana. One thing he has always been curious about was the fact that the passage of time in his gate was the same as the Full Metal universe. Logically speaking, the void was outside of space and time, so there should be some difference. Yet, they were the same. Additionally, while in his gate, he could still communicate with people inside, and even still feel the connection with his clone. All of these should be impossible. So, he did some research on the subject to find the reason. Unfortunately, the best answer he came up with was because of some of the enchantments that Merlin gave him. Edward thought that he had completely understood these enchantments, especially after translating them into his new magic system. But he was wrong. He was far from reaching the level of Old Man Merlin. Truth be told, Edward suspected that the Merlin he met in his homeworld was actually the real one. From what he knows, Merlin has existed in countless media, thus countless universes. So, he theorized that there was an original or real Merlin while the others are clones or projections of the true one. The same theory can be applied to Nicholas Flamel and Atlantis. This is one of the reasons that he did not destroy or conquer it before he left the Empire despite knowing that these sea breathers were troublemakers. While Edward was engrossed in reading his book, the watch on his hand suddenly chirped. He glanced at it for a moment, then muttered, "It's been 50 years, now, the time has finally arrived." In the past 50 years, he has spent most of his time studying and developing his new magic system. By now, he has already translated all the spells in the Empire's library and invented many more. He conducted many other experiments and deepened his understanding of magic. As for his strength, he was still in tier 5, but his mana has increased a lot. However, he could feel that he was nowhere near the 6th tier. The reason for that was his body. Edward discovered that his wizard system was different than the previous. Before, as long as his soul was powerful enough to control his mana, he could rapidly increase it by either relying on potions or the Philosopher's Stone. However, now, there was a third requirement. His body needed to be of sufficient strength to withstand his crystallized mana, otherwise, it will just damage it instead. Luckily for him, he had previously invented the Aura Master profession which could strengthen his body. Regrettably, this system is very crude and rudimentary. It mainly involved transforming mana into aura, then using said aura to strengthen the body. That's basically it. As such, the increase in his body strength has been quite slow. Over the years, he has discovered that his talent for aura is quite mediocre, so he is waiting to return to the Empire to have other people, especially the Wizard Knights, to develop this system further. After receiving the notifications in his watch, Edward's consciousness descended into the world. Armstrong Family Manor. 2 old people with hunchbacks stood on the balcony. It was 1 man and 1 woman. "So, I've reached my limit?" asked Olivier, who looked at the wrinkles on her finger and arm. She was old. "Yes," replied Edward's clone. "Well, to live up to 107 years, it's not bad." "That's true." The two paused for a moment, then Olivier asked, "How do you feel about watching all the people you knew die?" Edward was silent after hearing this. In the past 70 years, all the people he knew or even considered friends already died of old age. The Elric brothers, Mei Chang, Izumi Curtis, Roy Mustang, Riza Hawkeye, and even Hughes and his wife. Edward attended their funerals one by one. He even offered Hughes immortality with his family and the prospect of going to his universe with him, but he refused. In the end, he died peacefully. And he was not the only one who refused. The little girl Nina Tucker also refused his offer. In the end, she died at 70 years old. "One of the things that I will have to learn in my travel is to get used to death. I cannot save everyone, nor can I force everyone to travel the same path as me. I'm just glad that I found you and you accepted my offer." Olivier nodded her head. Decades ago, she decided to send her family away with Edward, so he enjoyed her peaceful mortal life while she could. Now, she was prepared for the journey ahead. "When are you starting?" asked Olivier. "What do you mean? I'm not stupid. I could feel that you are preparing to do something major, and you're just waiting for me to leave before you begin." Edward paused for a moment before saying, "One of the downsides of being with me is that sometimes, you have to look the other way around and not ask questions. What will happen if I keep asking questions? You won't find any answer from me. What if I find the answers myself?" Edward became silent for a few long seconds. "In that case, you might discover the real me. Is that a bad thing?" "I honestly do not know," replied Edward as he looked into the distance. Olivier raised her hand to caress his face, then said, "You do not have to worry. No matter what I found, I will still love you, both the good and the bad." Edward smiled after hearing this. "It's time to go." A gate suddenly appeared swallowing the two of them. Edward proceeded to feed her a youthful potion, then used an elixir of life to prolong her lifespan. Since Olivier did not want to use the elixir from the stone made of human souls, he had to use one made out life force similar to the one he gave to Mei Chang. Once she regained her youthful vigor, he placed her in cryosleep. Meanwhile, the clone inside the void shield suddenly opened his eyes, then muttered, "It's time for the final confrontation." 173 Final Confrontation, 2. After opening his eyes, Edward waved his hand to manifest a hologram showing the spread of the virus in the past 50 years. By now, every corner of this world has been infected. The virus stayed in people's bodies without harming them, then was passed down to their descendants through genetic. And this virus did not only affect humans but animals as well. As long as something has a consciousness, no matter how low it is, the virus will enter their bodies. After checking the map, Edward headed to the main room in the manor. Inside was a tall tower with 2 floors. One floor contained a room full of enchantments with a philosopher's stone the size of a basketball. The second floor contained one of Morgana's servers. At the top of the tower, where Edward stood up holding a magic staff, the void shield that surrounded the manor was removed. He used the staff to channel the massive mana in the stone. A powerful wave came from the tower and immediately traveled throughout the entire world. The manor was destroyed in the process, revealing the tower. Additionally, the clone of truth immediately noticed the changes in the shield and the wave. However, before he could react and alert his main body, things started to change. The virus inside all the people suddenly activated, turning their eyes white like they did not have any pupils. Then, in a robot-like voice, all the people in the world said in unison, "Consciousness is link." All the thoughts, ideas, emotions, and even memories of these people became linked together like a hive mind, with the main consciousness or the queen of the hive mind being Edward. With billions of thoughts and memories rushing to his head, Edward felt a massive migraine. He felt like his soul was slowly collapsing, and it was. He could hear so many people talking to him at the same time. All the murmurs were driving him crazy. "Morgana," he groaned in pain. "At your command." Using her soul connection with Edward, Morgana took control of all these consciousness with her massive supercomputing ability. Finally, under her control, all the people of this world started to mutter at the same time. "We reject the being known as truth. His existence is nothing but a parasite of this world. We reject the being known as truth. His existence is nothing but a parasite of this world. We reject the being known as truth. His existence is nothing but a parasite of this world." All the billion people repeated this phrase over and over like they were some mindless zombie. As these people repeat this phrase, a weird energy came from their bodies to rush into the sky. The energy then slowly turned into a gate. Edward and Morgana controlled a large number of alchemists and have them clap their hands together before placing them on the ground. Since each of these alchemists was in a specific place, transmutation light flashed across the world forming a circle. A second gate appeared floating above everybody's head. It was the Earth Gate. However, unlike Father's Earth Gate that was only as large as the country of Ames tries, Edward's Earth Gate covered the entire world. Additionally, Edward did not fuse with the planet's consciousness or will like Father did. Instead, he controlled it like everybody's else through the virus. After the Earth Gate opened, a colossal black entity came out of it. It was the physical manifestation of the planet's will. The black being punched the Sky Gate to open it, then pulled someone or something out. Truth. After being dragged out of his knowledge dimension, Truth immediately realized what was going on. As an entity born out of the consciousness of all living beings, once they began to reject his existence, terrible things will happen. His vision looked at the planet underneath him. His vision seemed to ignore time and space as he looked at Edward on the tower. "Wizard, is this all you're doing?" Usually, Truth has no expression, so it's difficult to decipher his emotions. However, now, his anger was easily noticeable. Although Truth was still in space, his voice echoed throughout the world, so Edward could hear it. Immediately, Edward felt a feeling of danger. His cosmic awareness activated and he learned some information about Truth. For example, the previous Tier 11 now displayed Tier 9 and was slowly decreasing. "Well, I guess I'm not lucky enough to render him completely useless," thought Edward. He never believed that this plan would completely get rid of Truth's power. However, a small part of him hoped that he would be lucky enough to succeed after one try. "Why are you doing this?" asked Truth. "I've never done anything to hurt. I even let you gather knowledge in my world. I'm truly grateful for that," replied Edward calmly. "However, what about the spiritual hint you place in my mind?" Truth was momentarily silent. "It's not like you would be hurt. My only purpose in doing so was for you to spread alchemy in your world, and in exchange, I would receive more knowledge." Edward shook his head. "If you truly only wanted knowledge, you could have spoken with me. We could have agreed to establish an exchange between our two worlds. The truth of the matter is that you never treated me as an equal, you just wanted to use me as a pawn to further your goals." It's ironic how someone who punishes people for breaking the law of equivalent exchange did not practice the same concept. Enough with this nonsense, roared Truth. Its hand turned into a gigantic one as it descended towards the planet to kill the culprit responsible for all this annoyance. As for Edward, he suddenly felt like his body could not move, space and time seemed to freeze, and even his mind stopped working. Even the mana inside the clone's body suffered the same fate. Even little Morgana was not spare. Luckily, Edward was prepared for such an occasion. A small void shield surrounded him, blocking Truth's influence on him. Horror flashed through Edward's mind as he realized the difference in strength between Tier 5 and Tier 8, which was the current strength of Truth as it stopped decreasing. He raised his head to the sky and said, "Truth, why don't you see what I have in my hands?" The gigantic hand stopped descending before disappearing. Then, Truth said with gritted teeth, "You would not dare." 174 Final Confrontation 3. Truth looked at the 5 small orbs in Edward's hand and his soul trembled slightly. He could feel a large amount of energy condensed into these balls. If all 5 of them exploded at the same time, the entire planet will be instantly destroyed. Worse of all, if the void energy is not removed, it will slowly corrode the entire universe until it is completely destroyed and returned to the void. If it was any other people, they could run away, but not him. Right now, all the consciousness in this world was only rejecting him, so his strength temporarily decrease. But if all the people die, not only would his strength further drastically increase, it will be a permanent one. "You wouldn't dare," said Truth. "Can your conscience allow you to kill all the billion people in this world?" "You seem to have underestimated me," replied Edward calmly. "I am the emperor of an intergalactic empire. I do not know how many planets I have destroyed during wars, how many lives have been lost because of me." Truth immediately became a little agitated after hearing this. He was a little anxious. Of course, Edward was lying, at least partially. In the future, as the Arcane Empire grows larger and more powerful, it is inevitable to participate in cosmic wars. As such, he could see that one day, he will have to order to destroy planets, solar systems, galaxies. And once the Empire becomes strong enough to travel to other dimensions and universes, he might have to wage war with powerful civilizations that could potentially destroy the entire universe. His journey as an emperor will be one filled with blood, war, and destruction. After sighing to himself, Edward threw the 5 orbs into the sky. A power energy wave emanated from them and began to spread. Luckily, Truth instantly appeared in front of the explosion and used its hand to contain the explosion. In an instant, he created hundreds of pocket dimensions to contain the explosion. Unfortunately, the void energy inside kept corroding and destroying these dimensions, but Truth kept making more. Then, a process of constant destruction and reconstruction repeated itself. As Edward watched this, he could feel that Truth was channeling a massive amount of soul energy to keep the void energy contained. He guessed where this energy came from. This world does not have an afterlife. After people die, their souls turn into energy that is returned to the flow of the universe. And Truth is capable of accessing and controlling that vast soul energy. Although Edward does not know how long this world has existed and how many people have lived since the dawn of time, the number must be quite amazing. After being amazed for a moment, he said to Morgana inside his mind, "Have you been able to analyze anything from his body or his power?" Countless runes could be seen flashing across her eyes. "Yes. I have made another discovery regarding the life code. After scanning him, I discovered that he might be a pure energy species." After Morgana showed him the data, Edward understood her meaning. After coming to this world, he checked the life code of the people here. At first, he was caught off guard as their code was in a completely different language or runes than the ones back home. However, since the humans of this world were pretty similar, he could decipher the code by comparison. Additionally, the fact that the code had many similarities with alchemic runes made the process easier. From his founding, the people of this world were pretty similar to the people in the Empire with the exception that they had a gene that made it easier for them to passively absorb life force and increase their physical stats beyond the norm. Edward was elated with this data as it would greatly increase the genetic engineering of the Empire. However, now, as he watched the life code of Truth, he was even more surprised. From his previous discovery, each person's code was divided into 3 categories: body, soul, and bloodline. However, Truth had a 4th one, energy. However, after taking a single look at it, he was baffled at how complex this code was. He imagined that deciphering would not be a simple thing. "Record as much information as you can," he said to Morgana. "As you wish," said the little elf. "However, there seems to be a problem." "What is it?" "The rate at which the void energy is corroding the pocket dimensions is rapidly decreasing. At this rate, it won't be long before Truth has enough energy to throw the void energy back into the void." Edward raised his head to look at Truth, who was greatly focused on containing that energy. He realized that Morgana was right. In that case, let's distract him more. Edward took a remote from his interdimensional ring and pressed a button. Immediately afterward, Truth's face became even angrier. He felt something was happening inside his knowledge dimension. Without any choice, he separated a part of his consciousness to return inside. As soon as he arrived, he saw countless explosions occurring inside, creating holes in the dimension, which in turn led to its instability. At this rate, he could foresee that this dimension would be destroyed and he would lose too much. All his years of hard work would be gone. With the help of the Eye of God, Truth began to stop these explosions and fill in these dimensional gaps. While doing all of these, he was wondering what led to this incident, so he checked. His gaze seemed to penetrate time and space as he saw the development of the last few decades. That damn wizard, roared Truth, he saw what happened. Over the past few years, countless alchemists have attempted human transmutation and entered the knowledge dimension. And once they entered, they would secretly leave many things behind, including very unstable pocket dimensions that were on the verge of collapsing. Their activations are what led to all these bombs that destroyed the knowledge dimensions. While Truth was busy keeping this world from being destroyed, Edward smiled at Morgan as he said, "All right, let's begin." 3 things appeared in front of him: the invisible cloak, the elder wand, and a world gate. Disclaimer: I recently realized that the virus plot might be a little too insensitive, especially during the current times. So, if you're a person who has been heavily affected by COVID and did not like this plot, I apologize for that. I did not do it intentionally. 175 True Goal. Edward looked at the 3 things in front of him. 2 of them were Deathly Hallows, while the other was a new world gate he personally made for this occasion. Without hesitation, he began his plan. The Elder Wand and the invisible cloak floated in the air together with a black hue enveloping them. The world gate has both a golden and silver hue surrounding it. Finally, Morgana had a purple hue around her. Then, a pillar of light came from these 3 groups before hitting the earth. Upon closer look, the light had countless runes inside of them. There were at least a few 100,000 of them. After entering the earth, the light seemed to be forcefully pulling something off. However, Edward felt a great deal of resistance. "Not enough energy," muttered Edward. Then, "Let's add more." Edward's gate of truth suddenly appeared behind him. He clapped his hands together before touching it. The gate disintegrated into tiny particles before dispersing. Edward was not the only one doing so. Every single individual in this world who was being controlled by him did the same thing. Even Morgana took the time to do the same. Ever since he decided to confront Truth, he was prepared to destroy his gate of truth. But now, it could be used for a better purpose. After making such a large sacrifice, Edward was able to gain access to the vast soul energy of this world as an equivalent exchange. It was the same energy that Truth was currently using to stop the explosion. The majority of the soul energy was used to power the 3 light groups, while a small part was diverted to create a pool on the 2nd floor, a pool full of pure soul energy. Edward did not only want to use such pure soul energy for himself, but also study how it was possible for Truth to purify soul energy to such an extent. This is one of the many benefits he will receive after his plans are completed. After being powered up by the soul energy, the light groups began to operate. Each of them pulled a small luminescent orb. This was the authority of this world. The Deathly Hallows forcefully pulled the Death Authority. The gate pulled both Space and Time Authority, and Morgana pulled out Wisdom Authority. Edward roared Truth after seeing what just happened. He was truly enraged this time. Authority is the source of his power and the reason he stayed in this world for so long. After gaining sentience, Truth was lucky to be contacted by the Akashic record because of how unique of an individual he was and because of his potential. Through it, Truth learned a lot of things, including knowledge regarding authority, which has many other names like divinity, godhead, law, rule, concept, and so on. A perfect way to explain authority is why is it that Zeus is the ruler of the sky, Poseidon the ruler of the sea, and Hades the ruler of the underworld. That's because Zeus controlled the authority of heaven, Poseidon the authority of the sea, and Hades the authority of death. Another example is Athena and Ares. Both of them are gods of war, so they share the same authority of war. But what's the difference between the two? Well, Athena's authority focused more on the strategy and tactics of war, while Ares focused more on the brutal killing aspect of war. One thing that he learned from the record was how to become a void life form. This method involved swallowing all the authority of this world to transcend the limit and restriction of this world. But now, his plan is being ruined. "This might be the first time you address me by name," replied Edward as he watched Truth's agitated emotion. However, he soon frowned as he discovered that the rate that the latter could contain the explosion was rapidly increasing. "If I were you, I would slow down," said Edward. "And why is that?" "Are you scared now?" replied Truth with gritted teeth. "No, I just do not want to use extreme means." "Why do you mean?" "If things do not go according to plan, then I will be forced to open a hole in the crystal wall and allow void energy to rush inside. That would not be good for any of us, would it?" A look of terror appeared on Truth's face. "There is no way you have the ability to destroy the crystal wall." "Try me," replied Edward calmly. Truth had no way to determine whether he was bluffing, so he slowed down his actions, while Edward went back to his plan. He first used an orb made of the metal magicium to contain the wisdom authority. As he looked at it, he could not understand anything from it. Then, he took the death authority. Instantly, his cosmic awareness activated and he knew the consequences of him taking away a small part of this world's authority. One of the first major events he did when he came to this world was attempting human transmutation, but he discovered that it was impossible to bring the dead back to life in this world as their souls would turn into pure energy to absorb by the world. However, now, things have changed. His actions made it that Truth had lost control of death in this world. The result of him taking away the authority is that the concept of the afterlife will become a reality in this world. From now on, a few lucky individuals, after their deaths, will not turn into energy, but their souls will enter the afterlife and even have the opportunity to reincarnate. These individuals can be brought to life through human transmutation. Then, Edward looked at the space-time authority that he took. He activated his cosmic awareness to learn the consequences of his action. Interesting. The multiverse, muttered Edward. His world gate has the ability to travel to parallel universes, but this function did not work in this world. So, he concluded that a multiverse did not exist in this world. But now, he could have countless timelines diverging from the main one. In one of them, he saw that it was eerily similar to the 2003 Full Metal Alchemist anime that did not follow the manga. Edward did not watch that anime, so he knew little about it. But he was still aware of the main villain Dante. So, he recognized this timeline. He has always wondered what happened to that story. Was it a part of this world, or an entirely different one? He guessed that in the future, truth might become powerful enough to create different parallel universes. Now, his actions are the reasons that the multiverse has opened. Then, after sighing out loud, he quickly placed all the authority orb inside the world gate, along with Morgana's survivor and the pool of pure soul energy. He planted a chip in his brain before removing the consciousness of the main body from this clone. From now on, he was nothing but a robot acting based on a program. Finally, he activated the gate to send these things to the main body. The reason that Edward left this clone was to let Truth kill it in the hopes of removing some of its anger. Although that was unlikely as Truth would most likely see through his plan, he still wanted to try. After all, he did not want such a powerful being to do whatever it took to track him. If he was lucky enough to remove some of its anger and have him accept the loss, so be it. All he would lose is a clone. It's worth trying. In the void, the real Edward held another orb in his hand. Although he felt the return of the second gate along with the other gains of this plan, he did not care. His real objective was never these things, they were nothing but additional goals. Edward was not petty enough to go through all these troubles because Truth placed a spiritual hint inside his mind. His real goal all along has always been the Akashic Gate inside Truth's knowledge dimension. During all those 50 years that alchemists have been infiltrating the dimension, he has been searching for it. Unfortunately, after finding it, its owner was next to it so Edward could not take it away. Plus, according to his calculations, he might not even succeed if he tries to. So, he proceeded to Plan B. He wanted to gather an energy signature of the gate to use in his plan. Using it as a guide, his success in finding the Akashic record has increased by at least 20%. Of course, the process was not that easy. Although Truth was occupied, the Eye of God was still an obstacle. However, after anything that it was an A.I, Edward had Morgana divert its attention. After looking at the energy signature in front of him for a moment, he said, "Morgana, use all our energy and run away as fast as possible." "As you wish, sir." The gate then ran with the fastest speed possible. This volume is basically over. A few more chapters before Edward returned home. 176 Old acquaintance. A few hours after Edward's main body ran away, Truth managed to contain the void energy explosion and repair all the damage to his knowledge dimension. With a wave of his hand, the clone that was standing in the tower was annihilated along with the building. However, Truth was not satisfied as he knew that this was nothing but an empty vessel. His wrath was not quelled. So, he directly took measures. He headed for the Akashic Gate. "I need the information about this wizard's home world and access to the ability to travel there. As for the price, I will pay anything." Truth then showed Edward's face, DNA, fingerprint, mana fluctuation, and even soul frequency. A while light came from the door to scan the information. A few seconds later, a cold and mechanical voice. "Dear customer, the information you are requesting is under heavy protection. You do not have the sufficient level clearance to search for it." "What? On whose order?" asked Truth. "Your level of clearance is not enough to access such information." Truth then finally remembered something he had overlooked because of his anger. When he first met Edward, his soul was protected by a powerful mark, Merlin's mark. He finally remembered that this wizard was sponsored by Merlin. So, if he wanted to use the Akashic record to track him down, it was impossible. Truth finally calmed down as he reviewed what happened. In the end, besides being humiliated, he did not lose much. The authority that was stolen was only a small part of it. The soul energy could be renewed, the knowledge dimension was repaired. Its greatest loss so far was the fact that all the people in this world had their gate of truth sacrificed, making them unable to use alchemy. Truth had to grant them new ones. After convincing itself of this, it proceeded with the aftermath of this event. Meanwhile, Edward was in the process of running away. After destroying Olivier and her family's gate of truth, he said to Morgana, "Close all the unnecessary sections and use the bare minimum energy requires to function. Then, use all the energy to return home." Under his order, the speed of the gate drastically increased. As for Edward, he was contemplating his confrontation with Truth. He realized that there were two reasons that his plan succeeded. First was the luck potion which allowed Truth to be occupied at the exact opportune time. Unfortunately, this potion has the reverse effect once used too often. Plus, it was not nearly as potent when used back home. Most likely because only Harry Potter's luck was used when previously tested, but this time he used many protagonists and side characters. Of course, the thing that contributed the most to the success of the plan was the void energy. Without it, Edward would not be able to hide from Truth's sight. Without it, he would be rendered powerless in front of its power. However, when it comes to the void, Edward had some conflicting thoughts or feelings. He believed that with his ability, he would one day find a way to travel to other worlds. However, the process should have lasted a long time, hence the reason he wanted to attain immortality. Yet, fate or luck seemed to be in his favor. He discovered a hole in reality that led to the void, and after studying it, he managed to find a way to advance his timetable by who knows how many years. To Edward, this was too much of a coincidence. Of all the infinite parallel timelines, he would discover the one with this hole in it. At first, Edward thought that he was being paranoid. However, his meeting with Rowena in that timeline proved to him that he was right to be wary. The Rowena he met in that timeline was affected by void energy that was corroding her soul. Edward knew how powerful this kind of energy was. Even a being as powerful tier 11 as Truth feared it. With his power, he could only expel it. Yet, Rowena's soul was affected by the smallest amount of energy. The quality was also very low. This level of void energy was perfect for studying and understanding it. Although the void was full of this kind of energy, it did not mean that a person could easily detect it and control it. However, the one in Rowena's soul was the perfect ratio that allowed Edward to understand the properties of void energy, to learn how to gather and use it. Everything was too coincidental. So, he became wary and wanted answers. He knew who to get them from. As the gate rapidly flew in the void, Morgana appeared next to Edward and asked, "Master, you seemed in a rush, and not just because you want to run away." "You are correct. According to my prediction, the Akashic record should contain the coordination of many worlds, including ours. This is one of the reasons that I want to get access to it. I wanted to use the record to be able to travel to different worlds, to have the ability or option to choose which world to go to instead of simply relying on luck." "So, you're worried that Truth will use the record to find our home coordinate?" "Yes. But Master, if he does that, what could you possibly do to stop him?" "Hehe, when you're weak, of course, you have to rely on people stronger than you," replied Edward with a snake-like smile. A month later, Edward returned home to the Harry Potter world. However, he did not immediately return home but stood outside of the void while sending a signal. After waiting for a while, his gate was forcefully pulled by a powerful strength. After exiting, Edward saw an old man with a long white beard waiting for him. "Old man Merlin, I'm glad you're doing well," said Edward with a big smile on his face. Merlin was momentarily caught surprised by his words, before slightly laughing. "You must be in trouble to be acting so cheeky. Tell me what you've gotten yourself into." Edward was a little embarrassed that he was seen through. However, over the years, he had developed a thick skin to deal with so many wives. Otherwise, he would have suffered. So, with a big smile on his face, he acted as if Merlin was his closest friend, his elder that he could lean on in times of crisis. 177 long-awaited answers. After having tea with Merlin, Edward told him about all his experiences in the Full Metal Alchemy world, including his battle with Truth. Except for private details regarding Olivier, he did not live much out. After all, he was the one looking for protection. "So, old man, what do you think?" After caressing his beard, Merlin replied, "You do not have to worry about Truth." "What does that mean? Are you going to stop him if he comes or he cannot come at all? Just know that you're safe." Edward looked at him with a speechless look, then said, "All right. I know old and powerful people like you enjoy speaking in riddles. When I become as powerful as you, I will continue the tradition." This time it was Merlin's time to be speechless. Edward took out the orbs containing the different authority and asked, "Please check to see if there are any problems with these things. Also, check to see if there is any problem with the knowledge I have received from the Eye of God." Merlin took the orbs and looked at them, then looked up and down at Edward, who felt like all his secrets were seen through. Although uncomfortable, he did not resist because for one he was asking for help, second, resistance was futile. "The orbs have no problem," replied Merlin. "However, the knowledge you receive have. Truth has placed a backhand on them. Please elaborate." "I'm guessing that your plan was to create a knowledge dimension similar to Truth's. Then, once an alchemist in your empire opens the gate of Truth, they will be sent there. However, if you use the knowledge you got from the Eye of God, Truth would be able to secretly steal from your knowledge dimension, even across universe." "I knew it," muttered Edward. It was too easy to get all that knowledge from Father during the promised day. He also knew that powerful entities like Truth have weird methods that he could not fathom. So, he looked at Merlin with shining eyes. The old man laughed slightly before snapping his finger. Suddenly, Edward felt like some heavy weight has been lifted from his shoulder, then there was nothing else. He could not even remotely understand what Merlin did. After sighing to himself how he had a long way to go, he said, "All right, let's discuss the other matters." "There is more." "Of course." "Fine, little brat, I'm in a good mood," replied Merlin. One of his closest relations is with his disciple, Arthur. However, the latter respected him so much that it was not easy to have a relaxed and non-formal conversation. Even across multiple universes, it's always like that. It's the reason that Merlin likes the universes where he is an enemy with Arthur instead of his teacher. Or better yet, universes where things get spicy between them or their gender are reverse. Of course, old man Merlin would never admit to his disciple that he secretly experienced this universe himself. After all, he has a reputation to uphold. "What do you think about my plan to reach the Akashic record?" "Well, all I can say is that you will need help for your plan to have even a remote chance at succeeding. And I'm not talking about Morgana." Edward pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. "I know what to do. Is there anything else?" "Yes," replied Edward. This time, He talked about his concerns regarding how coincidental it was for him to discover the hole in reality that led to the void along with Rowena. Then, he stared at Merlin intensely, waiting for his answer. The old man internally shook his head. To him, Edward was the perfect disciple with plenty of potentials. What he liked the most about him was his desire to pursue the essence of magic. There were two complaints he had about him. One was his womanizing way. He would have preferred if he was a one-woman kind of guy. The second was his paranoia. However, he understood that his paranoia came from his personality, experience, and high intelligence. So, after pondering for a while, he said, discovering the whole had nothing to do with me or anyone else. You were just lucky. Lucky. Yes. Luck is a fundamental part of reality. Some people are born lucky and can accomplish great things because of it. Some people do not have high luck and have to work hard to accomplish their goals. Fortunately, you're one of the lucky ones. Edward frowned after hearing this, then he asked, what about Rowena? Was that also my luck? No, she was my doing. She is from a different timeline where after being infected by low-level void energy, the hole in reality that you discovered in the Bermuda Triangle was instantly closed. I knew that your travel throughout different universes would be quite dangerous, so I wanted to give you something to protect you from some powerful entity, so I merged her timeline with the one you discovered the void hole. After being silent for a few seconds, Edward said, thank you. Oh, I thought you would be mad. I'm not that stubborn of a person. I understand when people are trying to help me. Without meeting Rowena, it would have taken me a few hundred years if not more to control the lowest level of void energy. There is no way I could be able to use as efficient as now, so it would be impossible for me to deal with people like Truth. It's good that you understand. Well, is there anything else? Yes, replied Edward with a more serious look on his face. I want to know about my reincarnation. About the earth I came from. Merlin caressed his beard, thinking how to reply. A few seconds later, he said, the earth you are from is called primordial earth. Is there any special about it besides the cliché name? Merlin was once again speechless before shaking his head and continuing. It is indeed a very special place. That earth is located in a very special high dimension. Truth be told, many people believe that it is the original earth and all the other earths are projections of it. However, there is not enough information to prove that. So, what's so special about it? Although the people there are just ordinary people, they all possessed an unknown ability. Their minds can receive information from other universes, dimensions, or worlds. Then, they will write about these worlds in the form of stories, movies, books, and televisions. On top of that, all the people of primordial earth have the ability to create worlds. Any story that they write down, any films that they create, any animations they draw will become a real world. The odd thing is that they are not even aware of this. Edward had a look of shock on his face, then. After discovering this, many powerful people became interested in this small planet. Although no one found the reason for such power, they also discovered another important aspect. If you take a random person from primordial earth and have them reincarnated or transmigrated into another world, using their knowledge of story, they can rapidly grow powerful in a very short time. On top of that, a lot of these people have awakening powerful innate abilities after being transmigrated. What do you mean by innate ability? Asked Edward even though he had a guess. Things like system or your innate talent for magic. Basically what the Easterners called golden finger. Edward nodded his head as many things he did not understand became clear. Because of this fact, many people choose people from primordial earth as their disciples, their inheritor, or avatar. If the people they chose did not have innate abilities, they would be granted one. If they already did, they would be strengthened. Or they might not receive anything. It all depends on the people who choose them. Edward understood Merlin's meaning. He has read many stories of protagonists that were granted wishes by gods before being reincarnated into other worlds. The gods are the powerful people Merlin was talking about, and the wishes were the innate abilities. From what you said, there should be many people reincarnated into different worlds. How come I've never met one in my world? Asked Edward. Oh, they exist, just in different timelines. Additionally, these timelines are usually isolated and protected. The Harry Potter world is a favorite of many people, so there are many of them. Edward nodded his head, planning to one day search for these timelines. What about me? Who is the one who reincarnated me? Was it you? No one, replied Merlin. No one. Yes. After so many people began to intervene in primordial earth, a change took place in that dimension. After death, some random people were chosen to be reincarnated on their own without outside intervention. You were one of the lucky ones. Edward sighed both in relief and disappointment. He was relieved that he did not have some powerful old guy secretly planning his life. He was regretful since the only innate ability he received was his magical talent along with the ability to never forget. He also wanted a system to help him reach the peak of life. You do not need to look down on yourself on your talent, said Merlin as if he could guess Edward's mind. I have seen many people across different timelines with more powerful ability than you, yet their accomplishments do not come close to you. The majority of them become satisfied after killing Voldemort and achieving immortality with the Philosopher's Stone. They become content with their strength and have no desire to explore the larger world, to explore the universe and come in contact with other magic civilization. This is one of the reasons that Merlin decided to sponsor Edward. With his talent, his limit should have been like the other people, but he had greater visions and actively pursue them. An example of that is the creation of his World Gate. Many people have been transmigrated into the Harry Potter world. These people should have realized that since the Harry Potter world is real, shouldn't the other worlds that they have learned about in the primordial earth be real as well and try to reach there? But few people do so. The only people who actually do so are the ones who have innate abilities that allow them to travel to different worlds. Unfortunately, these people did not rely on themselves but on their talent. This is the reason he appreciated Edward. After taking a few minutes to calm himself down and process all the information he just received, Edward asked, "Could I return to primordial earth? The political landscape there is too complicated. Wait until you're more powerful before trying." Edward nodded as he was not in a hurry. He accepted his new life. He just had a few regrets that he wanted to make up. "Do you have any advice for me?" "Yes," replied Merlin. "The world you are currently in is more vast and complex than you could ever imagine. So far, you have barely scratched the surface, be mindful of this fact." Edward nodded his head, chatting for a little with Merlin before leaving. 178 changes. This volume is called Intergalactic War. "Morgana, do not forget to land as close to our time of departure," said Edward. Then, the gate shook for a few seconds before arriving at its destination. "Where are we and what time?" Morgana quickly connected to her main server before saying, "It's currently arcane year 40 and we are on the continent of Africa." "So, only 5 years passed since we left," muttered Edward before leaving the gate. He wanted to see what change occurred during his absence. As soon as he landed, he felt the difference. He could feel energy in the environment, to be precise, he could feel mana. So, the mana trees were planted. I wonder what changes a high mana environment has brought to the people, animal, and general ecology of the planet. Edward then looked at the ground underneath his feet. He could feel the tectonic energy along with the life force of the planet. Although his gate of truth was destroyed, with his senses, he could still feel these energies. However, after trying they became extremely difficult to control without the gate. Nevertheless, Edward was not worried as he already knew how to create a gate of his own based on father's research. And with Merlin dealing with the issue of truth, he did not have to worry about using the gate. As Edward felt the different energies in the earth, he also felt the leyline nodes and the mana inside. He mobilized this mana to cast a spell. A small flame appeared on his hand. "Well, one of my theories has been proven true. With the Gate of Truth, ordinary people can use the mana in the leylines to cast spells." After a few tests, Edward apparat to the nearest large city. With an invisibility spell on him, he watched everything around him. He watched the flying cars, children riding hoverboards, wizards, and ordinary people using magic. Because of its large resources, Africa became one of the most prosperous continents in the empire, especially on the magical side. The continent had the largest magical resources on the planet. While Edward was walking in the city, he discovered a special area with a magic shield covering. With intrigued, he apparat in that direction. He discovered a special place in the city that was protected by the shield. At first, Edward thought some people had broken the law in his absence and created a place where only the rich or magically gifted could enter. However, after arriving at the destination, he saw a sign with the words, "Mana-free zone." After a quick investigation, he realized the purpose of this place. The environment had changed with mana being present. However, to some people, mana is a poison to their bodies. So, some special places were created that did not contain mana for these people to live in. After entering that place, Edward discovered that all of these people would wear a bracelet, ring, or watch on their bodies with a specific enchantment. After checking the enchantment, he found out that it would release a weird frequency that repels the mana in the environment and prevent it from entering their bodies and making them suffer. It seems that the council did a good job at handling this transition, though Edward to himself. Then, he did a few more research on the mana-free zone. He learned that a year ago, there was a breakthrough in genetic technology. The Empire could modify the bodies of these people to permanently prevent mana from entering their bodies, thus curing them of this problem. That way, they could leave the mana-free zone without wearing magical items. Moreover, this procedure was very cheap, ensuring that everybody in need could use it. Unfortunately, not many people were willing to do so. This is all because of a rumor that long-term exposure to mana can grant ordinary people magical talents. So, even if mana would cause them tremendous pain after entering their bodies, many people were willing to take the risk. Many people would remove their protective device for a few hours every day to withstand such pain. Edward frowned deeply after seeing this. He then continued his secret visit to the Empire. His next destination was Hogwarts. He walked along the walls of the castle that had withstood the trials of time. Nothing of significance had changed during his absence. After all, only 5 years had passed. Edward thought that his visit would only be a trip to memory lane. However, one event caught his attention. A student that looked like he was in the 5th year had a bunch of other students behind him as he dueled 3 people at the same time. Based on his green outfit, he was a Slytherin. With his small wand, he easily defended against the attacks of the 3 people. Then, he used a disarming charm to remove their wands from them. "I have to say, you mages are really weak," said the Slytherin student. Did I say something wrong? None of you will ever be as good as us wizards," added the Slytherin students. His words made his friends laugh out before leaving. They all sneered at the defeated students. As Edward watched all of this happening, he was a little disappointed. Not just at the Slytherin students, but the other houses as well who just stood by and did nothing. Not even the little badgers. As Edward watched the 3 defeated students walk away, he listened to their conversation. "John, are you all right?" asked one of them to his companion, who seemed more agitated than the other 2. "I'm fine, just a little unwilling," replied John. "Don't listen to them. One day, the problem of unstable magic core will be fixed. And once the research on expanding the internal dimension of our cores has a positive result, we mages will not be any weaker than any wizard," said the third person. Unfortunately, John seemed to be still in a bad mood, so one of them said, "Think of it that way. At least we are better than the Muggles." "Don't say that. You know this word is considered a racial slur according to the law. If you get caught, you will be placed in detention and your parents will have to pay a fine." The 3 of them looked around to see whether anyone heard them talking, then they rushed to their house lounges. "It seems that the problem of discrimination has increased instead of being solved," thought Edward before connecting to Skynet and accessing the latest research. He was not aware of any problem regarding insatiable core before leaving. So, after getting the research, he understood what these kids were talking about. After mana returned to the environment, mages have to absorb this mana to increase their own reserve. However, a problem that was not detected by Hermione during the trials was that many magic cores of mages became unstable and even collapsed. After research, she discovered that the mana in the environment is more aggressive in nature compared to the well-regulated and controlled mana she used in a lab. This aggressive nature led to the instability of the mage's magic core. Because of the difference in the environment, this problem was not detected beforehand. However, a temporary solution was quickly developed. A potion was quickly created to stabilize the core. Unfortunately, this potion is very expensive and requires constant use. Adding to that, the limitation of all mages is 20x mana. Their situation is not looking good in the Empire. After looking at the data, Edward was not worried. He could think of a few dozens of magic circles that could fix this problem by stabilizing and even reinforcing the magic cores of mages. Plus, with Extension Charm Magic Circle, they can also grow their mana to the same height as wizards. However, he knew that doing this would not fix the problem, just merely manage it. So, he was pondering on how to solve the problem and further unite all the people of the Empire. 179 Conflict. After this encounter, Edward did stay long at Hogwarts before leaving. He did not even alert Headmistress Minerva but contacted his family to announce his return. As soon as he returned to his castle, he saw Hermione waiting for him. She jumped into his arm and hugged him tightly, almost squeezing him to death. "I'm fine. I don't even have a scratch on me," said Edward as he caressed her long hair. Soon afterward, everybody else arrived to give him a long hug. A few minutes later, Edward was having dinner with all his family. His mother, father, wives, Amelia, and even Susan closed her art exhibition to come to participate in the dinner. "Son, you're finally back," said his mother. "What do you mean?" "My experiment has just finished," lied Edward smoothly and effortlessly. "Oh, I know you way better than you can imagine. Do you think I could not tell that the person that was talking to me for the past 5 years was nothing but a programmed hologram?" replied Johanna. In the early chapter, I said that Edward's mother's name was Johanna, then I forgot and said that her name was Morgana. Now, I decided that Morgana is her first name while Johanna is her middle name. To disguise from the little elf Morgana, she will be referred to as Johanna from now on. Plus, your father cannot keep a secret." Edward just glanced at his father without saying anything. Before leaving, he left a hologram to talk to his mother to not worry her. At first, he wanted to leave a clone. However, he was worried that the clone would go rogue in his absence. With how much power he has in the Empire, a rogue clone could do too much damage. Plus, he did not want Herpo to take advantage of the clone to do something sneaky. "Well, all that matters is that our son is back safe and sound," said Edgar Bones. "That's true. Son, where is my new daughter-in-law?" "Excuse me. There is no need to play coy," said Johanna. "If I know you, you must have brought one or a few new wives from your voyage. So, where are they?" Edward could feel many dangerous eyes staring at him. She coughed slightly. She's still in cryo-sleep. She needs time to adjust to this world. "All right, let's not talk about this. How has everything been during my absence?" Although Johanna wanted to know more, she was wise enough to know that this was not the time. So, the family had a long dinner as Edward briefly explained the things he experienced during his travels. Once everything was over, he was left alone with his 5 wives. The joyous mood on his face instantly disappeared once he was alone. With a frown on his face, he asked, "What's going on?" "What do you mean?" asked Rowena. "I could feel some alienation between all of you. So, something must have happened." During the dinner, he could feel that all of them seemed to be separated into 2 groups, one with Rowena and Bellatrix. The second with Hermione, Luna, and Fleur. "While you were gone, we had a little disagreement," said Rowena calmly. "I guess it's not that little since it also divided the Illuminati members as well. In that case, let's assemble and deal with the issue once for all." Soon, all the other members were called for a meeting. Snape, Lily Potter, Grindelwald, Professor Flitwick, Amelia, and the Flamel. As soon as they arrived, Edward could feel the tension between them. So, he asked someone to tell him what happened, then a file was sent to him. After using Skynet to watch, he understood the gist of what was going on. A rebellion. 3 years after his departure, news of his absence was leaked. A group of people, using the information that the so-called Dementor invasion that was the foundation of the Arcane Empire's establishment was a lie created by the Emperor, rebelled and took over a few major cities all over the world. After reading up to here, Edward was calmed. He expected long ago that the information about the invasion would not remain a secret forever. So, he was prepared long ago. He disseminated the truth to the web so that all the people of the Empire would hear about it at least once. That way, over time, after constantly hearing this conspiracy theory, the majority of people became desensitized to this kind of information. No one actually believes it to be true, and when other people talk about this theory, they are labeled as conspiracy theorists. What led to the conflict amongst the members was not the rebellion, but the actions taken to deal with the situation. They were divided in what course of action to take. People like Hermione and Luna advocated for a peaceful solution, while Rowena, Bellatrix, and Snape advocated for a more military or forceful approach. However, before they could come up with a decision, Grindelwald took matters into his own hands. Using his power as the commander of the Ghost Squad, he led his legion to massacre the rebels. And he broadcasted the entire thing to the world. "Your Majesty, I'm willing to accept punishment," said Grindelwald. "But I still believe that I did the right thing." "You indeed did the right thing," said Edward. These words made Grindelwald relieved. His only dream in his life was to see wizards prosper. Now, this dream has been accomplished, so he will not allow anyone to destroy the current prosperity of wizard kind. Whoever tries to do so, he will kill them with no hesitation. Edward looked at the fuming peaceful group and said, "I understand why you want to use a peaceful approach. However, despite how prosperous the Empire currently looks, there are too many problems. So, we cannot tolerate any form of rebellion." Grindelwald's action will not only serve as a warning to those people who have these thoughts but also serve as a precedent for how to deal with rebellion in the future, especially when our territory spawns countless solar systems and even galaxies. Rebellion in any shape or form cannot be tolerated. Otherwise, the Empire will slowly crumble once we begin to expand our territories. Hermione, Luna, Fleur, Lily, and Flitwick sighed after hearing his words. Although they did not like it, they understood that sometimes, force and violence is the best way to solve some problems. Rowena, Bellatrix, Snape, and Grindelwald did not rob their victories to the other side. After all, they knew that these people wanted the best for the Empire. As for the Flamel, they remained neutral during the entire controversy. After appeasing these people, Edward made one phone call. It was to Dolores Umbridge. After this incident, she took the blame for Grindelwald's actions. After talking to her and promising her that she will be reinstated in her position after a few years of laying low, Edward hung up the phone. As an emperor, he was adept at politics and knew how to appease the people that worked for him. Even though he did not like Dolores, she was very capable in her work and did what she was told without complaining. After that, Edward made another call. This time it was to Lucius Malfoy. As the commander of the Earth Defense Force, he actually allowed a rebellion to occur under his watch. So, Edward reprimanded him while also telling him that his power will be reduced. On account of his loyalty, he can keep his position, but the power he holds will drastically decrease. Of course, Edward also knew that part of the fault was on the Auror Department and the Intelligence Department. But, he would deal with these people later. 180 new projects. After dealing with his phone calls, Edward looked at Grindelwald and asked, "Did you find the people who instigated the revolt?" "Yes. They belonged to a radical anti-imperialism group. I tracked many of their secret bases in many different planets in our solar system and have eradicated them. However, I noticed that their operation was funded by someone or a group of people. Unfortunately, these people were very good at erasing their traces." After saying that, he looked at Amelia, who added more to the topic. "Since your departure, a group of corporations has been using their financial means, threat, and dark magic to influence many members of the council. They have been trying to pass laws regarding lowering taxes, nobility titles, and the rights to privately own planets. I believe that they are responsible for the fundings of these radical groups." Edward reviewed the information that Amelia sent him, and a deeper frown appeared on his face. Their actions have begun to affect the foundation of the Empire. One of the reasons that the Empire has been flourishing so well is because it is a meritocracy. As long as someone contributed enough, they can rise in both status, strength, wealth, and many more. However, many of these corporations have begun to take credit for their workers' contributions for their own benefit. Edward will never allow this to happen, otherwise, the Empire will crumble at a rapid rate. "Why don't you deal with these people?" he asked. "The main reason is that there is not enough evidence to back these accusations. These people are very good at cleaning their tracks." Edward understood her meaning. As the most powerful elder of the council, she still has to follow certain laws and regulations. However, he does not. "Don't tell anyone about my return. I will attend the council meeting 3 days later and deal with these people." Edward knew that these people were dying to know what other universes are like and what he experienced, so he showed them. He uploaded his memory and experience in a private server of Skynet and have them experience it themselves. Of course, a few private things were left out. So, all of them closed their eyes for a few minutes before opening their eyes. "The wonders of the world never stop amazing me," said Flitwick with a big sigh. He was not the only one who felt that way. After everyone reviewed the memory, all of them gave Nicholas Flamel a strange look before averting their eyes. In the information that they just learned, they knew that someone with the same name as him was involved with the Philosopher's Stone. All of them were not stupid and guessed something. However, since Edward did not mention this topic, they did not bring it up. Then, all of them began to review the knowledge Edward brought back from his voyage. Besides Nicole, who was interested in gate alchemy, and Snape, who was interested in alchemy, all the other members focused more on the arcane rune magic that Edward invented. So, we, wizard, finally have a way forward, said Rowena as she read the information on becoming Tier 4 and Tier 5. Not just wizards, but mages too, added Hermione. With this new system, most if not all the problems that mages faced will be solved. The creation of mages has always been very important to her, as it was a way for her to allow her parents to use magic. I can even use it to deal with the issue of bloodline rejection, commented Fleur. Edward nodded his head as he could see that each of them could find inspiration from the knowledge he brought back. Nico, what do you think? The gate alchemy seemed to be an advanced form of transmutation magic. With it and the new form of enchantments you created, we can finish Project Uranus in 2 years or less. If there is more manpower, it can be done in 6 months. Indeed, replied Edward as he sent new schematics that he developed for the floating city to Nicole. It was a better and more powerful version of the old ones. Nicholas was intrigued and began to study it. What about you, Auntie? What do you think? The gate alchemy is a system that can be generalized to the people. As long as someone has a soul, they can have a gate, meaning that we will enter an era where every individual in the empire has some sort of extraordinary power. However, that is not necessarily a good thing. Once people have power, their inner desires will also be augmented. So, we need proper regulation to ensure that things do not go out of control. Don't worry, I've been prepared for this possibility. Then, Edward sent all of them a new document with the title, Project Pangea. This will be our main next project in the next few months, so I need you guys to become knowledgeable in gate alchemy. Additionally, I will organize a symposium with all the tower masters and other influential wizards of the empire to help. I'm glad that you already thought of everything, nodded Amelia. With the current plan, no matter whether it is wizards, mages, or other extraordinary beings, it will be easier for them to be managed. Amelia read the information about the destruction ability of Tier 5. She could imagine what kind of catastrophe these people could make if they went rogue. There is more, suddenly said Edward as he sent them another blueprint with the title, Project Akashic. After everyone read the entire thing, a solemn look appeared on their faces. Everyone became quiet. Finally, Flitwick said, "Is this a little too dangerous? If something goes wrong, there will be catastrophic ramifications." Many people agreed with Flitwick. "This is the reason I'm showing you all of this," replied Edward. "I want your help to deduce the possible danger that I overlooked and come up with ways to reduce them." Many people immediately understood that there were no ways to change Edward's mind. Without them, he will still take the risk. The only person slightly excited was Rowena. Does this Akashic record truly exists? Does it really contains all the knowledge in the world? They do exist. However, I do not know if they contain all the knowledge in the world, but there should be more than we can imagine. The meeting continued for a few minutes before everyone was dismissed. Edward could see that many of the people present wanted to become Tier 4 wizards as soon as possible, and even Tier 5. So, he dismissed them before warning them that they should probably practice aura to strengthen their bodies before trying to reach the higher stages, otherwise they risked failure. Then, he waited for the council meeting 3 days later. 181 arcanists. 3 days soon passed, and a council meeting took place. All the elected officials along with the council elders showed up thinking that this would be a regular meeting like any others. However, after everybody arrived, they discovered that the emperor sat on a throne in the highest seat of the council. They did not know whether he instantly appeared on that seat or he was always here, but they could not notice him. Many people immediately became scared. There was a rumor that the emperor went to a faraway place and would not return for at least a few decades if not centuries. Because of this, many people became impudent and did things that they were not supposed to, things they knew could get them killed or imprisoned. So, after seeing the emperor alive and well after only a short 5 years, these people knew that they were in trouble. A few of them wanted to run. However, as soon as this idea popped up in their minds, a powerful pressure enveloped the room, making everybody unable to move. Arcane rune spell, spiritual pressure. This was a spell that Edward invented based on Bleach's anime Ryotsu, or spiritual pressure. With this spell, he could release the strength of his soul to intimidate his opponent. And if there is a vast difference in soul strength, he can render the person immobile and unable to use their mana. With Edward's Tier 5 strength and the fact that his soul has always been innately powerful, he was able to immobilize all the Tier 3 wizards in the room along with the other regular people. Once everybody was unable to move, Edward began to use a large-scale legilimency spell to read the mind of these people. This act infuriated all of them, even the people who had nothing to hide. After all, no one wanted to have their mind and memories read by someone else. This was an invasion of property. So, all of them collectively resisted. Unfortunately, soon after, a warning was sent in their minds. If they resisted, more force will be used, which could lead to damage to their minds and souls. Immediately, these people knew that the emperor was furious and will not play nice with them as usual. Anyone who stood in his way today will suffer the consequences. Although some people were unwilling, they stopped resisting. As for the ones that refused to, they suffered the consequences. Many of them dropped to the floor, screaming in pain as they held their heads. Once Edward was done with his search, a few people discovered that some people had a red X braided on their foreheads. More importantly, 3 council elders had the same mark. The room instantly became quiet with everybody having a subtle look in their eyes. Then, one of the people who had a mark on them was suddenly enveloped by a dark aura that allowed him to break the spiritual pressure immobilization. Afterward, that person began to turn into a shadowy figure seeming to want to apparate away. Unfortunately, before he could do so, a magic circle appeared on the ceiling and a green light flew from it and hit him. With a look of horror on his face, that person fell to the ground. His body paled, although there was not a single scratch on him. A few knowledgeable wizards could tell that this spell looked similar to the killing curse that was once infamous in the wizarding world. And these people were correct, at least partially. Edward modified the killing curse to destroy people's souls instead of the vitality inside the body, thus making the spell more deadly. While everyone was still terrified by this person's death, members of the Imperial Guard entered the room and took away the people who had marks on them. "I would like to apologize to all of you who are innocent in this incident," said Edward calmly. "Unfortunately, the situation required desperate measures. To express my gratitude for your loyalty to me and the Empire, you can rest assured that you will be compensated." Immediately, the remaining people receive a notification that a great number of arcane points have been added to their accounts. Additionally, they discovered that the Grand Library has been updated with 2 different power systems and many other new things. The wizards in the room quickly took notice of Tier 4 and Tier 5 advancing methods, while the mages took notice of the ways to stabilize their magic core and increase the upper limit of mana. "Alright, you can review these things after this meeting. They will not be publicly announced for another 2 weeks, which should be plenty of time to give many of you an advantage," said Edward. So, everyone quieted down and provided their attention to him. First, there will be a rise in taxes to all the private corporations along with laws that strictly regulate them. You can emphasize the aspect of them taking credits for other people's works. I have a zero-tolerance policy regarding their actions. The Imperial Guards will assist in the arrest of the people found guilty of such crimes. They will have the power to kill anyone who resists before reporting. A few people clenched their teeth after hearing this. Although they were publicly elected, they still have private businesses on the side. But now, they could foresee hard times with these new laws. Second, continued Edward, all people with extraordinary abilities will be collectively referred to as Arcanist. Mages will be called Arcanists, wizards as Bloodline Arcanists, Wizard Knight as Arcane Knight or Arcane Swordman based on their preferred choice. Edward then proceeded to divide the different classes of Arcanists. People who use Gate Alchemy will be known as Gate Arcanists. People who modified their genes, people who replaced their bodies with robotic, and Aura Masters will be under the category of Enhancer Arcanists. Although he wanted to have a separate category for mechanically enhanced individuals, the field was just beginning and there were not many people or knowledge to be an independent department. Another department that faced the same problem is psychic energy that Narcissa Malfoy and Soleil discovered. This particular system has not developed yet to the point of being on its own. However, once they do, they either be called spiritual arcanists or arcane psychers. He hasn't decided yet. After the meeting was over, Edward left the council. He hoped that the first law deal with some of the issues regarding class division and wealth distribution in the Empire. As for the second, it is to bridge the gap between wizards, mages, and other extraordinary people. With the common identity as Arcanist, it will be easier for people to be united and rally together. So, from now on, he is no longer a wizard but an Arcanist. 182 High Magic. After the council meeting, Edward had important things to do, so he rushed back to his gate. One of the rooms contained a gigantic gate more than 100 meters tall that looked like a gate of truth. The only difference was that this gate had many runes engraved on it. After standing in front of it, the runes lit up and began to activate. A white light came from the gate and entered his head. Immediately afterward, changes started to occur inside his soul dimension. Countless runes began to appear, and these runes started to build something. It was a gate of truth. Using Father's experiment, the knowledge he stole from the Eye of God, years of research, and a little bit of help from Merlin, Edward invented a way to create his own gate of truth. A few hours later, a brand new gate appeared in the empty white space. The design on the gate looked exactly like the previous one that he destroyed. An Ouroboros with a pyramid inside. Inside the pyramid was a lotus with a single eye at the center. However, now, there was an additional circle with the word arcane written in a strangle language that Edward did not know. Still, just by looking at the word, he understood its meaning. After the new gate of truth was created, Edward left the laboratory and appeared on Earth. Instantly, he discovered that his senses of energy were drastically enhanced. He could see the mana in the environment, they looked like tiny blue atoms. He could sense the tectonic earth energy on the ground that alchemists most often used. Along with it was the life force of the planet and along with the ley line nodes that resided on the Earth. Additionally, Edward could feel a large quantity of aquatic energy from the ocean. Since Earth was made of 70% of water, this energy was the most abundant. He wondered would be using this energy for alchemy would have some additional effect just like life force has on Olcagesti? Edward controlled the aquatic energy and performed a transmutation. The water underneath his feet instantly turned into a large iceberg. It seems to be able to amplify water-related alchemy, muttered Edward, but he did not continue to test. He operated and left the atmosphere. As he floated in the vacuum of space, even without relying on any spell, he could breathe properly, and his body was strong enough to block any kind of radiations and so on. While there, he could feel ambient energy that exists in space and seemed to flow through the universe. He tried to control that energy but failed. So, he tried a few more times. After more than an hour, he finally managed to control a small part of it and begin to take a close look at it. Is that cosmic energy? Edward has read about cosmic energy in many comics and Marvel movies. He did not expect to discover it in his universe. I will have someone studying it, it could be of great use in the future. After taking note of this, Edward teleported to the small dimension that used to be his laboratory located in the Bermuda Triangle. He went to see his dragon, Albion. When the Thunder Dragon King noticed its arrival, he opened his eyes while still laying on the mountains of gold. So, did you return after failing in your trip? Maybe, replied Edward with an ambiguous smile. Don't be discouraged. Even our dragon clan has failed to break through the source wall, let alone you. Wait, you're already a tier 5 wizard. Tier 5 arcanist, but yes, I've had some opportunities. Did you find something in the astral realm? Astral realm? That's a new term, thought Edward. More or else, replied Edward. Then, countless runes appeared in his eyes as he looked at the dragon. He was checking Albion's soul and bloodline. Just like I thought. He discovered that the restrictions he placed on the dragon were slowly being removed. So, it is only a matter of time before the latter regained its freedom. Then, a three-dimensional magic circle started to manifest in front of Edward, which shocked Albion. What's this? What are you doing? The dragon had a bad premonition. However, Edward ignored him. A few minutes after the circle was created, it entered Albion's bloodline and soul, creating a new and stronger restriction. Damn it, roared the dragon as he tried to find his enslavement. How can you use high magic? Another new term, thought Edward. While the dragon was busy fighting the spell he cast on him, Edward took the opportunity to steal some of the memories that were previously inaccessible to him. He then knew what the term high magic meant. In the universe, magic can be categorized into three main categories: divine magic, ordinary magic, and high magic. Divine magic can only be used by the gods and their followers can only use it if their gods bestowed it onto them. This form of magic is considered the mainstream, and although debatable, could be considered the most powerful type of magic. Ordinary magic is any other type of magic, for example, wandcraft magic that was popular in the Harry Potter world before Edward came along. The reason this magic is considered ordinary is that the gods are immune to this kind of magic. No matter how strong a spell is, once it touches a god, they will not be affected by it in the slightest. Even if there is a vast difference in tier between the caster and the god. High magic is different as it can affect gods and even kill them if strong enough. And Edward's newly invented arcane rune magic falls in the category of high magic. After knowing, Edward started to sweat profusely thinking how he wanted to fight Herpo with wandcraft magic. That would be a disaster. Since dragon language is considered high magic, maybe things would not be so bad. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Edward discovered another piece of information from Albion. Draconic language magic is divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and king. The previous magic that he got was nothing but the beginner level, and only after the advanced level could draconic magic be considered high magic. Immediately after knowing this, Edward began to steal the intermediate magic from Albion's bloodline inheritance. Unfortunately for him, after getting 10% of it, a weird power came and cut off his contact with the information source. Meanwhile, Albion looked at Edward with fury in his eyes. He could feel that the difficulty of him removing the enslavement in his bloodline has increased to hell-level difficulty. Albion was indignant. A noble dragon king like himself was enslaved by a mere human. If he was not weak after his reincarnation, there is no way that he would suffer such humiliation. 183 Hidden danger. Ignoring Albion's furious gaze, Edward quickly reviewed the information he gathered about intermediate draconic language and nodded in satisfaction. Although he only managed to get 10% of it, with his understanding of beginner draconic language and with Morgana's help, he should be able to deduce the rest after some time. Plus, he did not place as much emphasis on this magic as he used to. The main reason that he was excited was that he could use what he just learned to make some minor upgrade to his arcane rune magic. So, after getting the information he could get and sending it to Morgana, he began to achieve his real purpose in coming to see the grumpy dragon. Edward immediately used his cosmic awareness as he looked at Albion. His mind then traveled countless light years away, in a galaxy far away. He saw a solar system gleaming with black lights. From his point of view, there seemed to be countless scales bound together. Suddenly, 2 bright stars appeared out of nowhere, shining brightly throughout the solar system. Immediately, Edward's jaw as he became gaze, he could not imagine what he saw. The so-called stars were 2 eyes, and the solar system was the body of a colossal dragon. He saw a dragon the size of a solar system. Edward took a deep breath to calm himself down. After opening his eyes, the dragon muttered, "The Thunder Dragon King has been resurrected." Just his words created a massive space storm enough to destroy a few solar systems. Moreover, Edward could feel a terrifying amount of mana inside this dragon's body. The quantity was higher than the massive Philosopher's Stone he has powering his world gate, albeit not as good when it comes to quality. I should probably contact the Dragon Temple to go get him. After these words were spoken, Edward's vision was broken. He found himself breathing loud, his heartbeat accelerate, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweats. Luckily for him, the enchantments on them activated to clean himself and the clothes. A few minutes later, Edward calmed himself down, then an excited smile appeared on his face. This world is more interesting than I thought, he muttered under his breath. When he looked at Albion again, he became excited. This dragon must have the potential to reach that level. And as long as he is strong enough to suppress it, one day, he can ride a dragon the size of a solar system. How domineering that will be. For a moment, he became excited again before removing these thoughts from his head and dealing with the real problem. After this experience, he could see that Albion's body is releasing a strange wave and that colossal dragon was using it to know his coordinates. If this issue is not dealt with, once these powerful dragons arrived on Earth, the little arcane empire have little chance of surviving. The only hope that he will have is the void cannon. However, these things are unstable and their power has not been tested yet. So, their effectiveness is still unknown. Still, knowing the current situation, Edward decided to deal with the coordinate wave from Albion and improve the stability and power of the void cannon as a deterrence to these powerful gods and demons. So, for the next 4 days, Edward began to study that wave. Unfortunately, he could not find a way to block it or prevent Albion from sending it. In the end, he decided not to waste too much time and send the dragon to live in a world gate located in the void. That way, the source wall will act as the protective shield for this wave. And even if the dragon race managed to track the signal, they would not be able to do anything unless they could also enter the void like Edward. This treatment is not only for Albion but also the water dragon king that Fleur was using to study bloodlines since she also was sending a signal. However, Edward also had one last precautionary measure to do. He sent both Albion and the water dragon king to a faraway galaxy and left them on a planet full of underground beasts with a small trace of dragon bloodline. Then, he erased all the traces of the signal that they were sending from planet Earth. As he looked at the 2 sleeping dragons, Edward muttered, if the dragon temple can track the last place the signal was located, they should not found Earth, but this desolate planet. After that, he entered the world gate and returned to Earth. By the time he was done with all this, another 3 days. However, as soon as Edward returned home, he felt an intense gaze. He looked in one direction as his eyes suddenly turned pitch black. His gaze then seemed to pierce through another dimension where he saw a tall individual dressed in a black floating cloak. His cosmic awareness once again activated and some information appeared inside his mind. Herpo, Tier 8 solar system level, weakened state. Curse by Krona to be forever stuck in this dimension without leaving. Many pieces of other information about this god also appeared in his mind. Herpo, ever since I came back, you've been peeping non-stop. Please stop as it is quite uncomfortable. After hearing these words, Herpo had a calm and composed demeanor despite how shocked he was inside. This wizard, no, arcanist strength has increased from Tier 3 to Tier 5 in just 5 years. In his current state, he can barely use Tier 6 planet level strength, so he is not that far in terms of strength. Additionally, in the past, the arcanist needed to use the deathly allows to contact him, but now, he could easily do, meaning his understanding of dimensions has reached a higher level in the past 5 years. Moreover, Herpo has known Edward for decades and knew about his personality. He always has been careful when talking or dealing with him, but now, he felt a hint of taunting in his voice. It was as if he did not care whether he left the afterlife and deal with him. So, what does he have to rely on, thought the death god. He wanted to use the last remaining faith he has and leave this place, then use all his strength to instantly destroy this arcanist. However, his cautious nature did not want to take risks. Herpo knows a few secrets. For example, the reason that the current arcane empire cannot summon demons from hell or even access other dimensions is that his forceful ascension to godhood 10,000 years ago severed the connection to these places. However, after mana returned to the environment, this connection will slowly heal itself. Herpo planned to take advantage of this process to create a clone to stay in the afterlife and escape his imprisonment with his real body. So, as long as he waits patiently, not only can he escape, he will be able to use his full strength. The question is now whether this arcane emperor will give him time? Disclaimer, with this tier system, once Edward becomes more powerful, it will become harder for me to have him enter some world that could give him some challenge. So, in the future, I will either slightly nerf him or drastically raise the power ceiling of some world. Of course, I will not make him start from scratch, but lower his ability so that he can have some form of challenge. Plus, I will try to make things make sense and not just randomly make a low-level world more powerful. I will also try to find worlds that are suited for his power level depending on the level he is at in the story. Next chapter title, Path Forward 184. Path Forward. In the end, Herpo decided to wait and see. After making a decision, he secretly sighed. His long years of imprisonment have made him very patient, at the same time, it also removed his risk-taking ability. So, he stopped looking at Edward and cut off the latter's connection to this dimension. Meanwhile, Edward sneered after seeing this. With a wave of his thought, the gate that was in invisible mode behind him disappeared. If Herpo dared to leave the afterlife and attack him, a major surprise was awaiting him. After his recent voyage and confrontation with truth, he no longer feared Herpo as much as he previously did. Although he still respected his opponent's strength, he still has many ways to deal. And with this newfound confidence, he did not want to just kill Herpo. No, he had bolder plans for the fate of this death god. After all, according to the information he knows, Herpo managed to instantly become a Tier 8 god from a Tier 3 wizard. Edward is very interested in his method. Over the years, he studied the ceremony magic that Herpo used to become a god. However, he did not place that much emphasis on it. Now, he decided to change that. He should be a very interesting experimental material. Edward then headed to his laboratory in the Bermuda Triangle. As soon as he entered, he saw a shadow rush towards him with rapid speed. He raised his hand. Bang! A large thumping small echoed in the room, followed by a small shockwave that blew the chairs and tables in the surrounding away. Edward looked at the fist that he blocked, smiled before saying, "So, you guys already practiced aura and reached tier 4. Yes. Do you see how strong I am?" said Luna. "I can probably wrestle with a dragon." "That's actually a good idea, I will try later," she mumbled to herself by the end of that sentence. "Alright, let's test your shield." He raised his hand and a rune appeared. However, this one was not large as usual, but small enough to fit his palm. In an instant, an axe made of lightning appeared on his hand and he swung it down without hesitation. A transparent shield appeared to protect Luna, however, the force of the attack still made her take a few steps back. She and Edward both nodded in satisfaction. One of the two abilities that Tier 4 Arcanists will acquire is a protective shield that will instantly protect them when in danger. The shield is connected to their mana and does not have to be actively used by them. After a few tests, Edward knew that only by using liquid mana to become Tier 4 would this ability be granted. If someone just increases the amount of mana inside their body to reach Tier 4, there is no such benefit. Another ability of Tier 4 Arcanists is the passive ability to fly. They do not have to use spells to fly, they can do so just by instinct. Edward checked and see if there were any hidden injuries on Luna from his attack, and after seeing that she was fine, he was relieved. Then, he said, "I need you to perform anti-divination spell on Albion and the Water Dragon King." Although Edward has already removed the traces of these two dragons, he knew how powerful some diviners can be, so, he wanted to be prepared just in case. Luna was confused by the sudden request, so Edward explained the situation to her. Knowing the severity of the situation, she immediately started to do so. Meanwhile, Edward entered another room where all his other wives were, including Olivier who recently woke up from her slumber. He walked to Hermione who was holding a very thin tablet, looking at some data. "How is she?" he asked. "Everything so far is fine. Her body and soul have adapted to this world, and so far, we have not found anything strange." "Anything else?" Hermione paused for a moment, then said, "After doing some test, I have discovered that she has a really poor talent for magic." "What level?" asked Edward. "Even lower than level 1. The Empire has divided magic talent into 5 categories, with 1 being the lowest. According to research, level 1 talent has no chance to break the first limiter in their lives. Essentially, these people will forever remain as tier 0 apprentices. When it came to wizards, the amount of mana that their bodies produce is terribly slow and it is very difficult to control their mana. When it came to mages, they could barely sense mana in the environment, let alone control it. Of course, with a large number of resources, it should still be possible to forcibly push them to tier 3, but tier 4 requires talent and deep understanding of magic and runes, and control of mana. So, it is impossible for them to advance. After hearing Oliver's low talent, Edward was not surprised. Back in her home world, with the Armstrong family's wealth and strength, it should be easy for Olivier to become an alchemist. And with her desire for strength, she should not reject becoming an alchemist, yet, she did not. This only shows that she had a terrible talent for controlling energy, even with the aid of the Gate of Truth. Of course, Edward also knew she was talented in other aspects. He looked at the worried Olivier and gave her an assuring smile. "You do not have to worry about your talent. Severus has been studying a potion to increase talent using dragon heart as an ingredient. Once he is successful, I will have him brew one for you with the Water Dragon King." "That's indeed a good way to deal with the situation," said Hermione. "Once the potion is created, I can foresee that many dragons will be killed," commented Bellatrix, and many people agreed with her. "Not necessarily," replied Edward. "Dragons are creatures with powerful regenerative ability. After harvesting their hearts, as long we provide them with enough mana, they can regrow it. So, in the future, dragon hearts, along with their scales, blood, muscles, and even bones can be renewable resources. We are civilized people, so there is no need to act like barbarians and hunt these creatures to extinction." The others rolled their eyes after hearing this. What kind of civilized person used the body of another creature as a renewable material? Ignoring these people, Edward looked at Olivier and asked, "Remember what I taught you? You mean the way to control the life force in my body?" Edward nodded. He knew that Oliver was bad at controlling external energy, but was a prodigy at controlling internal energy. Plus, her body could absorb life force at an alarming rate. This is the reason that she was such a strong fighter back in her world, able to fight the homunculus sloth who was physically enhanced beyond human limits. So, Edward theorized that she might be a genius in the path of Aura Master. Now, he was going to test this out. He placed his finger on her forehead and the information on how to combine mana with life force to create aura. "Understand?" Oliver nodded her head. Then, Edward had her recreate her Gate of Truth to aid her in controlling her internal energy. Finally, he had Morgana inject mana inside her body. After following the method Edward gave her, it did not take long for her to create the first string of mana. After that, she was on a roll. "I was right," muttered Edward. The speed that she created aura was a few times faster than him. 185 Preparation. A few hours later, Olivier finished the transition into an aura master. As she felt the powerful energy inside her body, she was momentarily fascinated. Her physical stats has drastically increased in just a short few hours. She controlled the aura to travel to her legs, then jumped in the air. To her surprise, she managed to reach more than 10 meters. Her highest record before was 4 meters. After landing, Oliver suddenly caught the sword that Edward tossed to her, then she began to practice. She was so fast that after image could be seen of her swinging her sword. During the practice, Oliver remembered the last tough battle she had. It was against the homunculus, Sloth. Back then, she had to use the help of her brother, Izumi Curtis, and her husband to become victorious. Now, she could cut off his head with one swing of her sword. Once done, Oliver smiled in satisfaction. She felt powerful. However, after turning her head, she saw all the people in the room looking at her calmly. Immediately, Oliver calmed down. Previously, she could not feel it, but now, she sensed the massive amount of aura inside all these people's bodies. On top of that, she could feel that the aura was slowly increasing without them doing anything. She understood that this was because the mana inside their cores was automatically combining with their life force. Is that the reason Edward wanted me to become an arcanist? Olivier was partly correct. One of the reasons he wanted her to have mana was to make it easier for her to train in aura. Another reason was the fact that aura was still a new and underdeveloped field. Edward wanted her to have the ability to deal with different situations, and magic was perfect for that. At least until aura is further developed. Knowing that she was currently the weakest member of this harem, she immediately removed the satisfaction she felt. The road ahead was long and arduous. Meanwhile, Edward nodded. He was satisfied with Oliver's talent as an aura master. He could foresee that she will be a great asset in developing it. I will give you a philosopher's stone made of life force. That way, it will be faster for your aura to grow. When you become a tier 5 aura arcanist, you can fuse with 2 stones, one of mana and the other of life force. Oliver's eyes lit up after hearing this. Over the past few days, she has been reviewing common knowledge and information about the Empire. So, she knew the benefit of fusing with these 2 cores. Edward looked at Rowena and said, "Are you busy with any projects?" "No, I have some time." "Then please design a gravity room for her and us to train." "Gravity room? You want to use the power of gravity to train the body just like the novels?" "Yes. Aura is essentially a type of energy that is closely related to the physical body. The stronger the body, the more aura that can be created, and the faster it strengthens the body, thus turning into a loop. So, a gravity room is a great way to accelerate the training of aura." Rowena nodded in agreement. Creating such a thing was actually quite easy for her as gravity enchantments already existed. She just needs to modify it a bit and do a few tests. As for her other research project, with the new arcane rune magic, she could foresee that she will make rapid progress very soon. However, she still needed some time to learn this new form of magic and master it. So, in the meantime, she could work in the gravity room. "What about you? Working in any project?" asked Edward to Hermione. "No. After the mage's magic core was stabilized, I have nothing new." "In that case, I have something for you." Edward then showed her the previous research that he and Rowena did on her post-ceremonial magic, asking Hermione to study it. "You can work together with Bella." Hermione nodded her head before looking at Bellatrix, smiled gently while slightly squinting her eyes. "Bella, I've never seen your research. So, I wonder what your abilities are. Granger, do you have something you want to say? If so, be direct." "No, I'm just curious. If you want to know what I'm working on, ask our husband." Hermione snorted silently. If Edward was willing to tell her, did she have to ask someone else? Meanwhile, Edward pretended that he did not hear any of these 2's arguments. He looked at Oliver and asked, "Do you want me to announce your status before or after entering the military?" "Do it after," she replied. Oliver has been thinking about this issue for quite some time now, but she finally decided after arriving in this world. "Good. According to what my aunt said, in a year or 2, the Empire will begin its first intergalactic war. During this time, you can use your strength to gain a decent position and train a group of loyal men. Once the war begins, I will send you at the center of it. Gather as much merit as possible to climb the ranks. That way, once you become the commander of the Imperial Navy and your status is revealed, no one can complain." Edward also had other plans for Olivier. If he managed to reach the Akashic record, he should be able to use it to travel to other worlds. And at that time, he will be able to choose what world to go to instead of being random. He plans to send Oliver to the Star Trek universe for her to attend Starfleet Academy and learn how to be a proper commander. If possible, he will send her to different universes to learn how to properly lead space fleets and conduct intergalactic war. "What about your brother and family? Have they decided what to do?" "My brother said that he did not want to join the military again. He was tired of all the killing. My sister is very interested in magic, so she wants to go to school. As for my parents, they are still in the adjustment period." "That's fine. They can take their time. As for you, train well so that you can stand out in the army and upcoming war," replied Edward. "Has someone been chosen for this war?" asked Rowena. "We have a few candidates, but nothing has been set in stone yet. We have to make sure that the opponent is strong enough to train our troops, but not too strong so that things do not go out of control. After all, this our first galactic war. Although we have conducted many theories and practice in the virtual world, we have zero real experience. Rowena nodded her head before asking him, what about you? What are you going to do? Me? I'm going to take a small vacation and wait for the symposium. Who wants to accompany me? After saying this, the room became quiet for a moment before Rowena disappeared. She went to build the gravity room. Hermione and Bellatrix left to start their new project. Luna went to wrestle with a dragon. Olivier did not want to waste time, so she went to train. So, only Fleur was left to accompany Edward, who sighed out loud after seeing this. He knew the reason all of them were acting this way. Although they accepted the fact that he was a womanizer, it does not mean that they will not complain or show their dissatisfaction one way or another. The only person more acceptable to his way is Fleur, most likely because of her French origin. In the early days, Bellatrix was more understanding. However, recently, she has become a little possessive of him. With a smile on his face, Edward accompanied Fleur. 186 enthusiasm. A week quickly passed. Then, all the people in the Empire received a message. The Arcane Grand Library has been updated. At first, people did not care much about such an announcement until they checked what was added. Then, a massive surge of excitement plunged the entire Empire. From Earth to all the other planets in the solar system. The people most excited about this update were the Tier 3 wizards. For many years, many of them have broken through the third limiter. However, they could not find the path ahead. Now, they saw ways to become Tier 4 and 5 in just one day. Not to mention this newly created arcane rune magic. Based on the description, many people could foresee that this new system will bring a new age of rapid development to the Empire when it comes to magic or mage tech. The second people who were excited were the mages. From now on, they will no longer be inferior to wizards. Well, according to recent laws, they will all be arcanists from now. This upgrade did not only affect the wizards and mages but all aspects of the Empire. The Wizard Knight and the Martial Wizard of the East were ecstatic with the concept of Aura Master and could see the rapid development of their career. The new enchantments methods created by Edward will greatly benefit artificers in the Empire. The magic weapons created in the future will be more versatile and powerful. They cannot wait to create many magical wonders with these methods. Another group of people that were truly excited were ordinary scientists and engineers. Although they have high status in the Empire since scholars are highly respected, it did not change the fact that they were just ordinary people. A few of them have been genetically enhanced, but not all of them can survive the process since it is quite harsh and the technology is not completely developed. However, now, they saw the hope of becoming extraordinary. Gate alchemy is based on the scientific principles that govern the world. So, as long as they go through the process of creating their gates of truth, with their knowledge, they will have a great advantage. The only thing to worry about is whether they have the talent to control energy. However, even if they do not, they will still be able to do basic transmutation after hard work and study. The geneticist of the Empire was also satisfied after seeing all the life code knowledge that Edward gathered by studying the bodies of ordinary people in the Full Metal Alchemist world and the Chimeras. A few of them even had access to Truth's life code and could ask permission to study such a life form. Of all the people, the ones most excited are the mage tech engineers. Since they combine technology with magic, they can benefit from both the new magic system and the gate alchemy. As such, after the new upgrade was released, countless people began to use their arcane merit to exchange for the knowledge in the library. And, from now on, arcane point will be changed to arcane merit. Many people who were selfish and did not want to exchange their research had no choice but to do so. They knew that if they hesitated, their peers will exchange before them and become more powerful than them. One thing that caught many people by surprise was what happened after they wanted to buy the information on how to become a Tier 5 Arcanist. They received a notice that this information will be released 3 months later after a symposium organized by the Emperor. If they want to attend and acquire a large amount of merit, they have to show their abilities. In the short 3 months, they have to master both gate alchemy and arcane rune magic. Finally, they have to submit a video of their proficiency in gate alchemy along with a paper of a theory. After evaluation, the best amongst them will be chosen. Many of the older arcanists remembered the first symposium that the Emperor orchestrated. This was before the Empire was established. During that time, many of the powerful wizards today grew rapidly in both strength and status after learning from the Emperor during that symposium. So, many people became excited and began to prepare. They used their high-level access to use perception dilation in Skynet so that they have more time to learn these two fields. Academy City, Bones Advanced School of Magic, in the principal office. Flitwick just ended a call with Edward and he sighed in relief. He was worried that his favorite student would not release the method of becoming Tier 5 as a way to further control over the Empire. Luckily, he did not have to worry about that. The reason for the delay was to motivate people to work harder, and because the destructive power of Tier 5 was too great and require some form of control or restraint. The purpose of the symposium is to address this situation and deal with it. Meanwhile, in a tower master not so far from the school, Lily looked at her son and asked, "How is it?" "After 6 months of training, I can barely make my spells instant," replied Harry. Unlike many people that had to wait to gain access to the new update now, his mother provided it to him more than 2 weeks ago. Using perception dilution, he has been training non-stop. 6 months? That shows that your talent is extraordinary. I'm confused. Wouldn't it be better to just allow the magic circle to stay inside the soul dimension and use it when needed? All this training seemed unnecessary. Lily shook her head. You are only looking at the benefit while failing to see the downside. Tell me, how long can the magic circle stay in your soul dimension? Should be about a month. For you, maybe. But for some people, only a few days. Now, how many circles can stay inside? Harry was not stupid. After thinking about these questions, he immediately understood the crux of the problem. Engraving the magic circles inside the soul dimension meant that every arcanist will have many instant spells, however, each person will have a different amount based on the size of the dimension. Once these spells are used, if not trained to cast instant spells on their own, they will be powerless. Well, weakened since they can use other types of magic like wandcraft or draconic language. Not to mention that after being used or after the expiration time, each magic circle requires time to slowly be engraved again. Do you understand? From now, another form of division will form between arcanists, ordinary and elite. People who cannot use instant spells on their own will be considered ordinary arcanists. This is the reason that I encourage you to train so hard. Harry nodded his head, however, he suddenly heard the sound of two people bickering. He raised his head to see Snape and his father walking while glaring at one another. Potter family dynamic. James Potter was furious. 5 years ago, he was resurrected by his wife. He thought that he had a second chance at life, to be with his family and friends once again. Unfortunately, things did not go as he planned. For one, the world changed beyond recognition. After being resurrected, he had a hard time adapting to many modern concepts and ideas. Although he had information implanted in his mind to deal with the problem, it was still difficult to adapt culture-wise. For example, he was used to writing letters and sending them with howls. But now, this form of communication has now become obsolete, with only a few stubborn and old-fashioned wizards still using them. Another aspect that was hard for him to adapt to was the change of his friends and family. He first learned that Rat-Tie or Peter Pettigrew betrayed him and caused his death. Then there are the others. Lupin is no longer suffered from lycanthropy, has a family, and is a respected professor at Hogwarts. James was happy for him, just slightly missed the fact that they could not hang out as much since he was now always busy. As for Sirius, he was the most changed. He was part of the Imperial Navy training as a scout. Soon, he will be sent to different planets in our galaxy to gather information for the Empire. With the current technology, it would be quite easy for them to communicate from light years away. However, Sirius will be in constant danger based on what planet he is sent to. Where will he have time to talk to him? For now, he was more worried about whether his friend will survive these expeditions. He thought about persuading him not to go. However, he remembered that his friend was a Gryffindor. He longed for bravery and adventure. Luckily, Sirius still had a few years before his deployment. So, they still have a long time together. Of course, of all the changes, the one that disheartened James the most is his family. His son is already grown up with a wife and children of his own. He regretted not having the chance of seeing him grow. However, given the circumstances of his death, he was just glad that Harry was found and had a somewhat happy and normal childhood. Now, here comes the real trouble. One of the people who served as a father for Harry while growing up turned out to be his sworn enemy, Snivellus Snape. On top of that, he discovered that because of how long has passed, his wife had a strange relationship with his enemy. So, after resurrecting, he was furious and wanted to challenge Snape. He failed miserably. Back then, he was merely a Tier 0 apprentice that did not even break his first Limiter. How could he be Snape's opponent? Ashamed, James contacted his friend to gang up on his old school rival. Although Sirius was all for the drama, Lupin tried to convince him to let go of the past and act their age. James would not have it. In the end, Lupin was also convinced and followed the two. The result? They still failed. Although they did not lose, they did not win as well. It was then that his wife told him that Snape is one of the most trusted individuals of the Arcane Emperor and has access to the best resources of the Empire. The only reason that the three of them even stood a chance was that Snape took the higher road and did not completely embarrass them. After coming to this realization, James Potter decided to delve deep into the magic art and increase his strength. He wanted to deal with Snivellus himself. Unfortunately, after 5 years, with his wife's support, he only broke the second Limiter and became Tier 2. This was quite fast and displayed his talent. Increasing mana and becoming Tier 3 is simple with the Empire's resources. The real trouble is having a soul powerful enough to control said mana. This requires in-depth study of spells or experiments with magic. This requires learning a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, James is like his son and loves fighting and using magic than studying. So, he was still stuck in Tier 2. At first, he did not mind his progress since he knew that Snape was only 1 Limiter higher than himself. However, 2 weeks ago, he learned that Snape was about to become Tier 4, and in a few years, even Tier 5, thus further the distance between them. As Lily watched the two of them walk in the room, sword drawn and ready to fight at any moment, she sighed lightly. She was confused about what to do. As a member of the Illuminati, she has to spend a lot of time with Snape. More importantly, they can discuss many secrets that she cannot share with her husband because of his low security level. Over the years, she has noticed that these secrets have started to create a rift with James. Although she tried to explain the situation to him, and he seemed to understand and accept, the estrangement was still there, albeit reduced. On top of that, Lily is aware that in the future, she might have to travel to other worlds with Snape and the other members. By then, she will have to leave home for years and spend hundreds of years with him. By that, the situation will become more complicated. As she pondered these issues, Lily suddenly remembered the last time she met Molly Weasley and complained to her regarding her situation. She looked at him with a straight face and said, "Why do you need to choose? Polygamy is not only legal in the Empire, but also normalized. So, choose both of them as your husband." She was shocked by these words as she never considered this. Despite the many changes that have occurred over the years, some of her thinking has not changed from the olden days. So, she never considered this approach. So, once Molly said this, she quickly denied such an approach. Unfortunately, ever since she said this to her, Lily has been unable to remove the idea from her head. After walking into the room, Snape smiled at Lily. Over the years, he has tried to become less gloomy and even practiced his smile. Although he was still wearing a black magical robe, it did not look as gloomy as his previous one as it was decorated with magical patterns. He even had a badge on his clothes that displayed his status as a Tower Master and a Potion Grand Master. "Have you prepared your thesis for the symposium? Do you want to work on it together?" "If she is going to work with someone, it will be me," replied James. However, Snape just gave him a look before ignoring him. James was familiar with that look. It was the look of looking of an idiot, implying that he was not good enough to work at their levels. Lily looked at the two of them, sighed internally, and wondered what to do. 188 quality 3 months quickly passed and it was time for the symposium. All the people who wanted to participate were chosen by Morgana and Edward based on their applications. The chosen ones included diverse people from arcanists to mage-tech engineers, to normal scientists. In other words, the elite of the Empire was gathered together to deal with the upcoming issue. The venue chosen for this event was the Academy City. The security was drastically intensified as the Imperial Guards were deployed, along with the Ghost Squad secretly protecting the venue. After all, the people attending this event are considered the elites of the Empire. If something were to happen to them, this would be a great blow to the whole nation as a whole. At 3 p.m., all the invented people entered inside a room where there was a large circular circle. His Majesty was sitting along with a few members of the royal family. The participants saw name tags on the chairs and proceeded to take their seats. Finally, the meeting began. "I know that majority of you are here for the Tier 5 knowledge, and since this meeting involved this topic as well, let's begin with it," said Edward. Many people indeed came for this reason. In the past 3 months, many people have reached Tier 4 after strengthening their bodies to withstand liquefied mana. And when it came to the way forward, many people were slightly puzzled. From the information they knew, as long as they engraved the extension charm on their cores and increased their mana, they should be able to reach Tier 5 eventually. Even if someone did not liquefy their mana, they could still reach Tier 5 by expanding the amount of mana inside their cores. So, the Arcanists wondered what other method is there to reach Tier 5? Soon, people began to theorize that the Emperor invented a way to crystallize mana. After all, there is already the Philosopher's Stones as an example. They also quickly realized the advantages of this method. Whether an Arcanist goes through the liquefy or crystallization process, the amount of mana inside their bodies did not change. It is still 100 times that of an adult wizard, which is also the limit after the 3rd limiter. The main difference is that the quality of the mana as an energy has drastically changed, thus making it more powerful or destructive. The capacity of their magic core has not changed, so it is easier for them to fill it up. However, if they decided to use the extension charm and expand the capacity of their core, according to calculation, the amount of mana needed to reach Tier 4 is at least 1000 times that of an adult wizard. A 10-fold increase, and that's the lowest estimate. A person with a level 5 talent, which is the highest level, would take between 160 years to 200 years to reach Tier 4 by normal training and meditation. With potions and other resources, this process can be reduced by a few decades. As for Tier 5, the calculations are in the hundreds of years if not thousands. However, the method of liquefying mana drastically decreases the time necessary for the promotions to months and a few years. Of course, other requirements are needed as a result. 1. The body has to be of a certain level before the advancement can be successful. Luckily, the Emperor has always emphasized that all wizards and mages should have strong bodies and no self-defense in case their magic does not work. On top of that, aura was invented to accelerate the process. Another condition for advancement was the soul. Without a powerful enough soul, it is virtually impossible to control liquid mana. As such, in the future, only the truly talented and hardworking will be able to become Tier 4 and 5 Arcanists through liquefy and crystallization process. After saying these words, Edward sent a file with more information about Tier 5 and the advancement procedures. Of course, the actual method was not shared yet. Then, a large holographic screen appeared in the middle of the room. It showed a video of Edward using a large-scale spell to destroy the continent of Asia. Following this, it also showed a few other people destroying other continents as well. These people were the death row prisoners that Edward experimented with back in the Fullmetal Alchemist world to gather data on Tier 5. As you can see, the destructive power of Tier 5 is too large to ignore, not to mention higher tiers, said Edward calmly. As such, a few restraints is required to ensure the safety of every individual of the Empire. Although many people already expected this when the library was updated, a few people were still not happy. However, they remained silent and did not show any abnormality on their faces. The first rule, and the most obvious one, Tier 5 Arcanists cannot use spells with a large area of effects. According to the Empire's law, no one should be using dangerous spells in public anyways. Second, every Tier 5 individual must be registered and have public records of their level. Hiding your strength will be considered a violation of the law and will be punished. The severity of the punishment can vary from imprisonment to instant execution. This time, a few people could not keep their facial features under control. However, Edward ignored them and continued. Third, after advancement, every Tier 5 Arcanists must undergo a psychological evaluation. Once people attain power, it is easy for their minds to be influenced. We have to take precautions about this. Fourth, Edward went on to list a few dozens more rules. As a result, many people were not happy. Once he was done, he paused for 5 minutes to allow people to digest his words. Now, I understand that many of you are not satisfied with the stringent rules, so I have 2 ways out of for all of you. 1. According to the law of the Empire, beat B in a duel and become the new Arcane Emperor. That way, you can make the rules instead of following them. Many people became speechless after hearing this. Forget the fact that the Emperor is the pioneer of the Arcanist path and the first person of the Empire to become Tier 5. These people just learned that there would be further classification amongst Tier 5. The lowest level is the people who only increase their mana to become Tier 5. These people are considered the weakest and are classified as Bronze Grade Tier 5 Arcanists. The level above that are people who managed to liquefy their mana to become Tier 4 but failed to crystallize their mana to become Tier 5. Then, they increase their liquid mana to the point of becoming Tier 5. They are classified as Iron Grade. Silver Grade Tier 5 Arcanists are the people who crystallized their mana. Golden Grades are the people who fused with a lesser Philosopher's Stones made of emotions after crystallizing their mana. Platinum Grades Tier 5 are the Arcanists who fused with a greater Philosopher's Stone made of souls. This is the highest grade shown to these people. However, as intelligent as they are, they do not believe for a moment that there was not a higher grade that the Emperor reserved for himself and the other members of the royal family. This is only logical since the royal family would like to ensure their control over the Empire. No matter how generous and open-minded the Emperor is, he is still a ruler after all. He has to ensure his power. So, I'm not too very fond of this grading system. I wanted to use normal, elite, boss, and so on, but I also did not like this method. So, if you guys can give me a better suggestion, I will gladly change it. 189 Project Pangea. Edward paused for a few seconds before continuing. The second option is to leave the Empire. With all of your financial means, it should be possible to buy a spaceship with FTL technology. The universe is vast. With your abilities, you should be able to achieve something. As an emperor, I can give you my words that the Empire will not pursue you if you decide to leave unless you directly attack us or our interests. However, he once again paused, this time lasting way longer. The tension in the room became so thick that it was almost tangible. According to the contract all of you signed, if you decide to leave, some sensitive information or knowledge of the Empire will be automatically deleted from your minds. Of course, you have until you advance to Tier 5 to make a decision. Before you do so and sign the necessary contract, the knowledge on crystallizing mana will remain a secret. After hearing Edward's words, many people understood the subtle meaning behind them. If someone decided to leave after reaching Tier 4, with their liquid mana, they will still be considered elite or have some form of advantage in the universe. This could be considered the Emperor's farewell gifts to them for all their services to the Empire. However, these people will not be able to share this knowledge with other people, nor will they have the opportunity to access the crystallization method. That way, if they want to become Tier 5, they can only be Iron Grade Tier 5. Who does not want to be more powerful? This is essentially an open plot by the Emperor. If someone wants to be a leading figure of the universe in the future, not only will they have to follow the Empire's law, they also have to display a certain level of trust in the Emperor. On top of that, since the Emperor can come up with such a magical way to shorten the time to reach high tiers, why can't he do it again? From the tier system in the library, these Arcanists knew that Tier 6 was planetary, Tier 7 star level, and Tier 8 solar system level. The jump from Tier 7 to Tier 8 is truly vast. From being able to destroy a star to an entire solar system, the amount of mana required would be tremendous. They could imagine how long would it take them to gather such mana? Would that even be possible with their lifespan? Then there is the jump from Tier 8 to Tier 9 galaxy level. How much mana does this require? Since crystallized mana is a sublimated or higher form of mana, the requirement for quantity is vastly reduced. The same for liquid mana. However, even then, the amount of time needed to reach these levels might be counted in thousands, 10,000, or even 100,000 years. When it comes to this problem, Edward has also noticed this. However, unlike these people, he already had some basic ideas on how to deal with the issue. Alright, let's begin with the symposium. This is the first project we will be working on today. A file was sent to all the people attending. After reading it, they began to review it and discuss how to implement it. After all, they will receive a lot of arcane merits once everything is done. 2 days later, everything was calculated and planned. Then, the people were divided into 2 groups. One group began to build temples in specific places in each continent. Many alchemists who have proven to be great at enchantments were enlisted to build these temples. As for the second group, they were further divided into 8, each one going to one continent. As for the last one, it was the largest of them all as they were sent to many scattered islands. Once they arrived, these people used the gouging spell to dig deep underground and build a large transmutation circle that will cover the entire continent. Many golems designed for digging and mining were sent to help these arcanists to speed up the process. 2 weeks later, the continent-sized transmutation circle was finished. Then, many Tier 4 arcanists who have proven to be very knowledgeable about gate alchemy tapped into the earth energy, the aquatic energy from the ocean, and even mana from the ley lines. These people activated the transmutation circle. Finally, each of the scattered continents began to move towards one another, they began to form a whole, they began to form Pangea. While floating in the air, Edward was supervising the entire situation, making sure that nothing went wrong. As the continents and small islands moved closer together, the people living there did not feel much before the slight tremor once the continents first moved. The transmutation circle was designed not only to move the continents but also to ensure the safety and stability of the people and infrastructure on top. Of course, the people were still warned of the upcoming changes. As the process was reaching the final phase of fitting together, Edward suddenly received a call. "Sir, the Atlanteans seem to want to interfere with our plans." Edward nodded to the holographic image in front of him before gazing under the sea. His eyes seemed to penetrated countless distances as he saw a large city underwater. The city was roughly the size of North America and was surrounded by a shield. Inside, countless people with mainly blue hair lived in harmony. The majority looked like humans, while the rest were mermaids with fishtails. No matter their appearance though, they all could breathe underwater and were quite powerful when it came to water magic. Edward raised his hand to cast a spell, Light Cannon. A magic circle instantly appeared in front of him before shooting a massive white light. The light traveled rapidly to more than a few 100,000 meters deep under the sea before hitting the city. The light hit the shield instead, causing large earthquakes to the entire city. Many people panic before becoming reassured after seeing the shield protecting them. Unfortunately, this reassurance did not last long as cracks began to appear on the shield. Anyone could tell that it would last long. The Atlantis Royal quickly began procedures to remedy the situation. However, before they could act, the white light disappeared. Meanwhile, Edward, who purposely ended his attack, waited. A few minutes later, a mermaid holding a crystal appeared near his flying location. The crystal shined for a moment before a blue holographic image of a man on a throne with golden armor holding a trident. Anyone who sees him would think that he was the incarnation of the Greek god Poseidon. Arcane Emperor, what is the meaning of this? I should be asking you this, King Nedake. Why are you interfering in the affairs of our empire? As soon as these two rulers met, they are already ready to draw their swords. 190 Project Pangea. 2. King Nedake was surprised despite not showing it on his face. The royal family has just decided to take action against the Arcane Empire, yet they have already received the news. This could only mean that the higher echelons of their kingdom have been infiltrated. This made him furious and worried at the same time. However, he could not display his emotions in the current situation. What are you talking about? The kingdom of Atlantis has not done anything, but you have attacked us. I do not care if you want to deny accountability, replied Edward calmly. My attack just now was just a warning. Next time, I will send my armada to break your shield and destroy your kingdom. By then, even your precious sea god could not save you. The hand of King Nedake on the throne squeezed the armrest, forming a dent on the metal. He wanted to shout and roar but did not dare. In the past, he feared the technology of the Arcane Empire, but not the people. But now, he just witnessed the Emperor use one spell and almost destroy their shield. In the past, this would not have been possible. To be exact, 5 years ago, this should not be possible. How could his strength increase so much in just 5 years, thought the king. Although he wanted to know, there was currently no way. So, he snorted coldly before ending the conversation. Then, the mermaid who was holding the crystal rapidly swam under the ocean, fearing that the Arcane Emperor would unleash his wrath on her. She was just the messenger, so she did not want to die for no reason. Edward ignored the Atlantean king. When he first discovered the city of Atlantis, he was quite excited and even sent someone on a diplomatic mission. However, the response of these people was quite arrogant and even injured his messenger. He understood the mentality of these people. They hated muggles for polluting the ocean. Oddly though, they did not intervene. As for the magical sides, they disdained how weak and backward they were. So, they never interacted or intervened. Over the years, he tried to make diplomatic relationships with the Atlantis kingdom to exchange knowledge and resources. But he received the same treatment. So, he stopped trying. He trained a powerful navy and created special spaceships designed for both naval and cosmic battles, armed them with powerful weapons and placed them under the sea. Between the many small conflicts between the two nations, the Atlanteans have always been the ones who suffered. The only reason that Edward has been patient with them so far was that he knew that Atlantis existed in many universes, so he feared that some powerful being would have an issue if he destroyed this one. Additionally, they may have a weapon with the power of tier 5 or 6. However, after his return trip and his conversation with Merlin, he did not have that fear anymore. He still will not antagonize the kingdom. After all, he did not want to rely on Merlin for everything. Nevertheless, he will still take a more aggressive approach when dealing with them. After sending King Nedake away, Edward began to focus on the task at hand. Under his supervision, all the continents and scattered islands fit together almost perfectly. As for the missing gaps that existed, alchemy was used to grow these patches of land so that everything fitted perfectly together. Huh, muttered Edward as he noticed something. He used a spell to scan the Pangaea continent and discovered something. After all the ley line nodes were connected as one, the process of them activating was suddenly accelerated. Previously, after the mana trees were planted, it would still take thousands of years for them to activate on their own. But now, the time needed was drastically decreased. Why is that? Muttered Edward. From what he knew, the other planets on the solar system also had ley line nodes and were connected together. Yet, they were still unactivated. Edward waved his hand to cast a cloning spell. Another version of himself appeared next to him for a brief moment before disappearing. A few minutes later, the clone appeared next to him again. As you suspected, the other ley line nodes on the other planets have also begun to activate. Edward nodded his head while looking at a map in front of him. He seemed distracted. The map was the Pangaea continent. However, there were marks in different spots on this map. They were different ancient monuments that are famous in the world. Edward focused on the pyramids located in Egypt, Peru, Mexico, Sudan, and other countries. He could see a pattern by drawing on the location of these pyramids on a map. It was similar to the continent-sized transmutation circle that he was previously using to move the continents. The only difference was that this pattern was not a circle, but looked more like ancient runes, he muttered. However, he could not find anything from his memories to fit this pattern. However, he did have some clue as to the reason that the ley line nodes were suddenly starting to activate. He guessed that some ancient civilizations like the Mayans, Egyptians, and Mesopotamians may have created some sort of magical ceremony using the entire world to reactivate the ley line nodes. However, given how far apart these civilizations existed in history, how could they work so well together? Unless someone was leading them from the shadow. Herpo, muttered Edward. Well, this guy has worked really hard, hasn't he? The question now is, why did he stop? Why did he not continue with his plan? Edward shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts from his mind. He was currently busy and had no time for this now. So, after tasking Morgana to study this map and come up with an explanation, he returned to the task at hand. Once the continents were connected together, it was Edward's turn to take action. He landed on a deserted place. Then, a massive gate of truth appeared floating on top of the continent. The gate had countless runes engraved on it. This was the gate that all the current gate alchemists used to create their gate of truth inside their soul dimension. Furthermore, the people of the Empire who want to have their own gate of truth will have to use it as well. Once the gate materialized, Edward closed his eyes as he began to feel the earth underneath his feet. He first felt all the different energy underneath. He could feel the planet breathe through all the trees, releasing oxygen for people to live. As he sunk deeper, he could feel some form of consciousness. This consciousness was vast compared to him, but did not seem to have much intelligence. This was the planet's will. One thing that fascinated Edward from the Full Metal universe was the fact that the entire world was a living being with thoughts and consciousness. The planet itself even had a gate of truth that Father opened up during the promised day. So, he studied this phenomenon in depth. Now, the result of that study will come in handy in this situation. So, according to the setting of the story, after using the perfect philosopher's stone, new talent will be granted to the user like Edward's cosmic awareness. Because of this, I've been trying to come up with a few ideas for what power the other members of his harem along with the Illuminati members have. I already have one for Rowena and Hermione that I'm pretty satisfied with. However, when it came to the others, I'm a little stuck. I have one for Bellatrix, but I'm not too keen on keeping it. So, if you guys have any ideas, leave them in the comments sections and I will use them. The rules are that the power has to be unique or special, not too powerful but can grow over time with the story. If anyone is an avid reader of comics, you can talk about some powers you know about as I used them as a reference for Edward's ability. If possible, be as detailed as possible with your chosen ability, that way I can use it directly or draw inspiration from it. 191 Project Pangaea 3. After coming into contact with planet Earth's consciousness, Edward could feel it trying to say something, or send some sort of message. However, it was too difficult to understand. So, he focused deeply before hearing. Then, thank you. After pondering for a moment, he understood the reason. Before the Empire was established, the planet was slowly heading to destruction. Mass pollution, climate change, global warming, deforestation, and animal extinction were the short list of the things both Muggles and wizards were doing to the planet. However, after coming to power, he fixed a lot of these problems. With the use of mana as clean energy, many problems such as air pollution were solved. Magic was used to clean the already damaged environment. Strict laws were passed for hunting both normal and magical animals. Trees were planted all over the world, especially with the recent mana tree. With all these changes, the environment of the planet was reversed for the better. Although it is not perfect as there are still some problems, in general, things are looking better than they used to. So, Edward smiled and replied, "You are welcome." After saying that, he proceeded to tell Gaia, which is the obvious name he decided to give the planet's will, his intention. After she agreed, he linked her consciousness to the massive gate of truth in the sky. Inside the gate was a large dimension. However, unlike truth, Edward did not place knowledge inside that dimension. Instead, he placed another one of Morgana's main servers inside. The purpose of doing so is that she can now use Gaia's power to monitor and control the tectonic energy, aquatic energy, dragon pulse, and even mana in the ley line nodes. In the previous world, Edward has seen how dangerous alchemists can be with their experiments. In the future, every individual in the Empire can become a gate alchemist. The alchemists in the Full Metal world had access to scientific knowledge during WW1 and WW2. In comparison, the people of the Empire have access to knowledge hundreds of years more advanced than them. So, Edward could imagine what catastrophic things some people might create. So, he prepared in advance. For example, human transmutation is only possible by the most elite of alchemists in the previous world. However, in the Empire, even a middle schooler with enough knowledge about the human body and DNA could recreate a perfect human body. As such, Edward could foresee how many people will try to bring their departed loved ones back to life. Creating a body is not difficult for most people. The only issue is the soul. So far, Edward has realized that only the resurrection stone can successfully summon souls from the afterlife. Even if he creates the right spell to do so, it always fails, most likely because of Herpo. So, he is not worried about that. What he's worried about is that Herpo used this opportunity to enchant people to do his bidding, to use their emotional distress and sorrow to turn them against the Empire, just like he did with so many alchemists against truth. So, he created this server and gate of truth so that both Morgana and Gaia can monitor these secret alchemic experiments, and when needed, completely deprived these people of their energy source and thus their alchemy, just like Father did to the Ames Tries alchemist. Once everything was done, Edward checked the server to ensure that everything was running smoothly. Then, he focused on the second aspect of Project Pangaea. After the continent of Pangaea was recreated, one of the major issues that will plague the people living on it has to do with climate. People from different parts of the equators are used to different types of climate or weather. Humans are easily adaptable, so with time, this will not be much of an issue. However, places like Antarctica are a problem. Have the temples been built? Asked Edward. Yes, Your Majesty. Then activate the enchantments. Soon after saying these words, the planet shook slightly for a very brief moment. Then, myriad magic circles came from these temples and surrounded the entire planet. Luckily, only Tier 4 Arcanists and above could see them, otherwise, people might start to panic. After seeing the magic circles, Edward first checked to see if there were any problems with both the enchantments and the Philosopher's Stones powering them. He was satisfied with the result. To deal with the climate issue and the eventual destructive power of Tier 5 Arcanists, Edward took inspiration from Karmitage and the sanctums located across the world. Each sanctum served as a magic node to a powerful shield that surrounded the planet to protect it from otherworldly threats. The temples that Edward built served similar purposes. One of them is to regulate the climate of each region before all the people adapt to the current situation. However, this was just a secondary ability. The main purpose of these temples is a preventive measure against powerful Arcanists. Once a massive surge of unidentified or unauthorized mana is detected, the enchantments will activate themselves and place the person in a magic forbidden zone. That way, their mana will become unusable and they will not be able to cast spells. This is to prevent Tier 4 and higher Arcanists from creating large-scale destruction on regular people. Of course, the enchantments can also be used as a weapon. After everything was done, Edward led this group of people to do the same thing on the other planets. Although many people complained that these planets did not have that much population to warrant such extravagant use of resources, he ignored them. The universe is vast, so there is no lack of resources. And even there was, he can still travel to other universes. So, he was never worried about resources. Plus, he could tell that some of these people did not want him to have such complete control over the solar system, and in turn, over the Empire. The remodeling of the other planets went smoothly, with only a minor problem. The consciousness of these planets was very weak, especially compared to Earth. After a quick study, Edward came to the conclusion it was because there were not that many people who have lived on them. For a planet to have its own will, it requires creatures with consciousness born on it. Compare with Earth, which had countless different races born and striving on it for millions of years, the other planets could not compare, especially after the Lumerian civilization was destroyed 12,000 years ago. These planets became inhabitable by most magical races, let alone humans. The only exception is Mars, which has creatures living underground. Nevertheless, their population was also very small. Anyway, it took Edward a week before everything was done. He returned to Earth to continue the next project of the symposium. 192 symposium ends. After returning to the meeting room in Academy City, Edward had Morgana distribute the arcane merits based on the achievements and services of each participant. He then waited for 5 minutes to allow these people who grinning from ear to ear to calm down. Finally, he continued the meeting. The next project will be divided into 2 teams, each working on a different aspect, said Edward, which instantly made the room quiet as everyone began to pay close attention. For the first team, I have already chosen the leader. He motioned his hand and 4 people walked in. 2 of them had armor on while escorting the other 2 in the middle. After seeing the 2 people in the middle with a pajama on and a white lab coat, he was momentarily speechless. These guys are now Tier 4 and should be able to easily use a spell to change their attire, or at least change the way it appears to others through illusion. Fred, George. Professor, how have you been? We have not seen you in 5 years. I've been busy. It's good to be busy, replied Fred as he looked around, ignoring the weird look other people were giving him. So, for what reason you brought us here? I need you guys to lead a team on a special project. No way, Professor. Absolutely no. Oh, why is that? Just like you, we are also busy, replied George. Yes. We have our own research to do, running a successful business, and dealing with family, etc., added Fred. Just like George said, we are busy, replied George. It seems that these guys have no change after so many years. Is that so? Replied Edward with a smile on his face, an act which made the twins immediately vigilant. There are only two people that these lawless guys are afraid of, their mother and the professor. That's because none of these people will be afraid to call on their shenanigans and punish them when necessary. A small screen appeared in front of Edward and he said, from what I know, 5 years ago I gave you guys a small vacation, but you never returned to the tower after a year. When the Imperial Guards went to fetch you guys back, you ran away and even used clones to deceive them. When I return, I found in my desk a list of all the crimes you guys have secretly committed in the past 5 years. Although nothing major, it should be more than enough to spend the next 5 years in jail. Do you guys want to take a visit down there? I heard there is a new program that advocates making the food better for prisoners. With your financial abilities, if you fund them, I'm sure your stay there will be more, what's the word, comfortable. The two looked at each other for a moment, then placed the most genuine smile of their life. Professor, don't be like this, said Fred. It's just a joke, added George. You know, you have changed. In the past, you used to get our jokes. Yes. Now, you are serious all the time. You're no fun anymore. The two of them did not doubt for a second that the professor would send them to prison just to teach them a lesson. So, it's just a joke, replied Edward with the same smile. You guys are right. Over the years, I have lost some of my sense of humor. As your professor, how could I question your work ethic? All right, sit down, and let's begin the debrief. While the twins hurried to their seats, many people looked at them with envy. They wished they had such a close relationship with the Emperor. Many people of high status knew that the Emperor used to be a teacher at Hogwarts. And amongst his students, many of them have become the pillar of the Empire. Truth be told, a lot of people from Hogwarts from his era holds a great amount of power and responsibility. Amongst the 18 Tower Masters, a third of them are from Hogwarts or related to it in some shape or form. A few people are dissatisfied with this, but they also understand that these people are the real supporters of the Emperor. So, they dare not target them, at least on the surface. The reason I want you two to be the leader of this project is that it involves your research from 5 years ago. Edward then sent a file to the twins along with everyone else present. I once tasked you to find a way to turn solar energy into mana. This time around, the task is to turn an entire sun into mana. The entire sun? Asked Fred. Yes. The two of them frowned as they reviewed the documents, thinking about how to proceed. We already have an energy transformation enchantments. And recently we have already translated it into arcane rune magic. So, technically speaking, it should be possible. But the resources needed to accomplish this task are quite a lot. You don't need to worry about this. The main issue is how to test the enchantments after succeeding, commented George. Although we can use virtual simulation, it is not the same. Once you guys are finished, I will send your team to a star in a desolate system and you can experiment all you want. In that case, we have no problem. Then, let's move on to the final task, said Edward. I need a way to move an entire planet. Your Majesty, what do you mean? People were a little confused. Just like its sound, I want to be able to move a planet out of orbit and pull it away from the gravitational pull of any star. It is possible. With anti-gravity enchantments, this would be easier than expected, commented one arcanist. We can encase the planet in a powerful enchantment that can regulate everything about it, from its climate to the gravitational force, to the electromagnetic waves that it emits. If we want, we could even place a space-transferring enchantments and teleport it to its destination. That's a good idea, but with an object of such mass, the amount of energy required would be tremendous. In that case, we could shrink the planet to reduce its weight. It would still require a lot of energy to shrink it. So, the question is, what will cost us more energy-wise? Teleporting the entire planet, or shrinking it before the teleportation? Let's do the calculation. How about sending the planet to another pocket dimension? How is that going to help? I do not know. I just want to try what it would be like. Let's ignore this crazy guy and get back to business. Disclaimer, I am not a science guy, so, I'm sure many of the things I said here are wrong. Please do not come for me. This is a world of magic where the laws of physics have no significance. As Edward watched these people come up with ways to accomplish the task, he nodded in satisfaction. Moving the planet is essential for Project Akashic, so he placed heavy emphasis on it. So, after promising these guys enough funds to do their projects, he left. He even contacted that guy that wanted to send a planet inside a dimension. He told him if he can come up with a feasible plan and theory, he will also fund his experiment. 193 Target. The next day after the symposium, Edward had another meeting with his aunt, Amelia, to discuss official business. The two sat at a diner table and ate without saying much. Once they finished, Amelia waved her hand and all the food on the table disappeared. How have you been doing since coming back? She asked. Let's see. My wives have been giving me the cold shoulder. My mother cuddled me too much, calling me every 5 minutes. I have many large projects to supervise on top of dealing with many issues of the Empire. How do you think I've been? Since you can walk properly and breathe normally, then you are fine, replied Amelia nonchalantly, ignoring her nephew's complaints. She knew if he was probably trying to find some excuse to be lazy and leave all the work to her. However, the current situation did not allow for this. Over the past 5 years, she realized something. Although the Empire can function properly without Edward, it cannot be stabilized. Edward is the key node that suppresses all the unrest, the extreme desire, and all the instability of the Empire. The moment people knew that he was not here, many people became restless and began to act out. However, the moment he returned, these people quickly hid like rats in the sewer. Amelia sighed after thinking about this, then ignored the pouting Edward and began her official business. We have chosen our target for the upcoming war. Who is it? Asked Edward with intrigue. It is a race we referred to as Steelskin. However, their official name is the Fur Race. They lived in a star system for about 65.4 light years away from us. She sent him a document of all the information that the Empire has gathered on this race, while also summarizing the content. As the name implied, this is a magical race with very hard skin. Based on our study, some of their members' skin have high magic resistance and can be as hard as some very dense metals. Edward had a holographic image of a humanoid race in front of him. The majority of them were very tall, with the tallest of them reaching 5 meters. Based on the information, even children of this race are born at least a meter tall. However, this was not the main feature of this fur race. The main distinguishing feature is their skin color. At birth, their skin colors are gray. However, as they become more powerful, they will change. At Tier 1, their skin will become yellow. Tier 2 is green, Tier 3 is purple, and Tier 4 is blue. So far, the highest level recorded for them is Tier 4. Edward quickly focused on the anatomy of this race contained in the document. Based on previous dissection and study, the fur race does not have magic cores to store mana. Instead, mana is stored in their skin. After quickly glancing at the analysis of their life code, he motioned for his aunt to continue. Although the fur race is a magical one, the development of their civilization is more focused on technology. They have already conquered their star system and are trying to develop faster than light technology to travel to other star systems. Immediately, a large spacecraft appeared in the hologram. It was the fur race. The document contained an analysis of their level of technology. Based on the document, the fur race has developed nuclear fission and used it to power their spaceship. After reviewing everything, he asked, why were they chosen as the target? For many reasons. 1. Their technology is low enough that we can control the war. After all, this is our first interstellar war. It is best to use a weak opponent as practice. Second, despite their advanced technology, the fur race's culture is very barbaric. In the conquest of their star system, they have basically massacred all other races on other planets. We can use their cruel actions to gain support for this war. As long as we control the media properly, few people will object to the war after we find a proper excuse. Edward frowned after hearing this. In the future, he will go to war with other civilizations simply for benefit. If he has to find an excuse for war every time and has to control the media to control public opinion, things will become troublesome and a chore. It would be best if the majority of people were more logical and could place the interest of the Empire over their morality, thus supporting all its decision without much resistance. Of course, Edward knew this was not possible unless he deprived these people of their free will. Another way to achieve this is to change the zeitgeist of the entire Empire. Over the years, he has been trying to do so. He made sure that the people placed more emphasis on knowledge and research. He elevated the status of scholars to encourage people to take that path. He made sure that knowledgeable people not only have status, wealth but also power, both individual and political. However, this was not enough if he wanted the unconditional support of the people. After all, many concepts and ideas of the old era are still present today. This is all due to how young the Empire is. If he wants to achieve such a goal, then he would need to give all the people the belief in one great ideal or one unique goal, then ensure that they would be willing to do anything to achieve it. After thinking about this, Edward quickly came up with a rough plan. In the future, one of his tasks would be to slowly indoctrinate all the people of the Empire, including the Arcanists. After Amelia saw her nephew deep in thought, she did not interrupt him. Once he regained his senses, she continued. The skin of this race is very valuable and can be used to replace many magical ores. According to recent research, once liquefy mana or crystallized mana entered the fur race's body, their skin will undergo a mutation. The new skin can replace many of the metals we use for creating our battleships and are cheaper. As long as we conquer them, we can farm their skin. Edward nodded his head. Just like Dragon's heart can be constantly regenerated, the same is for the fur's skin. That way, it will be considered a renewable resource. Did we manage to recreate their ability? Asked Edward. Yes. A new spell that could reinforce the skin was created after studying them. Plus, a while ago, a group of aura masters asked permission to study them to create a way to use aura to permanently change the skin to have the same property. This is a promising study, muttered Edward. If Arcanists could have such natural strong defense, that would be excellent. In the future, they will not have to worry that much about assassinations. Since the target has been chosen and studied to such extent, then we will use them. When do you want to start? Edward pondered for a moment. He had to wait for Olivier to establish herself in the Navy for a while. Plus, he still had one major project to finish. With it, he will be more reassured in case something goes wrong. Plus, he still wanted to take a small vacation. Let's wait for a while, he replied. In that case, I will have the Imperial Navy used simulation battles against our opponent as a form of training and preparation. All right. 194 bar. A few days after the meeting with Amelia, Edward suddenly popped up at Fleur's tower. After contacting the tower spirit to let him in, he strode inside. What brings this sudden visit? He hugged her tightly on his arm and said, let's go on a small vacation. Now, I'm a little busy. I promise you that it will be worth it. After pondering for a few seconds, she agreed. They did not waste time as Edward took her back to his palace and got inside a spaceship. Since he had the highest authority in the Empire, he did not need to report his flight operation. So, after getting into the small individual spaceship, he flew into outer space. The ship had autopilot mode so he did not have to drive. Activating void jump, said the artificial intelligence in a cold and monotonous voice. The spaceship seemed to enter a world that is completely white before exiting. To Edward and Fleur, it seemed that only a few seconds had passed. Fleur, who was curious about where they were, looked through the window. She saw a massive fortress floating in space. Where are we? Epsilon Cluster, more than 300,000 light-years away from Earth. Fleur nodded her head. After the space expedition 5 years ago, the Empire has learned plenty of things about the universe. The Milky Way galaxy is divided into different clusters, and each cluster is made up of many star systems. The ship flew directly to the fortress to the parking area. Suddenly, the AI said, receiving information transmission. Accept or deny. Accept. A message was then projected in front of Edward. Dear customer, welcome to Acadia Bar. If you want to park, a certain fee is required. What form of payment would you like to use? Direct deposit from the Central Cosmic Bank, said Edward. Then, a bank account number was transferred to his ship. Under his instruction, the AI accessed Edward's bank and transferred the money. I did not expect you to be so rich, even outside of Earth, said Fleur in a joking manner. Of course, otherwise, how could I be the sugar daddy of so many women? Edward was indeed rich. In the cosmos, there are many forms of currency. However, 2 of them are the mainstream. The first is the universe coin issued by the Central Cosmic Bank. The other is mana stone, which is a rare mineral found in certain planets where mana is abundant. The stone contained mana inside, which can be used by casters for increasing their mana and a variety of other things. After learning about this, Edward commented how this thing was the same as spiritual stones that he often read about in novels in his past life. As for the source of Edward's wealth, it came from 2 things, mana crystal and gold. Mana crystal is an artificial version of mana stones. Despite being artificial, the energy inside is purer since it is made from philosopher's stones, so Edward discovered that they were quite valuable after selling them. As for gold, it was not the material itself that was precious, but the things that could be made with it. A large quantity of gold can be used to refine another ore called magic gold, which is a very rare and valuable mineral that is in high demand. After buying a few pieces of magic gold and studying it, he did reverse engineer the method of making it. And with the philosopher's stone's ability to turn metal into gold, he never lacked this stuff. So, he was a relatively rich man in the cosmos. It seems that you have been too influenced by the Americans, said Fleur. Edward shrugged his shoulder after hearing this. In his past life, he was American. Although in this life, he was British and speak with their accent, sometimes, the influence of his past life will manifest itself. After paying the fee and landing, Edward handed Fleur a watch. What's this? She asked. A universal translator. No need. I have already learned the universal language. Edward suddenly remembered that the Empire has already entered the space age. Currently, the universal language is a normal course in schools along with basic knowledge of the universe. While thinking about this, he suddenly started to wonder how this language was accepted as the universal one. Who was so powerful or influential to be able to do this? Not just the language, but even the central currency issued by the Central Cosmic Bank. To have so many races and civilizations accept your currency as the standard one is not something a regular person or group can do. He decided to pay more attention to these issues and get to the bottom in the future once he is more powerful. After getting off the ship, the 2 of them headed to their destination. They soon reached a building that had the design of a rundown bar in a fantasy world full of magic. There was a sign with the word Acadia on top. After entering inside, they soon found themselves in a very large area full of people. According to size only, this place was probably bigger than a football stadium. Obviously, a spell similar to extension charm was placed inside the small bar as the interior space was larger than the exterior one. Fleur's eyes lit up as she saw all kinds of different races. Humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, and more. Many of these races she thought only existed in stories or legends, and they were right in front of her. Although her facial expression did not change much, she was excited on the inside. Is this place really a bar? The reason she asked this was that she saw that all the people here had weapons on them or wore some sort of armor. Moreover, based on the mana she detected on many of them, there were many people of different tiers. The majority of them were between Tier 0 to Tier 3, while dozens were in Tier 4. As for Tier 5, including Edward, she only detected 4 of them. And there were no higher tiers, at least she did not detect any. Although it is called a bar, this place is in fact a mercenary guild where people can post and take jobs from all over the galaxy. Task. Yes. From saving a country on some planet to saving princesses to slave and drug trafficking. You will find everything here. Something tells me that we are not here only for vacation. Edward smiled at her before leading her in a specific direction. 195 Strange encounter. Edward led Fleur to another section of this bar. In front of him stood a girl that was 2.5 meters, green skin, and tusk as teeth. She was a half-orc. Sir, do you have a VIP card? Yes, replied Edward before handing her a black card. She took a device to scan and check the authenticity. After identifying the card as authentic, the half-orc girl gave the two a smile. Well, at least, it looked like she was doing so. She knew that there were two requirements to become a VIP member, either be a Tier 4 individual that is really close to becoming Tier 5, or be filthy rich to pay for the cards. Either of these methods proved an individual's ability. As for how Edward got this card, it was not because of tier. To use this method requires a test and registering your information. He did not want to do that, so he used money to buy the card. After smiling back at the half-orc, he led Fleur into the VIP area. Immediately, the two felt that things were different from the outsider. In here, there were many Tier 5 individuals. Additionally, the people here had many equipment and jewelry that bloomed with mana. This showed that these people were rich and could afford good equipment. Not long after entering, Fleur had a frown on her face. She felt many gazes towards, the majority of them full of uncontrollable lust. Without hesitation, she activated her Vila bloodline. Then, all the Tier 3 and 4 individuals who were staring at her seemed to have lost their minds. They looked at her not with lust but with adoration. Then, these people took out their weapons and made a slight wound on their throats. However, before they could kill themselves, she stopped her attack. When these people woke up from their daze, a look of horror appeared on their faces. If the opponent wanted to, they would have killed themselves. What a powerful charm spell, secretly commented a few people. Do you think she has a succubus bloodline? Even if she does not, it would not be too far. After giving these people a lesson, Fleur ignored them. As for Edward, he just smiled during the entire thing without saying anything. Once she was done, he led them to a private room that he reserved. However, midway through their journey, they once again interrupted. This time was a short man with red hair and a long braided beard that almost reached his feet. Upon closer observation, this man was less than 1.2 meters, and a strong smell of alcohol emanated from his body. It was a dwarf. Is there something? Asked Edward, still with a smile on his face. Ever since he stepped in this place, he used a malice detection spell on him, so he could not feel any malice from this dwarf, hence the reason he was smiling. The dwarf did not respond to Edward, he was not even looking at him. He was staring at the ring on his finger. Can I see your ring? Asked the dwarf with some excitement on his face. Although surprised by his straightforwardness, Edward was intrigued regarding his purpose, so he nodded before taking out his ring and handing it to him. After observing the ring, the dwarf said, "What beautiful craftsmanship." Although the material is pure silver, the material was perfectly purified and processed, bringing out the full potential of the ore. Without looking at the two, the dwarf continues to observe the ring. I've never seen this technique before. No, even the enchantment method I have not seen before. The dwarf's eyes seemed to light up and he could see the magic circle engraved on the ring. Of course, it was because this was just an ordinary enchantment and not the micro-engravement or the core engravement. This enchantment seemed better than the elves, commented the dwarf. Stinky dwarf, what did you say? Suddenly ringed another voice. Finally, another man appeared in front of the group. He was tall but looked thin. To be precise, slender. He had fair skin, handsome to the point of being beautiful, with a bow on his back that added to his masculine charm. However, his most prominent feature was his long ear. It was an elf. The dwarf looked at the person who arrived, sneered. Did I stutter? I say this enchantment is better than the elf. Everybody knows that elfin enchantments are the best in the universe, yet you dare say this ugly ring is better than ours. What can a layman like you know? Do you even know anything about enchantments? After seeing that these two were about to argue, Edward interceded. Gentlemen, this is not the time nor the place. The two then stopped quarreling. Edward looked at the elf. No one likes their work being criticized. You made this ring? Asked the dwarf. You're an artificer. As soon as the dwarf said these words, Edward could feel many eyes focused on him, and he knew the reason. Whether as potion makers or artificer, they are considered noble professions or classes in the universe. Not to mention potions, artisers can create magic weapons and are the driving force of technology development of any planet or race. Despite this world being a cosmic one with planets and galaxies, magic is still the main driven force instead of technology. Because mana exists in many places, pure technology is often malfunctioning in certain regions with large concentrations of mana. So, the role of engineers is replaced by artificers. So, their status is quite noble in many places. Ignoring the dwarf and the other people, Edward waved his hand and the bow behind the elf suddenly appeared in his hand. An act that made the elf on guard. Runes appeared deep in Edward's eyes as he used the spell Alchemy Eye to analyze the green bow. The body was made of an unknown wood which seemed to be more resilient than even metals. Additionally, the wood seemed to have a natural ability to gather mana on its own. The string of the bow was made from some magical animal that was currently unknown. However, Edward could tell that it was as hard as steel but did not lose its elasticity. Beautiful designs could be seen on the bow, giving it a more nature-like and ethereal body. Some people might think that this was a design, but he could that this was the so-called elven enchantments. Edward only has basic knowledge about the elven language and could speak it, but did not know about their magic system, let alone their enchantments. However, he could test the ability of the enchantments by testing them. So, he injected his mana into the bow. At first, he felt some resistance and he was a little surprised. It seems that this bow has some level of consciousness, he muttered. The elf was shocked after hearing this, as this was one of his greatest secrets. Once again, he became alert as he slowly took 2 daggers out of nowhere. 196 investment. Edward still ignored the elf's action despite noticing his action. He focused on analyzing the bow in his hand. This time, he mobilized more mana to offset the resistance of the bow. Then, an arrow appeared on the bow. Under Edward's control, the arrow changed into different colors: blue, red, yellow, green, and a few other colors. While injecting his mana, he was observing the enchantments on the bow. Meanwhile, the dwarf was scared after seeing Edward's mana. This quality of mana. Could this person be a dragon that has transformed into a human? As a mercenary, the only time he witnessed such high-quality mana was when he was tasked to hunt down an infant dragon that reached tier 5. Many people in his group died during that hunt because of how powerful that dragon was. This bow only has 2 basic enchantments. One is to use mana to manifest arrows. The other one is an elemental converter enchantment that allows the arrows to have different elemental properties. In general, this is a very basic weapon. The only noteworthy thing about it is the material. This wood allowed a basic consciousness to be born in this weapon, thus allowing it to grow with the user. So, the more powerful the user and the longer that they use it, the more powerful the bow will become. In just a few minutes, he clearly analyzed the entire essence of this elven weapon. This was enough to shock the dwarf and the elf, but what happened next was more shocking to them. Edward pointed his finger at the bow and he began to modify the enchantment on it. The elf opened his mouth to say something but stopped at the last minute. 10 minutes later, Edward stopped and said to the elf, "I've never studied elven enchantments, so I cannot add more enchantments to the bow. However, I have modified the existing enchantments." He then returned the bow to the elf, who hurriedly caught it and tested it out. Immediately after injecting his mana into the bow, he felt the connection that he always had with his weapon become stronger. He could feel a happy mood exuding from the bow, and there were even more surprises. The mana required to create the arrows decreased by at least 40%, so did the mana required to add elemental properties. The power of the elements increased by 60%, especially the thunder element increased by 85%. In conclusion, not only does the use of this weapon now require less mana, its destructive powers have drastically increased. How could he do this in just a few minutes? He must have studied 11 enchantments before. This is the only logical conclusion that the elf could think of. Although he was not an artificer, he knew what kind of ability is required to accomplish such a task. No matter what kind of enchantment, it required precise control of mana that is inhuman. When engraving, the slightest mistake down the nanometers could destroy the enchantment. Now, this person did not use any instrument, just his fingers to modify the enchantment. Forget the fact that he instantly learned and analyzed the enchantment on the spot. The skill required to accomplish this task is nothing but extraordinary. Of course, this is not the main reason that he was shocked. He has seen divine artificers in his clan. Individuals are blessed by their elf gods, so this level of skill is barely acceptable to them. What shocked him the most was the mana frequency. To be able to use elven enchantments or modify them, it would require a person to have the same mana frequency as the elves. To have this frequency, a person will have to either be an elf or spent years studying elven magic. Even then, there is a high chance that he or she will not succeed. After all, studying magic in one system is already difficult as it is, let alone studying other races or civilizations. So, the elf knew that for Edward's words to be true, he would have to instantly learn the elven mana frequency and change it on the spot. This was simply impossible. Unfortunately, the elf was right. Once he summoned his daggers, Edward felt his mana fluctuation and recorded his mana frequency. With Morgana connected to his soul, he is essentially a walking computer, so the process did not take that long. As for instantly changing his frequency, this has to do with both his magical talent and the nature of wizards' mana. One of the advantages of Harry Potter's wizards is the fact that the frequency of their mana makes it very malleable, able to more easily change to other frequencies. As such, it is also easier for them to learn other magic systems. When Hermione invented the mage's method, she also ensured that the frequency of mana used by them was the same as wizards. So now, all arcanists in the Empire have this advantage. Edward could see the shock in the elf's face, but he did not care. He could guess some of the reasons for such a shock. Based on his short study of this weapon, he could only modify the enchantments, not recreate them. Only by studying elven enchantments or buying countless weapons to reverse engineer their technology that he would be able to learn about their magic and technology. However, that's for future plans. His arcane rune magic was still in rapid development and he did not need to rush. "My name is Edward Bones, what about you two?" "My name is Hughie Ironflame," said the dwarf with a loud voice. "It is a pleasure to meet another fellow artificer," said Edward. No, I cannot accept such a title. At best, I can be considered an accomplished blacksmith." Edward gave him a slight glance and could guess that there was a story behind these words. Nevertheless, for this dwarf to be able to spot the intricacy of his ring, it shows that he was not simple. Then, Edward looked at the elf. The latter had regained his composure, bowed elegantly, and said, "The name is Garkon Kanya. It is a pleasure to meet such a talented artificer as you, sir. And I apologize for my previous rude remark." With a lie detector test, Edward could tell that this elf was not telling his real name, most likely the pseudonym he used as a mercenary. However, he did not care as this was a common thing in this profession. Most of these people are dealing with shady things, so they often have to hide their real identity. Additionally, there are many curses that require the real name of someone to cast them. Young elf, there is nothing wrong with being proud of your race. However, too much pride is not a good thing. Garkon was a little embarrassed to be called a young man. As an elf, even with increasing his tier, he still has a natural lifespan of 1,000 years. So, his young appearance does not show his real age. However, he did not say anything. Based on his short interaction with Edward, he knew that this person was not only a very powerful artificer but also a very powerful caster by the way he took his weapon without him being able to react. Edward took out 2 cards and handed them over to the 2 of them. He first said to the elf, "If you want to buy more powerful weapons, or upgrade current ones, you can contact me." The elf took the card without hesitation and politely thanked him. His demeanor was drastically different from their first encounter. "As for you, if you are ever interested in exchanging ideas and knowledge, or just buy weapons as well, you can contact me." The dwarf seemed to hesitate as he extended his hand before reeling it in. He did this at least 5 times before accepting the card. Edward just smiled after seeing this and left with Fleur. As they walked to their private room, he used Mind Link to communicate with her. "I can see that you have many questions. Yes, I understand the reason you invested in the elf as I can feel the powerful and noble bloodline inside his body that has yet to awaken. However, is that the only reason? No, I'm also very interested in the wood his bow is made of. As you know, there are currently only 2 ways for a magical construct to have consciousness. Either use very complicated enchantments to program it like a computer or bound a soul to it. However, that bow did not use any of these 2 methods. What about the dwarf? His action puzzled me. Why did he struggle so hard to accept your invitation?" 197 Ultimate Goal. Edward sighed after hearing this. "That's because he is scared of breaking his clan's rules about exchanging knowledge. I'm confused. Isn't it a good thing to share knowledge? Only by doing so can magic and technology rapidly develop," replied Fleur. "This involves the culture of this universe," replied Edward. "Even though such modern concept is known to many people, the majority of powerful groups or races in this world are actually very backward. They guard their knowledge deeply and do everything possible to prevent it from spreading. Before the empire began to spread throughout the stars, Edward's approach has always been conservative. However, after his return and with his new arcane system, he became bolder. In the past 3 months before the symposium, he used his world gate to travel throughout the galaxy and learn some common knowledge. Nothing too deep, but enough to be aware of the general situation of the universe. And he received somewhat of a culture shock. He discovered even though interstellar voyage is a very common thing amongst many races or intergalactic empires, the culture is very backward. The majority of the planets he visited do not look modern or futuristic like one would expect, but they all looked like a fantasy world many isekai animes he watched in his previous life. On these planets, the majority of common people are poor, barely have enough to eat, and have the danger of being killed by dangerous magical beasts. However, powerful individuals with high tiers have nobility titles and control countless planets and stars. "That does not make sense," said Fleur. "Some people should have realized the benefit of doing this. So, why is this not more mainstream? Unless there is something more behind this." "Very astute," replied Edward. "This world is ruled by the gods, and it is in their best interest if knowledge is not spread if civilization remains weak and underdeveloped. After all, in this world, knowledge equals power." Fleur understood the meaning behind these words. If knowledge is shared and developed, then the sovereignty of the gods will be threatened. A more straightforward understanding of this is the fact that the more knowledge an arcanist has, the more powerful their soul becomes. And in turn, it is easier for them to control and increase their mana. This rule applies to all casters or magic users in this universe. "In that case, doesn't that mean that our arcane empire will be the enemy of the gods?" "You are correct," replied Edward. "One day, we will be the master of this universe, and our spirit of pursuing the truth and knowledge will spread to every corner of this cosmos. And the gods will be our greatest obstacle." Fleur nodded with both excitement and fear. She cannot wait for that day to come. However, this will not be an easy task as the empire is currently very weak. After noticing her mood fluctuation, Edward reassured her. "You do not have to worry that much. Based on my research, the Milky Way galaxy is a very weak and backward place, and very far away from the central power of the truly powerful gods. As such, it is the perfect place to slowly grow and gather power before the real conflict began." Edward was very confident in his and the Empire's future. He has access to countless universes' resources and knowledge to grow. So, it did not matter to him whether the Milky Way was considered a barren place. As long as he has enough time, the Arcane Empire will grow to unimaginable heights. Fleur had full confidence in her husband's and herself to one day bring the empire to such heights. Although the process will be long and arduous, she was ready. "One more thing. With how you usually operate, how come you did not use legilimency to secretly read the memories of these two?" "I did. Unfortunately, all the real secrets or magic knowledge are protected by soul contracts, bloodline restrictions, or protected by their gods. And not just these two, all the mercenaries here are the same. The only information I could gather was their experience over the years. Of course, these experiences also provided me with a great deal of information. While chatting, the two soon arrived at their destination. They entered a private room where they saw someone waiting for them. It was an old man with white hair and a well-groomed beard, with one arm missing. Despite his old age, a youthful vigor emanated from his eyes underneath his moon-shaped glasses. "Professor Dumbledore?" asked Fleur. "It's your highness, Fleur," responded the old man with a smile. Although Fleur knew that Dumbledore was alive, she did not know his exact whereabouts. "You can just address me normally," she replied. Meanwhile, Edward looked at the missing arm of the headmaster and said, "Recent adventure." "Yes. I was careless and a sword mantis cut it off." Edward could see that the headmaster was in a very good mood despite his current situation, and he could guess the reason. Dumbledore has spent his entire life fearing his power, fearing what he is capable of, fearing the effect he can have on the wizarding world. However, after Edward sent him off into the universe, he realized how weak he truly was, he realized what true power was. So, he regained his youthful mentality. Under Edward's order, he became a mercenary to gather information, while in the meantime, he tapped into his Gryffindor's traits and had many adventures. It's a shame that he was very weak and could not gather much useful information in the past decades. "Let me help you," said Edward as a magical circle appeared in front of him. Limb regeneration spell. A white light enveloped Dumbledore's body, then a few minutes later, a brand new one grew back. Edward nodded in satisfaction. However, after feeling the mana used for that spell, he realized that it would have been more efficient to use gate alchemy along with a few chemical materials to recreate a new arm. "Oh well, let's get down to business," said Edward after watching Dumbledore play with his new arm for more than a minute. 198 Business. "So, what brought you to see me, Your Majesty?" asked Dumbledore. Previously, Edward has always been very restrained, or cautious when it came to expanding or interacting with other races or factions in the universe. This is one of the reasons that Dumbledore only managed to gather so little information after so many years. That, and the fact that he was truly too weak to gain access to certain information. "Could it be? As you guessed, I am prepared to take a more proactive approach than before," replied Edward. "So, I brought many things for you." Then, he took Dumbledore and Fleur into a pocket dimension he brought with him. "The first thing is access to the Arcane Grand Library in Skynet. Previously, you could not get access to it because of distance. But now, I have placed a server in a dimension that only you can access. So, no matter where you are, you can get the knowledge you want. Of course, according to the Empire law, you still have to pay merit." Dumbledore nodded his head without complaining. As one of the few level 4 authorities of the Empire, he had a massive discount on all knowledge of the Empire. Additionally, he is considered on a secret mission under the order of the Emperor. So, he still receives a lot of merit for the information he provides. Dumbledore quickly glanced at the information in the library. His eyes lit up after seeing the Tier 4 and 5 knowledge. In the past 5 years since Edward was gone, he decided to take more risks and became a mercenary to gather more information quickly. One of the important pieces of information he gathered was regarding the different tiers. He wanted to report back to the Empire. Unfortunately, for security reasons, his only contact was with Edward, but the latter was not here. He only reported the information a few months ago. However, Edward had already known about it. Nevertheless, Dumbledore still receives his merits for doing his job. Dumbledore did not hesitate to buy this knowledge. He knew more than anyone else the importance of higher tier in this universe. With his talent and 100 years of mana, it will not take long for him to reach Tier 5 with this method. As for the contracts needed to sign for the Tier 5 knowledge, he signed it without hesitation. Over the years, he has seen all the good things Edward has done for not only wizards but also the non-magical. He has seen how prosperous wizards can be under the right leadership. As such, Dumbledore has many times wondered if he did not choose to suppress his power and guide wizards in the path of magic and knowledge, what would the world be now? He admits that he is not a visionary like Edward and could not bring them to the current height of the Empire. However, he could have eliminated many of the backwardnesses of wizards and advanced magic by a few hundred years. By the time Edward came along, it would have been easier to change the status quo of the wizarding world. Additionally, with his foundation, Edward could have advanced the magical civilization of the Empire even further than it was currently at, and at a much more rapid rate. After sighing internally, Dumbledore moved on. He was old enough to know not to dwell in the past as there was no medicine for regret. Even magic could not do so. Of course, despite feeling this way about Edward and the Empire, Dumbledore still has his values and views that he will not compromise on. As he told Edward many times, if he ever becomes corrupted by power, both political and personal, and endangered the Empire, he will fight him to his death. And a strong-willed person like him means his promise. Meanwhile, Edward, who did not know that so many things went through his former headmaster's head, continued his talk. "I have to warn you that if someone discovered this dimension or stole its coordinate from your mind, it is programmed to self-detonate. So, if one day you cannot connect to it, you should contact me immediately." After explaining this, he led the two of them to another room where many people led in a pod sleeping. These people are arcanists that had their bloodline modified or infused with a metamorph magus 1. Additionally, they have studied the human transfiguration spell to the highest level. In other words, they are the perfect spy. They can turn into any race while ensuring that their appearance, bloodline, gene, and even soul looked as needed. Dumbledore immediately understood the meaning behind this. His job now was to send these people to infiltrate important races or factions in the Milky Way galaxy. Speaking of Metamorphmagus, how is Tonks? Asked Dumbledore. She's fine. She wanted to be part of this project. However, Lupin seems to have disagreed and they even argued. Now, they seem to have reached a compromise that she will be part of the next batch. Dumbledore understood Lupin's worry. After all, the first group will be the most dangerous one. After explaining a few things, Edward said, "Be warned though, their transformation is not absolute and can be seen through, so be careful." He then led the group to another room. This time, it contained countless spaceships. It was an armada of intergalactic spaceships with powerful weapon systems on them. "What do you want me to do, Your Majesty?" "First, I want you to form your own powerful mercenary group, and these ships are to support you," replied Edward calmly. "However, this is not the main objective. The main objective is to start a business selling low-level magical weapons, and quickly spread it throughout the galaxy." Dumbledore caressed his beard as he pondered for a moment. This is not impossible, but the interests of many people will be affected. He knew that with 3D printing technology, the Empire could mass-produce many low-level magical weapons, which gave them an advantage. "You are correct about that," replied Edward. "With us on the market, many people will be affected but only a few are worth paying attention to. The elves are more focused on high-end magic items, so they will not care much. The ones we have to worry about are the humans, the dwarves, and the goblins. When it comes to the dwarves, they are not that good with enchantments and focused more on using blacksmith to bring out the full effect of magical ores. So, we can partner up with them. As for the goblins, you can pay these greedy bastards a small percentage to get them out of our way until we swallow up the market and push them out. Do not be afraid to show your strength, otherwise, they will want to take more and more from you. As for our fellow brethren, use this business to get into contact with them. The Empire needs population to grow, so they will be our next grand conquest." "As you wish." Edward then talked to Dumbledore as they detailed how to execute their future business plan. Then, Edward spent the next few days on a small vacation with Fleur, enjoying himself and forgetting all his responsibilities. Then, he took his spaceship and returned to Earth. 199 Pirate Edward and Fleur were in their spaceship humming a beautiful song that they had just heard. There was a concert in the Acadia bar and a siren was invited to sing. The siren was a famous star in the galaxy and had the voice of an angel. On top of that, her singing could directly affect the soul. In fact, her music could be classified as soul music. If a person did not have a high tier or powerful enough soul, they could not listen to her music, let alone appreciate it. "During the Empire's 100 years birthday celebration, you should invite her to sing at the ceremony," said Fleur. "That's a good idea. Although she is a little expensive, we are rich enough to afford it." From what Edward knew, every time that siren performed at a special venue, she has to be offered 5 planets rich in resources. That's how expensive she is. "However, you better not flirt or sleep with her," said Fleur. Edward did not respond and changed the subject. "It would be better to train a star of our own on her level. That way, we can use her influence not only to gather resources but also have a way to influence public opinion." Edward knew the influence a star of this level with massive fans can have on regular people. So, it would be in their best interest to train one as well. "Indeed," replied Fleur. However, before she could say her next words, an alarm started to ring on the ship. "Warning, warning, warning, detecting a ship that is tracking our location. Do you wish to block the tracking?" "Tracking? No, reverse the tracking and found the information of the person. As you command." A few seconds later, an image of a large ship flying with tremendous speed was displayed on the screen. The ship was painted with a green skull with 2 fangs. The eye socket of the skeleton was red and a small river of blood was under the skeleton. "The Killrogue Pirates," muttered Edward after seeing the insignia on the ship. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. He guessed that these guys must have overheard his conversation with the dwarf and elf and thought that he was easy prey. After all, it is common knowledge that artificers are rich people. "Keep the ship at the current speed. Do you want to do something to them?" "Can I be the main fighter?" asked Fleur with excitement. "No, the leader is an infamous tier 5 orc. So what? With my liquid mana and arcane rune magic, he will not be my opponent." "True, but you will take too much time in a fight with him. I do not want any unknown variable." Soon, the huge ship appeared behind Edward's. Then, a yellow beam came from it to bound their ship. The beam not only immobilized the ship but also slowly attracted it back into the main ship. "Detecting invasion of our main operating system. Do you wish to deploy countermeasures?" "No." Soon, the ship's system was invaded and the exit door was opened. Then, Edward heard a deep and powerful voice. "Sir Artificer, please come out." Edward and Fleur walked out of the ship to see a bunch of tall green-skinned humanoid creatures waiting for them. The man in front of them who seemed to be the leader had an intimating presence. He had an animal pelt that covered his crotch, while his upper muscular body was bare, showing the inflated muscles. He had a massive sword stuck on the floor as he held it by the handle and some kind animal pelt on his back serving as a cape. While looking at the orc leader, the latter was also looking at him. However, unlike the calm demeanor shown on the surface, the orc was very wary of Edward. As a powerful orc warrior, he has a beast-like instinct for danger, and the moment he laid eyes on Edward, a warning of danger came into his mind. In fact, even looking at Fleur he also felt a slight sense of danger. I thought these guys said that it was a weak artificer. From what Kilrogue knew, most artificers were weak in terms of combat ability since they spent most of their lives studying and crafting. The only thing to worry about them is the fact that they usually have countless magical weapons, some of which are truly powerful beyond measures. However, as long as you prevent them from activating them, it should be fine. This is the reason that he waited so close to the ship. With his speed, as long as he sensed the slightest mana, he could reach inside in less than a second and subdue his opponent. So, Kilrogue was happy when he saw the two of them leaving the safety of the ship without doing anything. However, now, he understood the reason. These people were not easy to mess with. You must be the famous Kilrogue, the leader of a ferocious band of pirates that terrorized the surrounding cluster, said Edward with a calm smile. The more calm the enemy is, the more wary Kilrogue became. Those are just rumors released by the Galactic Federation to ruin our reputation. We are just mercenaries that only fight for the right price. Hee, replied Edward without commenting on this statement. So, for what purpose that you have stopped us? I would like to invite you to become the official artificer of our Kilrogue mercenary group. Edward sneered inside after hearing this. The so-called invitation is nothing but becoming the slave of these people and forcing him to create magical weapons to both strengthen them and make them richer. Captain Kilrogue, do you believe in any gods? Suddenly asked Edward. Kilrogue frowned after hearing this, wondering why he asked such a strange question. No, I do not. What about the orc god, Ganar? Not him as well. My goal is to one day also become a god. How could I believe in someone else? Replied Kilrogue. However, the latter suddenly felt that something was wrong. These thoughts were the deepest secrets in his mind, so he would never reveal them so openly even in front of his men. Spiritual guidance spell? How could I did not notice? As soon as Kilrogue heard Edward respond with the word good, he acted out of instinct and immediately rushed towards him with his sword. He guessed that this person was most likely a powerful caster as well as an artificer, and based on his experience, most casters require some time to use their spells, so, as long as he is fast enough, he could easily subdue him. Unfortunately for the mighty orc, not long after he moved, a green circle suddenly appeared on top of his head and he was forced on the ground, unable to move. Instant spell? And gravity spell. Kilrogue mobilized the mana inside his body to strengthen his muscles and bones. With this boost, he managed to reach the position of half-kneel. However, before he could get further, a jet of blue flame suddenly enveloped him. Once the flame ended, Edward was a little surprised as there was not a scratch on this orc's body. What a powerful elemental resistance! This guy has value in being trained. 200 battle Kilrogue's green skin suddenly turned red along with his eyes, then, he broke free from the restriction of the gravity spell. On top of that, Edward could feel that his mana became violent, and as it traveled throughout his body, it drastically increased his stats. Kilrogue rushed towards Edward with at least 5 times the previous speed. By the time he reached less than a meter from him, a sonic boom was heard. In Kilrogue's eyes, the caster in front of him remained motionless as he moved faster than the latter could react. He swung his sword with tremendous force. With this strike, he should be gravely injured. However, the vitality of a tier 5 caster should be more than enough to keep him alive. As the sword was a few inches from its target, Kilrogue felt a powerful force that pushed more than a dozen meters away. Arcane rune spell, Almighty Push. Kilrogue was forced to insert his sword on the ground to offset the force of that attack. So, he left a trail in his way before stopping, his breath elevated. If he was not in a rage mode and immunity to pain, he knew that he must likely have already fallen. Realizing that he was facing an elite caster with plenty of battle experience, diverse spells, and great reaction time, Kilrogue decided to take things more seriously. To him, the more powerful Edward, the more valuable he was. Suddenly, red blood came out of Kilrogue's body before forming a red armor that covered all his body. Orc magic, blood armor. Then, the sword in his hand suddenly lit up and he disappeared. When he appeared again, he was standing behind Edward, once again swinging down his weapon. This time, Kilrogue was very concentrated, his beast-like instinct was activated to the fullest. So, the moment he felt the gravitational force from his opponent's body, he used the flash enchantment in his sword to teleport away before reappearing in the same spot again, dodging the attack. However, after swinging his sword, he discovered that Edward had also disappeared and appeared behind him. I'm quite surprised. From what I know, any magical weapon with space-related enchantments is not only rare but also very expensive. How did you get access to one? Kilrogue did not answer this question as he knew that this time, he was in trouble. One of the most deadly and difficult people to deal with in the universe are casters who mastered instant space movement spells. It is very difficult to get close to them, and they can get away when things go south. Despite this, Kilrogue never thought of running away or giving up. He is a warrior and disdain running away from the battle. Additionally, an artificer was too important to the pirate group. Not to mention that he came here personally to take the artificer back. If he did not succeed, this would damage his prestige as a captain. Then, the vice-captains who are also tier 5 can use this opportunity to mutiny and usurp his power. Since we both have a flash step spell, the victory will be to the more strategic person and the person with the better reflexes. With all my experiences and being a warrior, I should have an advantage. After all, no matter how powerful this caster is, he is still an artificer. He has to spend a lot of time learning and forging weapons. He should lack experience and training compared to me, who has been on the verge of life and death constantly for many years. Kilrogue swung his sword and a blue slash rushed towards Edward, who just created a magic shield to block the attack. Immediately, he activated his flash spell to move. However, he discovered that it did not work. Damn it! Dimensional anchor spell. As soon as these thoughts came to his mind, he felt a sense of danger and moved out of the way. Unfortunately, it was a little too late as Kilrogue saw a black and thin thing pierces his body. Luckily for him, he acted in time to move his organs around to reduce the damage of this attack. As he looked back, he saw that it was his own shadow that turned into a spear and attacked him. And for a moment, Kilrogue was frustrated. He had never met a caster with so many varied spells that can be used instantly. Most casters will focus on a few spells or categories of spells like elemental, necromancy, or illusion, and focus on them. Plus, they usually only have a few spells that can be used instantly. But not his opponent. What kind of magic system is, complained Kilrogue, who immediately decided to use his number advantage to win this battle. He knew that this was not the time to be pedantic and let his pride as a warrior be his downfall. Regrettably, when he looked at his men, he found that all of them were down on the ground, passed out with a satisfied smile on their faces. Meanwhile, the female companion of his opponent was standing in the middle of his men, watching the current battle. Should I try to use her as a hostage? No, this will not work. With a space spell, the caster would be faster than me. Plus, this woman is not an easy opponent since she could so effortlessly take out all of my men. In that case, I only have one last choice. Kilrogue placed his hand on the pelt that covered his crotch and took out a metal plate and injected his mana. Immediately afterward, a strange wave came from the disc, making both Edward and Fleur frown deeply. Do you feel it? Said Kilrogue with a smirk. This is a rare anti-magic weapon that can null all the mana in the surrounding. I only acquire it after killing a tier 6 mage. I lost countless fleets in the process. Although Kilrogue's mana was also nullified, as a warrior, his strength is tremendous compared to a weak human caster. So, he was very confident. Interesting, said Edward as he felt the mana inside his body. His mana was not nullified like Kilrogue said, but was drastically weakened. Maybe because of the crystallization, Edward felt that his power was reduced by at least 2 tiers. Additionally, he found it very difficult to mobilize and use. It was as if a great resistance was felt every time he tried to. Not wanting to waste any more time on this battle, he instantly mobilized the aura inside his body and rushed towards his opponent, creating sonic booms behind. Before Kilrogue could even react and understand what was happening, Edward appeared next to him and punched him in the temple. He lost consciousness and passed out. Edward waved his hand and the disc on the latter's hand followed in the air. He placed a few cleaning spells on it before putting it away. Finally, he pointed at Kilrogue and a black magic circle appeared. Arcane rune spell, soul enslavement. To Edward, this pirate group was perfect for Dumbledore's new business and could help in doing some shady things that the business cannot do officially. While enslaving the tier 5 orc, Edward felt some resistance and he knew why. As a warrior, his will is powerful enough to resist enslavement. And if he was conscious, the resistance would be greater. Edward could have used his own will to confront Kilrogue. However, this would take too much time, so, he placed another illusion spell on him that showed him achieving his deepest desire, thus lowering his will. That way, the process was easily completed. Then, Fleur did the same to the other pirates. This is one of the reasons that Edward asked him, the pirate leader, if he was a believer of God. If he was, he would not easily try to enslave him, as the souls of believers belong to their gods. Once something happens to it, they will be aware. Once Kilrogue was awakening, he knelt on one knee to acknowledge his allegiance. So, Edward ordered him to bring the two back to their lairs, where he also enslaved the other pirates and vice-captains. 2 weeks later, after everything was done, the two finally returned to Earth.